Back to the downside we go here for markets right across the board as we digest the first of big tech earnings to come. Both Alphabet and Microsoft dragging down the entire market here. 6+% across the board. Futures basically at pre-market lows as we speak this morning. Going to be a busy, exciting day. We have lots to cover, including an IPO. It seems like it's been a long time because it has basically been all year since we've had an IPO to discuss and hopefully trade for you on the show. Intel's Mobileye selling 41 million shares at $21 a piece after market yesterday, set to open on the NASDAQ today. We'll bring that to you, if not on the morning show. Trader Brad and Luca will hopefully have that for you during the midday. A ton to cover, including the NASDAQ being very, very weak on the back of these earnings reports. More to come tonight as well. It is Wednesday, October 26, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. I'll show you the overall market here to kick things off as we're having a bit of a data issue this morning. But here is the pre-market for the SPY. Very much struggling with this level from late in the day yesterday. Could be a lot worse. Obviously 0.8, but it is the NASDAQ. If we flip over to the Qs, you can see the NASDAQ leading the way. 1.8 currently to the downside versus just 0.8 for the S&P 500 with obviously the earnings from Microsoft and Alphabet to discuss. We got some retail inventory data out there at 8:30. It was kind of in line with expectations, but not really a market mover. Good morning, guys. Should be an exciting day here. As I said, hey, we have an IPO to trade. It feels like it's been a while because it has. Yeah, Mobileye is going to come today, selling 41 million shares at $21 a piece after market yesterday.
Yeah, welcome everybody. And well, we've had IPOs to trade. What about the plethora of random companies IPOing out of China that have million float and then go up like 300% or 100% or whatever it is that they do? Those have actually been good. It's weird. Like those have been the ones that make money. If you trade them to the long side, we'll see with Mobileye, they haven't made, that company has not made money in the couple of decades that it's been around. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it's still on the bull. It is what it is. We're going to be to the downside today. If someone asked a question on our chat, like which one is safe, gun to your head, which is safer in earnings, Google or Microsoft? I was like, neither, but gun to my head, Microsoft. They're both down exactly the same amount. So they're going to be under a lot of pressure. We still get some more earnings later on in the week, but the story is going to be big tech here today. Some leftover residue from the moves that you saw in the Chinese ADRs, those are going to still be in play for me as well. But big tech, that is the story here today. I'll be trading both Mobileye and possibly, I think Intel could be an interesting play when Mobileye does open. You got to pay for locates to be able to short an IPO on day one. I still like that open trade idea. We'll see where it's going to indicate that open, and it probably doesn't open until at least 11.
Okay, so it's MBLY, so everyone asking there on the chat. It's MBLY, so it's Michael. What do you say for B? Beans? No, Michael. What's the B for?
Beta?
Beta? Is it beta?
Is it beta? I don't know.
I don't know.
Bravo.
Oh yeah, Michael Bravo. Larry Yang. Yellow. As you can see, I would
Yankee.
be Yankee. Yeah. Whatever it is. MBLY.
I used to know these.
Michael Bravo Larry Yankee. There, it should be a fun time. Anyways, Mullen to the moon, says Vitaly. Okay, but yeah, look, I'm looking at a whole bunch of stuff today. AMD, Google, Microsoft. Look, it's bad. And what I wrote down here on the sticky note, you can find it at Trader TV, Sean, is let's just stay short. Pretty easy plan for today, unless something drastically changes. Google definitely caught people offside. So did Microsoft. We talked about the rally that these names had yesterday, especially into the close. And if that was any indication, maybe people wanted to buy. So I don't know if there's going to be a lot of calls that have to get, I guess, left for naught now, and or some covering happening here this morning. I feel like there's going to be a flush in both these names, and then we'll see what happens on some key levels from that point. So I'm going to try to stay short. I'm looking short AMD as well. I want to short Amazon. I just want to short everything today and then go long Mobileye. So I will be going long Mobileye off that IPO price, and then we'll just see. I don't care what the price is. We're just going to go long early, see what it comes out at, and then hopefully not get killed on a move to the downside for Mobileye. So we're going to go long Mobileye. We're going to go short everything else. Market's already down 2%.
Yeah, ends up being $21 a share. They price it at after saying $18.220 earlier in the week. So we'll see. No indication yet, obviously, as far as where it's going to open, but we'll tell you when it does pop up. Here we go. NASDAQ downside in a big way right across the board on the back of Microsoft and Alphabet. I mean, we can dig in the numbers. All you need to know is one was the forecast and one actually missed estimates. So regardless, they're both pressuring the entire market here today. There's a few other interesting names here, including this one, guys. Visa, not a lot of volume, but higher this morning, worth a note.
Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom. Visa is strong. Relatively strong is still from yesterday. PayPal's relatively strong. They had positive news. They're down on the day, but down 0.5%. That's the one I was kind of, you're looking for opportunities to go along. I was kind of looking at PayPal there. Yeah, but I mean, don't sleep on some of the other payment names. I just find, and after the news that we saw on PayPal specifically, just looking at that break, it's holding the top end of the range, and I find that to be relatively appealing. But you look at what essentially happened in Alphabet, and remember, like where it ends up bouncing off of this 97. So you consider that this all for the ad space, anyways. This all started with Snapchat and some concerns with ad spend. I think a lot of people were kind of bracing that could be a concern with Alphabet. I can't say that I thought it would be 7% to the downside, but here we are, essentially giving back all of the gains from that low that we saw on the last week there at 97. However, we do have a much bigger dip to the downside, much bigger one that we saw at 94. Those are two big levels for Alphabet that I am concerned with. And do not forget that you still have Meta to come through. So it feels like all we're getting is bad news from anyone relying on ad spend, and Meta's going to be under a little bit of pressure. We'll get to that chart a little bit later, but Alphabet's got some pretty big potential support levels that could get busted through, and I always make a mental note of where it would be 10% down once you get past that 5. We closed at 104.5, so we'll be down at like 94 or so is where you'd find that 10% to the downside. And that also happens to line up with that bottom at 13. So, if I see that level, that's probably the place I'd like to take a shot at defending along in front of 94. Of course, if it breaks, got to be thinking about that SSR short. But, I always look at that 10% as a line in the sand. If it lines up with previous support, I like it all the more.
Yeah, I was just talking. Oh, thank you, Jared G. What's up? Thank you so much for the $20 super chat there. Thank you, Jared G. Have a good morning to yourself too, my friend. And I hope that you are net short. I hope right now I am not. I am long absolutely everything and looking to buy some more stock, but not yet. A new story out, not news story, but Bed Bath & Beyond, of course, has a new CEO. It's the same one, this Sue Gove to the position permanently now. So welcome intern CEO Sue Gove, now permanent CEO, and the stock doesn't like that for some reason. Now down a little bit here, down to $5 again. Just broke through $5, looking to make a new low here, down to $4.25. This is Bed Bath & Beyond here. Not too much volume, 529,000 shares. But again, we'll be talking a lot about Google and Amazon and Microsoft and all that. But here's Bed Bath & Beyond. Beautiful move yesterday to 550. Hopefully we can get that going. Are you good, bro? 550 right there in the back. Yeah, I know you're good over there. But I was just thinking that this 550, if we do rally to that level, that was a pretty key level that we talked about in the past here for Bed Bath & Beyond. You can even go back all the way to the 18th, 19th, 20th there, where 550 on the chart here, Lucas, if you can just quickly. There it is. Yep. No Fahad today. So, yeah, Lucas is short man over there. 550 right here. 550, 550, 550, 550. So just looking at that, and then there's 5, right? So Bed Bath & Beyond could also be interesting here today, Brendo. But obviously more on our mind here with the big mega cap tech. Plus, we just started. This is game 1 of a 7-game World Series, right? So, I mean,
Yes.
we're just in the opening innings right now of this series, of this game, and it's gonna be a fun ride, man. I can't wait to make this sticky note every day.
Before we get into that, Scotty Barnes, man.
Yes. Oh yeah, I can find some pictures there.
I kind of thought you were gonna start with it, but when you didn't mention it at the beginning, I was like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, I've showed the pictures to you guys.
Yeah, well, I swear we saw them.
I'll have to find them. Oh, it's on my Instagram. I didn't even tweet it out. So yeah, we'll get that going. But I'll tweet it out in a minute. Scotty Barnes, yeah, was real fun times there. I just have to go find the pictures.
Yes. A couple other notable names this morning, guys. A few people talking. It's fine. I was talking to Lucas. Harley Davidson and Boeing. A few people were mentioning that. I mean, there's so many earnings reports this morning, but here we go. Here's Boeing, first of all. $2.8 billion charge in the quarter. That's all you need to know. It's not really doing a lot of volume. Harley Davidson actually topping estimates, and the forecast actually pretty good. They spoke a lot about the EV, the new EV division that they spun off earlier in the year. So yeah, HOG, not bad. Boeing, $2.8 billion charge, but fading off. We were higher initially on that, up to almost 150, all the way back to 144 right now for Boeing.
Yeah, like the 150 mark on Boeing's gonna be interesting. But Hog, I'm adding Hog to my list, man. Up 5% and broke the 200 and the 50 period moving average today. Well, I mean, if it holds up above 38, I like that. So look, anything above 38, I think can be a nice little go zone. You never want to sleep on earnings in a day where everything looks red. You always want to find those kernels of strength out there. So hopefully we'll be able to ride the Hog to the upside.
Jesus.
Whatever, man. Jesus. That one's like, just show them the pictures of Scotty Barnes. That's better than that.
Wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so here it is. This is the family here with Scotty. Quickly, there it is right there. So we had a great time with Scotty Barnes there at it's a bowl away there. They have, Subway, Bowlway. They're doing some new bowls. And here I am here talking about it. Look what I said. Looking to diversify my bonds here with that Scotty Barnes. So we were able to talk about a few things there. Talked about it. My kids were right there. It was a really fun time. So real nice to see the Rookie of the Year there, Mr. Scotty Barnes. Super nice guy. I mean, you've seen NBA players obviously before close up, and for anybody that has as well. This dude's 21 years old and 6'9", and honestly, like, he just looks like these guys are amazing. And it's just like, there's another picture of him. He was standing right beside my daughter, and it was like, oh my God. And just to see this guy when he came out, it was a small event. It was like between I would say 75 to 100 people or so. But it was just like, amazing. I don't feel bad for these guys because obviously they have a pretty damn good life. Yeah. But like, I can't even imagine walking around sort of like in his shoes, because when he enters a room, it's just like the guy's shoulders are like yay big. And he's huge, and he's 21 years old, and he has this great smile, and he's just like, honestly, I feel like Masai Ujiri and the Raptors honestly crushed it with this dude. Like,
they got a stud, man.
And everyone hated that. Not everyone, but a lot of people hated that.
Not everybody.
Who was the Orlando guy?
It was Suggs. And
Suggs.
I remember we were talking, it was Raheem, and best wishes, Raheem.
Yeah.
We were talking to Raheem, and he thought we should take Suggs. I'm like, no, Barnes is a better player.
Everybody thought Suggs, I thought.
I didn't think Suggs is a good player. I have him in fantasy, but Barnes is a guy. But to your point, hockey players, they can generally speaking, hockey players can walk. They can walk around. Yeah. It's like unless you're a really big fan, you don't necessarily know that you're walking past.
Brendan could be Justin Verlander. No, I'm serious. What?
Yeah, but JV's like 6'5". He's
maybe not Verlander, but a lot of other people.
A buddy of mine walked right past Alejandro Kirk,
right,
and was just like, yeah, what? He's a starting catch. It's like whatever. You don't even notice him.
All-star too.
But an NBA guy, you're never flying under the radar.
And obviously. I'm sure like football. I mean, it's
it's
completely different sport. All right, fine then. Brendan can look like Rory McIlroy then. I don't know, some sort of a golfer then. I mean, that's close enough.
I'd recognize. I don't even follow golf, and I'd recognize
Rory McIlroy, by the way, world's #1 and is just absolutely lighting everything on fire. That guy took down $18 million for that FedEx Cup. And didn't Cam Smith go to LIV? Is that what happened, Brendan? Yeah, that's what I saw too. So the other world, I mean, Cam Smith could be world number one as well. He went over to Live Tour. Man, those guys, that's going to be a fun little situation there.
Yeah.
But all right, it's 8:44,
Yeah,
and there's a lot of stock talk to have happen. But I hope you enjoy everything. Hit the like button, man. This is what we do every single day. Over to Brendo.
Speaking of NBA players standing out, guys, Shaq was at the F1 race in Austin on the weekend, and it was hilarious. You got to find some video of that. Just walking down up and down the paddock. The guy's a giant, obviously, still standing out like a sore thumb. Anyways, let's discuss the overall market here as we head. What is it? 8:45. Still 45 minutes to go, but. I mean, the market itself going to be important today, coming off of the first of what is going to be 3 big days for earnings here. Down right now, but we're coming into very important levels. Want to throw that at you, and then this as well. Twitter yesterday, obviously popping to the upside on this report that Elon's lawyers have notified the bank saying, "Get ready," because it's coming on Friday, the closing.
Yeah, so look, at this point, let's just assume that it gets done on Friday. There's still, things can happen at the last minute, but after what we saw in the afternoon, this 52.70 area, it was just a good place to be scalp trading. I know a lot of you are going to be like, okay, there's not a lot of upside here unless it breaks out and gets closer to the price. But if it's going to give like 20, 30 cent scalp trades all day long, I'm going to take a shot at it, at least off of that level. If it breaks the top, maybe there's something else that firms it up. Maybe it has a chance to go. If it does see, for whatever reason, this is only Wednesday. If I see $54, I would short like the very, very top. But again, like these are trades that for a lot of people out there, unless you have direct market access and you can really profit by getting in and out, taking 5, 10 cent wins, that's not the big deal. We still do not have a firm idea whether he's going to have to sell any shares for this to complete this. But the market's kind of telling you that they don't necessarily believe it. Tesla, I don't know that there's going to be that 225 area, but I missed it yesterday. I said I'd wait for 225, and then I missed it. And if we do for some reason reverse, that's the big level up there. Tesla and all the EV names were absolute rocket ships. And I'm not going to be as concerned with, there's scalp trading to be had in Twitter, but there was a rocket ship to the upside on a lot of the EV names, Chinese ones included. Tesla, Rivian had a big move. The GM earnings were pretty solid, so you had the entire. The autos were good, but I mean the EV names were even better. So Tesla and Rivian are going to be on my mind today, maybe a little bit more than Twitter. I think that breakout. The chance to get that almost $1 move on the breakout, that's come and gone. I think it's probably a little bit more gradual in the next few days to get to that 54.
Rivian, yeah, the problem is Rivian's already at $34. What's Lucid? I mean, Lucid could be another name here to look at. Yeah, Lucid's still low down at 13. Okay, so just for Twitter, I want to do the same thing that we did yesterday. So we were in and out there when the news, when it spiked up there on the news that yes, it is going to close there on Friday. So now you get 54.20 on Friday, right? And so that's only 3 days away. So yeah, it should just sort of roll up into that level. So I'm going to try to do the same thing, and I'm not even getting creative. I'm just bidding 52. And you know what? Maybe we'll change this and we'll bid a little bit higher. But I was going to bid 52.70 right there. Maybe we'll bid 52.75 or something. Just come in. Those were the bottoms there yesterday. So hopefully someone's done some math and figured out what the risk to reward is here on buying some Twitter shares versus waiting for that 54.20. Do you get enough return on your investment over 2 or 3 days, I guess, to make it worth it? Because you also got to settle and everything like that before you actually get your cash. So it's probably more like 5 or so days. But still, I feel like that's a pretty solid return. And as long as it is done in stone, and look, that's why you have stop orders, right? So I'm going to go long here at 52.75-ish. And then just get out if it breaks 52.50. I'm just going to make it pretty simple, man. Like, take 25 cents worth of risk to try to make 25 cents. And I just think normally you want to go more than 1-to-1, but in this situation, I feel like it's a buyout, and there's really no reason why you shouldn't even just be scalping a couple pennies. So let's wait to see what happens. But just in case there's some uncertainty, which I could see off the open, this is the other thing. Let's just say you bought Twitter yesterday at 50, even right here, 52.70. It doesn't matter, $53, right? Now you come in today, you put in 10 grand into Twitter. So you're like, okay, I'm going to hold out. I'm going to get my $1.50. I'm going to grab that on Friday or when it's going to settle Tuesday, Wednesday. And then I'm going to have that cash. I'm going to make about $1,000, not $1,000. You don't make 10%, whatever the return is on that. Okay. But you could come in today and you see Microsoft down 6 or 7%. You see Google down the same amount. You might say, hey, maybe it's worth dip buying or something like that, and you get out of your Twitter to buy some of those other names. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but we'll see. If there is a flush down for Twitter, I want to be there to pick it up, and I'm not willing to bid around here yet. I'd rather just bid at these levels that were already determined. So it's a 52.75 for me or bust here on Twitter.
First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out. Link on screen. Shout out to the guys once again over at True Trading Group. Shout out to Liz as well, our social media expert here, doing a great job on a brand new upgrades and downgrades board for today. It's worth a note. Google and Microsoft, I mean, there's 6 or 7 analyst moves either direction on both. So just keep that in mind. But a few other notable names here, guys, for upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, well, I mean, I see downgrades there, Silvergate. I haven't looked at it since earnings. We played that for a couple of days in a row to the downside. I suppose it should be running because, I mean, crypto's been pretty strong. Bitcoin back above that 20,000. But Halliburton, again, we talk about kernels of strength. The market, it's down today. The NASDAQ's down, leading the way. But Halliburton, double top, 36. That looks pretty juicy up there. And like this, the energy space has been clearly a lot of times going counter trend. So you can usually find some kernels of strength in there, but that's going to stand out a little bit. They had a drop from this price that was pretty gigantic, right? So you need to hold a bid above that level before you're concerned that it's going to go. But sometimes you get these consolidation breaks in a trend, and that's what you're looking for. But wow, that SI, that was an absolute dog on its earnings, getting crushed. I think it was like it ended up the day down like a 20% move. It's back above that 60 price. It was back above. Check that. It closed above 60 yesterday, but I guess it's gapping down here today on those downgrades. This gets pretty interesting because you've had a bit of a rebound in crypto. I saw Coinbase breaking out last night. I was trying to short Coinbase off 74, 75 and watching that breakout. So I could see a world in which if we continue this bullish strength in crypto, Silvergate suddenly above that 60 just becomes one of those, okay, held the bottom. Can it try to reestablish 60 and then fill in some of this gap tips? I'd play some catch up, but catch up there with the rest of the crypto space. So I will have my eye on Silvergate, but I never trade this in the pre-market, nor do I ever want pre-market orders because the volume is incredibly low. You always want to wait for this thing to open up.
All right, so here's Bitcoin, and I mean, it's just, if this was a stock right now, I mean, I think people would be all over this going long. I mean, it's just, there's this bottom here. It's been a bottom since June of 18. So it's like, if you just take away the fact, remember, you can buy this. I mean, all of us know this. So, I mean, hopefully you know you can buy this in fractional pieces.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So
when it gets to a million, I can.
Yeah, so when it gets to a million, you can still buy 0.00001 of it as well. And our boy Luca, very, very bullish on Bitcoin. But okay, so 18, what I was going to get at is just like, if you say this is $18.70, like as a bottom, and right now you're at $20 or $21 even. You're not at 2,100 yet. You're at 20,500. So $20.50. It's kind of like, wouldn't you just go long? I mean, it's not. You have to believe in the company, and in this case, in the asset. Is it an asset class in Bitcoin right now? And if you do, then I mean, the more we zoom into this, I mean, these bottoms here have been really, really well maintained and respected. So it doesn't surprise me that you are getting a bump up a little bit here, right? You're coming into right now 100 period EMA, which is at 21,000. So that's coming very, very close right there, 21,500 or so for the EMA. It's hard to see on here, but it's right there. I'll figure out how to change colors. I'm sure it's not that hard to do that, but it's right here, 21,300 or so for 100 period EMA. It's been really downward sloping, and it's starting to turn a little bit here. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bitcoin can keep this, and whatever. Will it test down here again? Maybe. I just wonder, like, why not? If you are bullish, or if you don't even know what you want to do with Bitcoin and you had some spare money around, so that won't be me, but if you had some spare cash lying around right now, I don't think it's a horrible play to say, you know what, I'm going long here at 20,000, 20,500, whatever it is right now, kind of just throwing, you know, whatever darts at a dartboard or paying fish in a barrel here with whatever price you take here on Bitcoin. But you're going to look down here, 18.3. I mean, is it worth 10% risk right now to get in for a decent position to hope that we crack some of these EMAs, head to 25,000, then you're in the money right there now, about 20%. If you take this at 20,000, goes through 25,000, that's a nice little move to the upside. Capture at least half out. That way, if you test the bottom, then you're flat and you can get out if it does break. So I don't know. I think Bitcoin, has been stable here, and whether or not you believe in the fact of, hey, is there any use cases for Bitcoin? I mean, this guy Elon Musk, I guess, thinks there is, or does he? I don't know. Or was that just a huge bump? But whether or not you think that Bitcoin does have universal value like what El Salvador and all that is doing over there, I don't know. And I don't know if we're ever going to actually transact in Bitcoin or anything like that. They do have the Lightning Network now, so people thought that had a chance to go and sort of create some noise for Bitcoin, and maybe it is. But Coinbase, a name to short here too at 75, 76 bucks. I just don't really like this. I'd rather, and like you want to talk about, crypto's too risky. I mean, just Coinbase yesterday did a 10% move or more than that yesterday, right? I'm talking about Bitcoin holding that bottom from June is you have to hold 10% against you to go back to that bottom. That could be one day in Coinbase. So I feel like you can start investing pretty soon in crypto as long as you respect that bottom of 18,000.
There were some decent moves yesterday in some of the meme stocks. We mentioned BBBY there already, but a few people mentioning both AMC and GameStop, both very, very strong out of the gate yesterday. They did kind of chop around throughout the midday session, but some decent levels here. I mean, 650, 665 ends up being support for AMC. Downside a little bit here this morning. GME looking very similar, guys, but there was a nice move, at least out of the gate yesterday.
Yeah, there certainly was for those. What's weird is I was just answering a question in the chat about Bed Bath & Beyond. I just had this one up, and someone was saying, is it a good bid on this? I vastly prefer these if they break out, and I'll just show Bed Bath & Beyond, because that 550 level, it's going to stand out like a sore thumb. I know Luca was looking at it. I was shorted as well, and it just rejected this $5.50 area. 55 is the actual high. And now you're trying to sort of reclaim the previous support when it had that range, which is 485. It had this lower high of 470. So that's an important channel. If that can hold up, I think you got a chance. But they rejected a monster level there. I'm inclined to be shorting in front of 550 again. And then when it breaks, I like breakouts a little bit better on that name. I've sort of been of the belief that with AMC and Ape, like the logic would dictate, well, maybe it's not a logic thing, but just the trade action would dictate that Ape just continues to slide lower or closer to zero as any value that gets retained happens to be over there in AMC. AMC, similarly to Bed Bath & Beyond, got up to a pretty interesting and key $7 level and then reversed. So holding, look, it's a pretty solid base it's at. If it wants to hold to 660 here, then that's not that bad for potential long. But it really just looks like it's about to break it to the downside. Sometimes I like these a little bit better when they're breaking out as opposed to catching falling knives, right? Like if you look at the breaking of consolidation, that's a big move, and then that breakout price holds a little bit later for support. So I'd much rather see that happen at $7. I like joining the party to the upside with these as opposed to trying to create one or start one. As this looks to me like it rejected a key level, and you could be headed back to $6 right now.
Yeah, I'm really not too interested today in AMC or any of those names. I haven't really looked at them. Obviously, there's a lot of names on watch here today. If anything, it would be Bed Bath & Beyond off some of that news there. But yeah, it's just going to be, for me, it's going to be either, I mean, I was just looking at Coinbase. Obviously, we talked about that. I think this is going to be a huge short at some point. Imagine if Bitcoin does turn around there. I mean, how far down is Coinbase going to go? Yeah, maybe try zero, but no, we'll see. I like Coinbase as an opportunity. Where
76
was the bottom?
to 61. It's going $15.
Going to 51. What is that joke about?
I don't know. It's just that, look, it's the top to the bottom. It's done this a few times already.
Yeah, but down $15.
Down $15.
I thought you said it's going to $15.
Oh, to $15. No,
okay,
down
okay,
15.
okay. Yeah, look, people talking, we are going to get over to Microsoft and Google and all that kind of stuff right now. But yeah, it does look like right now Microsoft is trying to hold this 233. So, you know, look at this yesterday. Short, all shorts here. Yesterday, we got blown out of that short yesterday. Oh, man, look at that bad wick down there. Oh, God, got to clean that up or that's going to be disastrous right there. But yeah, it looks like we are holding this 233.50 now. You could get a big pop here off the open. I mean, I don't know. Microsoft was the one name, and we're going to get to it, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. But I couldn't find too many levels for it. So, all right, let's start going over. You can find watchlist.tradertv.live. Thank you for True Trading Group as well. You can click that up there, and you can also find some notes on Sticky Note as well at Trader TV Sean. But let's maybe start running down our watch list.
Into everything you need to know here. We'll kick things off with a look at European markets right now. Back in the red once again, along with North American futures, at least that's the way the European landscape looks at this point. I mean, a little bit contradicting here, but look at this board. That's the social sentiment board for you this morning. Very, very green right across the entire thing, including there's Mullen again today, 2 days in a row. Very, very positive once again for MULN. We saw what happened yesterday. Microsoft, notably green. Google and Goog up here, both green. Both the SPY and the Q is green as well. So a ton of positivity coming across on social media so far. And again, if you're seeing this board for the first time, just an indication of comments, how many, and the direction as to which are indicating on social media platforms. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. Going to be a interesting day here coming off these reports, Arun, into, as we said, you know, the first of 3 pretty important days here for the market.
Yeah, a bunch of tech earnings. So this is what moves markets, right? When these, I guess these stocks that have a ton of weight in these indexes start reporting, we're seeing Google, now we're seeing Microsoft. We saw the overnight movement. It's stabilizing a bit though, but now we got a few more coming out. I think, so ones to pay attention to for sure are going to be at the top of the list, Apple, Amazon. Those are going to be very important ones. The next stop anyways after Microsoft. So in terms of the market handled pretty well for regardless of how far I think Google moved. The market has stabilized somewhat. So even if it comes down a bit, the fact that we just broke the 2025 area yesterday gives you some traction at that level. So even if this were to fall another 20 points, I think we're going to run to support. There's a potential for a long there if in the event that we actually set up on the long side down there. So there's space to the downside that could open up a long. I would go 38.25, 38.20-ish, going all the way down to 3800 potential buy zone up top. We're backing away from the 50s, but I think we have some space to the upside above there. The real point is what happens if we get into the 60s and 70s, specifically the 60 to 65 area. If we get up there and we start to lose some strength, then maybe the shorts are in play. But we're going to have to, essentially, what we're going to have to do is trade the top end, trade the bottom end, leave everything in the middle. So we got the top end level being 38.80. So anything between 38.60 and 38.80, potential shorts if they set up. And then the easier one would be the long, between 25 and 20 going on down to 3,800. At this point, everything in the middle is going to be a tough trade. So I would just wait this one out, play the edges, and see if you can't find a trade there.
Stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning when we get Meta, which will be top of that list, I'm sure. That is the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. Meta aftermarket tonight. Don't worry, it's not today. And then come join us at 8:30 as we do every day. We get you ready for the open. Here we go. Let's talk Google, Alphabet to the downside in a big way. We were kind of expecting maybe a bounce, maybe 100 to come into play aftermarket yesterday. Didn't happen, however. Ad sales, the problem, the forecast pointing to further ad sales problems for not only Google, but they specifically pointed out YouTube ad revenue missing estimates and will continue going forward.
Yeah, it wasn't great, man. I mean, just actually overall pretty bad. I mean, that's what we wrote down on the sticky note there. Very disappointing for Google. Obviously, YouTube was struggling last quarter, and then again now here. Revenue 69, I mean, amazing numbers, 69 billion, but they still missed against 70.5 billion. I mean, in one quarter, these revenues are just absolutely insane. And then also missing a 106 versus 125. I mean, it's not great for Google, but again, I feel like they do have a little bit of a moat around them just because of what they do, and that we can't get away from Google in our life. So I really think that it is a long-term story, but you're still trading at a pretty high valuation for Google right now. So I mean, I don't know. I'll go on here. It was 20. Let me see here. GOOGL. What kind of PE we're at right now for them? Yeah, so it was 19.8 PE for Google. So that comes down now today, down to $97. So you still have a relatively high price earnings. And look, we're still not down to 95 where we've been before. I mean, you're just going to go back a week and a half or so and you're at this 96.50 level where we bounced around off of as well before having a move down there after market, but that's just a bad print. So $96, $95 down there. Here's what it looks like on a 1 minute chart. Let's just check out, will our daily be fine now despite the split? No, still not great. So let's just zoom this one more time. There it is right there. So you still have these bottoms of 95.50, 95, right? So that's still going to come into play. We're still not there yet, but guess what? I think we test those levels. It doesn't make any sense why Google won't start to go to the downside. I don't really see anything too positive in this report. The only thing I could say is people might buy it because it's down too much. But we talked about that implied move yesterday was about 5 to 6%. So it gave it to it. It just gave the wrong way. Look at this move here yesterday afternoon from 1 o'clock, 102 up to 105. It was a beautiful $3 move to the upside with almost no pause, straight up, right? And then boom, the number comes down. And now you're going to look at this 99 level. That's sort of where we bounced. We tried to get going there yesterday, right here. Made that big move down, went to the bounce side up to $99, and then since then tried again right there, failed. Tried again this morning, failed. So I feel like you can short any pops. I'm going to try to stick to the sticky note as much as I can today and just go short. If and when we get to 95 flat, I feel like when, not if. Then we can look to see if there's going to be sort of a long that pops up there. Would like to see some size come into here and play this. This is no longer that, $3,000 stock, $2,000 stock. It's now just $100. So we can trade this with a lot of shares and you can trade it pretty aggressively. So I think that that's something that you want to do today if you are a day trader, is you want to look at a Microsoft or at a Google, and preferably Google because of the price. I just feel like there's going to be a lot of shares being thrown around here today and a lot of positioning, right? So I don't know. There's going to be a lot of traders caught offside. I want to be short, and I want to be short 99. It's easy because we have 100. So it's like, we have an out is $100. That's going to be everybody's out, but it's going to be mine too. If this somehow rips up to the upside, we're going to try to go short. Right now I'm offering, in the 98s. So we'll see if we can get a 98.50, something like that off the open, and then short it up to $100. And I don't even know if I want to go short that close to 100. If it gets to there, it's going to break it. So that's sort of the level that I want to play off of and see what happens there. So I don't know, man. I don't think we get to 100 today. But again, bad revenue, bad EPS, bad, and more bad for Google, bad YouTube. Not good, let me put it that way. So I think you just got to stay short unless there's a level you like.
No, there's nothing
long.
there's nothing I'm adding to that except for I like 99 and 100. If the latter of that two comes in, I feel like if you're shorting the 100 level and you like it, you have to let it go through. It's difficult to have a stop at that level. And I go back to the last time it made a bit of a move to the upside. This actually happened on Friday. It broke up. It got to 130, and I remember looking at that level and liking the short there and not really capturing it because it broke 100, got to that quarter mark, reversed at 30s, and then pulled back in. It ends up supporting 100 with really the bulk of the buying happening again at that 130 the following day. So that would be, if it gets to 100, that's where my out would be. But I think two separate shorts, one off 99 area, and then if it breaks, if it gets through that cleanly, then wait for that 100. 94. If he gets to 94, I'm on the bid. It's that simple. It's 10% to the downside. You go back a little bit here, and that's just that next level of support down there. Alphabet down 10%. I understand it's a little bit pricey valuation-wise still, but I just can't see a world in which there's not going to be buyers at that 94 level out in front of it. So I'm going to be on that bid at 94 if we see it.
All right, let's go to Microsoft next up here. Forecast disappointing for Microsoft. They specifically pointed to cloud-based revenue going forward going to be an issue for their macro issues. There was some Forex discussion as well on the call that I read as well. But here we go. Revenue came in at 50.12 billion versus 49.6. So there's that as well. Bit of a mixed report here as far as the numbers are concerned, but disappointing forecast for Softy.
Yeah, look, the forecast's not very good for Microsoft. I thought there might be a little bit less risk with them because they didn't have as much exposure to the ad side, and obviously with economic slowdown is going to be bad for a lot of people, but especially bad for them. And you also get that, we keep talking about the US dollar, right? Like that's not temporarily, that's not really going anywhere. We've had some pullbacks pretty significantly, so we do have to watch that today. The only thing I could find outside of the sort of obvious, if it somehow rises $6 into 240, that makes some sense as resistance. You're basically right here at 33, and I'll zoom in now on my 15-minute. You can see it's been support for the last couple of days. You've essentially been bouncing off this level all pre-market long. Sometimes you look at this and say, hey, that's just a bit of a trap. If that ends up being a wick bottom low, you're just going to get absolutely burned. I always believe when you take breakouts or breakdown trades, you got to have a little bit of a quicker trigger on it. That could be really crowded on that 33 break, and it's already down 7%. The other number I'll throw out for you is, of course, 225. If this goes down that 10% as well, then I will be on that bid. Microsoft and Alphabet down 25. That's just too much for me. I think there's going to be dip buyers in each of those stocks. People have differing time frames, and I feel like there's a huge amount of people that are looking on short-term time frames here. But if you start thinking more on the long term, in the next 2 to 5 years, Microsoft at 225. I mean, I can't see why there wouldn't be buyers at that price. So I'll be on the bid at 225 the same way I'd be on the bid at 94. But first things first, I mean, 233 is the only thing that sets up immediately on Microsoft for a break. Just be careful shorting bottoms right at the open if you don't have a quick trigger out, whether it's 34 or whether it's 33 half. I always like that halfway to that dollar is my initial target out, just to make sure you don't get absolutely burned right at 930.
We've been dealing with a few months here where the overall market moves have been kind of leading individual stocks. That may change over the next couple of days, including today with Google and Microsoft maybe leading the overall market in this case. Chip stocks on this note, obviously going to be hurt by this as well. Downbeat results from both Microsoft and Alphabet. So all of these, QCOM, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, AVGO, Micron here as well, MU. This one, though, TXN did report. They forecast Q4 revenue and profit below estimates as well. Sean, you want to touch on Microsoft here or any of these chip names downside as well?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a lot of these things here. I guess you just did Microsoft, right, a little bit? Yeah, look, it's the same story as all. I mean, I was looking forward to a good number from Azure, and the cloud disappointed. So down 7% seems like a lot, but I was sort of talking with Brendan about this earlier as well, as we got some coffee earlier this morning. It's just crazy. Like, we were just at 290 for Microsoft, it's not even that long ago. It's 2 months ago, 290. Like, that rally that happened in August is really looking pretty embarrassing right now that I didn't trim anything up there, and it's just crazy to not have done that, because now, back-to-back reports now, pretty bad for Microsoft, coming in again now, just testing these lows. It's just sick. Honestly, it makes me a little sick, because I feel like Microsoft was the one name that everyone was sort of happy about, and not happy, but was like, okay, we had a nice rally off the bottom. Hopefully they'll come out with a good report. We'll turn the corner. We'll hit this 50 period right there, and then start to go back up to the upside. And it gave us everything to think about that yesterday. I mean, we were 246. We ran up to that 250, danced around 250, which made sense to me. And then boom goes the dynamite here with their earnings report all the way back down. So I'm going to try to stay short this name. I don't really see any levels again. And that's what I tweeted out. I just don't, there's 235 right there, 233 as a bottom. That's been the bottom today. Microsoft's a tricky name. Down 7 here today, I feel like people will come in and buy this name. So I don't know. Microsoft is not as interesting to me as Google, but one name that is very interesting to me is AMD. Look, it's only down 2%, not enough, in my opinion, here for AMD. So Texas Instruments comes out and misses. I could care less, really. I mean, if Texas Instruments was up 5%, which I don't even know what it's up or down right now, but to me, it doesn't really matter. I was just looking at this $60 level for AMD, and it's right there. I just feel like this is not enough if the market's going to continue to go to the downside. If Microsoft, Google all missed, and I know that AMD is not ad based. It's nothing to do. It's not even in the same realm as there. But look, spending's getting out of control. So for me, I just think that AMD to the downside makes a lot of sense. We have 60. I'm willing to go short on that break and hold it to about 61, 60 and a half, something like that. Because if we're wrong, the problem with AMD is if you're wrong, then you're dead, because it will just continue to rip up. And it's made some nice bases here as well. So I look at this and I feel like almost the same thing. There's that 105 back in August. Like, are you kidding me? This is 2 months ago, and it's basically chopped down, what, 40%, 105 down to 55 here, in just a matter of 2 months. It's an absolute disgrace what's been happening to these tech stocks. And honestly, I don't think there's any savior coming for earnings. So I want to go short, and it looks like it wants to go short as well. Plus you have, Neil's going to talk about Intel and Mobileye, but let's just wait to see what happens here. I'm downside on AMD.
Yeah, the caution I have with Intel short is sometimes we see this, like if Mobileye, which is IPOing at 21, we'll get to that in a second. If that opens up strong, whenever it does open up, I got to be cautious, because sometimes you see like a sympathy play, you can't trade Mobileye, and then Intel might rise for a little bit before I think coming into a fade. 27, kind of like AMD, like 27 is going to stand out as like a sore thumb. Like, it breaks this, I think you can fill the gap back in, and heck, I mean, every time we failed 27, you've essentially gotten $26. And that's been one of the better trades for me each time we've been able to catch it at least 3 times now. So there's no way I'm ignoring that trade. But there is that chance that if we kind of glide up into the IPO, that you could test resistance, whether it's 27.50 or 28. Mobileye opens up, and then let's say it tries to go higher, then starts fading off of a high. Well, I'm not going to be sleeping on Intel, which you don't have to pay for locates to short that. I won't be sleeping on shorting Intel off of some of those highs if that's the case. Otherwise, beneath 27 is what I'm currently looking at, and NVIDIA is the other one in the chip space. Probably a little bit more clean, because I don't have to worry about the IPO, and that's a legitimate concern, by the way. That if Mobileye, for whatever reason, goes ham and you're short Intel, you're going to get burned. But yeah, 128 stands out like a sore thumb on NVIDIA. If we do get a big move to the upside, I just can't see us through that 133. So if somehow we get one of those jailbreaks, relief rallies, I like the short NVIDIA 133. But 128, I'll have that one in. Intel, I have to be more cautious with. Certainly after Mobileye is open, I want to be playing that one and looking for those opportunities to catch some shorts.
All right, let's go on to Spotify here, one that may be on a secondary list somewhat today, but worth a note. There were decent numbers overall on the subscriber side for Spotify, but it still missed estimates right across the board. So this move, I should say, aftermarket yesterday to the upside, came on that sub number and the active sub number and paying sub numbers that were actually okay, kind of in line with expectations. But then the actual revenue and those type of numbers came out, and it was all downside. So another one looking pretty weak here, down 5.8 for Spotify, guys.
Yeah, the volume is actually pretty low on Spotify pre-market. Now, we had that big run up actually it was just a couple of days ago. You broke out, you got to 97. Yesterday, you got up to 99. So, I was really hoping that somehow this would be good, because then you'd be playing off of the 99, 100 level. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. If there's no pre-market action and there's no actual liquidity here, then I don't know that I like a breakdown at that 90 level. So I'll let things settle down for Spotify. If it does rise, then this is where, I like 95. I'm pretty sure about that. If we do get a move to the upside, I'm pretty sure I like shorting off 95. And similarly, if this gets down to 85, you could be interesting bids there just because of where it's already had support. But this feels like allow it to open up, allow it to make an opening range there. There's going to be volume and liquidity on the chip names that we're talking about on Alphabet and Microsoft. So I don't think the need to risk over on Spotify when it's very light in pre-market volume and has a wide spread. That's just wait and see until about 9:45. And if I get to play off 95 or 85, I'd rather wait till then.
All right, so some talk here on the chat about AAPL. So let's look at Apple real quick now. Apple down, but not down as much as the market. So I'm going to say it's relatively strong today, but I have no idea why. So I don't know what Apple's doing up here, like up only, well, up. I mean, down still 1%, but up against the market. I feel like it should still be down. But again, we know why the NASDAQ is down and the ES. I mean, there is weightings there, obviously for Google and for Microsoft and for some of those chip names. So that would make sense that Apple's holding up a little bit, but it still has that 150 level. So, you know, if the market does rally, I could see a sort of a situation where, you know, you are buying over here in Apple rather than the other names, because remember, they're a different beast overall than these guys. Apple is kind of what started this whole move down when they changed over their iOS and really, okay, now we're into a position. Now we're short AMD right now on a 60 break. So first position of the day for me, short are you in anything? No, short AMD rate.
Already broke?
Yeah, just right now, broke 60. So we're going to go short AMD. Looking to get more short. Again, this always happens to me. I don't want to get in too many shares off the pre-market, because when you lose, it feels real bad. So I'm going to wait just to see that. Because then when I lose, I blame liquidity and I blame blah, blah, blah. So let's go short right now. We're short here. Hopefully it continues to go down. That's AMD. But what I was getting to with Apple was that if the rest of these stocks are going to fall down, I could see Apple possibly holding that 150. So if you did want to go bullish on anything today, I would say let the market sort of settle down in the first 3, 4, 5 minutes. And I'm waiting to show you guys imbalances. There's nothing right now because they're all New York names. Obviously, we want to look for the NASDAQ names coming through right now, right? So nothing on that for now. But, you know, we're going to wait to see. Like I was saying, if you do get a flush down and you wanted to find some strength, maybe put a bit of Apple around that 150 mark. If it breaks lower than 149, you can get out of that one, because there's definitely $1 worth of upside into this name, especially if the market does rally. We're pretty much at 151 right now. Right? So a dump down gets you long at 150. You can hold it against that 149. My attention is going to be on the other names, but I do have Apple up on the other screen just to watch to see, hey, if we do have that move down, where's my 20 period here? Because I wanted to show you here this as well. So, you know, it hasn't been up here for many days, right? But there's the 150. We topped out there, went down, stopped at 149, then took out 152. So that's where I'm saying if you go long right here, 150, I would just get out at 149 break, or you could play some of these wicks. That's 148.50, depending on the share size and your risk management. That would be something. But here we go already. So we're already in the money a dime, looking for a lot lower here on AMD. But it's a first trade for me. There it is right there, the cascade of a 60 break. Let's see how far we go now with AMD.
All right, let's go to an IPO. I haven't said that for quite some time. As we mentioned, there's been a ton of little teeny tiny float IPOs that no one's ever heard of coming to market throughout the year. But we get the first large IPO that we have said or been able to trade today, all year long. It's been a very, very quiet year for very self-explained reasons. But here we go. $21, 41 million shares get sold at 21 bucks. Above the initial $18 to $20 range that they were talking about. So they did raise more than expected. They could still raise more, guys. How do we trade Mobileye today?
Long.
Look, yeah, so this is the thing. Like for an IPO style play, the way that day traders usually go about this is you look for that opening print to the long side. Now, it depends on where it opens. We priced at 21. It could open at 21. It could open at 25. It could open at 50. It won't. But we'll get an indication as to what that opening price will be with some early looks on the imbalance. So we'll be able to update you guys in real time as to where this thing is going to open up. Like if you come to my screen here, like it's going to look like this, all grayed out, and then we're going to start getting indications as to what the indicated open price will be. And at that point, as long as it's not too high, just look for that opening bid long, and then find support at, for me, the next even dollar. So if it opens at like 25.50, I just want to be long in front of 25. I do feel like eventually this is going to be a short. Like if we do break in a high enough, I'm going to be looking to fade off some of those tops. So we have to, it's a waiting game here. We do not know what time it is going to be open, so it's going to be blank and nothing to see for quite a bit. Sometimes it's like 10:30 at the earliest. A lot of other times we're waiting until lunchtime. Heck, we've seen 1 o'clock with some of the bigger IPOs as they're trying to price those. Now keep in mind, Intel still owns a big stake of this, so Intel is very likely. very likely to be trading potentially in sympathy. If we see an indicated open of, let's say, like $23, and then 5 minutes later it's 24, and then 5 minutes later it's 25, I would expect to see Intel moving up in that case. That's why a little bit more caution when trading Intel before this thing opens, because you could see some moves. So they're going to make $800 million, potentially over $1 billion, depending on whether the banks exercise the underwriters exercise some of their rights to add more. So there is a bit of a windfall for Intel, but a far cry from what they were expecting to get just a few years ago. And by the way, Mobileye has been around a very long time and still does not make money. I think the technology is great for the future, but right now it's in an environment where, quite frankly, if you're not making money, it's not all that great for you. So I am going to be looking for opportunities on any kind of strength to short Mobileye if it goes. If we open at 25 and I see 30, I'll probably take a shot at a level like that if it consolidates. But that opening print, it's all about that long, scalp that trade to the long side and have a quick stop underneath the first support I see.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the obvious trade there and just go long off the open. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it pops in the blotter. You get a little bit of excitement there off the open. We have the ability, and so do you guys, to take that opening print. So you're just gonna want to put in a limit buy for MBLY. This is what it looks like for us right now. Mobileye right there. So it's obviously not indicating anything right now. We will, hopefully once the market opens up, we'll get an indicated open right there. But this is what it looks like right now. I believe Brendan said it was 21 or so we'll see where it comes out today. I have my buy-in at $40, so I don't really care what the price is. That's not the play at all. So I'm gonna go long. Let's just say it opens up at $40 MBLY, right? I mean, what's the point of even looking at this right now? Let's just look at our AMD chart as that's starting to go down. So AMD went to 70 there, by the way. Anyways, what the trade would be there would be just go long. If it let's just say it opens at 40, I'm going to go long at 40, and I'm going to get out when it breaks 40. That's it. I mean, it's just that simple. If it continues to run because someone for some reason wants to buy it, then good, and we'll hold that trade. Pretty easy one for sure, Mobileye. So, all right, here we go. So we do have Google with a sell imbalance. These imbalances just came out right now at 9:25. So these are the market on open imbalances. So look what's happened to Google right there. Here we go. See you later on that move. So we should be able to get, I am bidding 78 right now on AMD. Hopefully we'll be able to get that, but there goes Google with a nice little move down on that imbalance number, so down about 50 cents there. CGC, the marijuana company there on the Acreage Holdings closing yesterday, also up today. Twitter's a small buy. We're not worried about that. See you later. There goes Google, now taking down its lows. There goes that 97 that we talked about here on our list for our sticky note. We said you possible break short 97, so let's wait to see now. And I'm actually happy that this is happening right now for us here. There's actually nothing else on here. I don't see Microsoft, so if it's not on the first page, there it is. It's right there. Actually, Microsoft's a buy. So whoa, did you guys
see it?
There it is right here. So Microsoft is a buy right now. So that's interesting. You can see Microsoft not going down. Maybe you guys are down to something there, but again, Microsoft did not hold that 233, by the way, as you can see, now down to 232. This is exactly, come on, give me this, man. We're sitting on here on the bid here to get out some of these on AMD, but let's see if Microsoft does want to, create this downside move again. I said we'd wait for some levels to develop on Microsoft, and for right now, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Watch this move open up here. Amazon is another name that I definitely want to short. Today, I want to be all over this Amazon short. Amazon should be down as much as these other names, just because cloud is going to be a problem, retail is a problem, so I feel like Amazon needs to get beat down as well. We're looking to short that near 117. I might not get into anything off the open, so we're going to wait to see what does happen. We're already in AMD, and I actually really like that trade. So
yeah, I just got into one of the automakers, but it's the Chinese automaker, Li Auto. Look, we saw the V-shape that a lot of these made the last couple of days. NIO, Li Auto, XPeng, all of that. Afternoon support is at 1570. The second I see a level like this break, and I grabbed the 60 short, you can see, like, to me, the gap fill, even if it just gives up this gap, it's kind of too big not to have a shot at it. So, I'm in it. If we do take out that 16, maybe I have two shots at this off of yesterday's highs. Like the 1650, that's the resistance. So I'm not giving this all the way up $1. To me, that's not responsible risk management. I have to give it to this stop up here. And then if it breaks out, then I'll try again at 1650. If it breaks 1650, this could absolutely go gangbusters. And NIO is the other one. that obviously will be on watch. It also broke down, still above that $10 level, but a similar looking chart, only this is above those highs that you saw. When we just dipped down and crashed on Monday,
oh my God,
this is actually above those levels on NEO. So it's a little bit stronger on the chart basis for NIO. There goes Alphabet. If I just... You could, by the way, that 233 break on Microsoft, the spread was like 25 cents on it. That's the thing about the pre-market. Like you get that fill no problem with like 10 cents you cross down. You get it easy in the open market. In the pre-market, like you really have to open up that stop in order to get the fill, which I wasn't aggressive enough to be able to catch that. But now they're just falling like a rock. 97's gone on Alphabet as well.
Yeah, I missed. We're getting ready to open up this market, man. I mean, what about a 58.50 bid or something like that here on AMD? I mean, it is starting to crash. We've already gotten that fill there, so it's a nice little win to start the day on that one. And we'll smack the fail right now. Oh, yeah, that's right. If I cut it out, you don't get to hear the end of it. So there you go. Red light Rasico, if anybody knows that. All right, so here we go. Looking to get shorter again. We almost just got short Amazon, actually, there on a little bit of a move up for Amazon. So I'm watching out for that one. Hopefully that can come up here with only now 25 seconds ago. We already have our fruit salad right there. We went and upped that, and that's where I saw Tony, and both Tony and I were like, oh man, this is going to be a little bit of a disastrous day here. Both of us expected to have better results coming through. So, all right, here we go, man, with only 5 seconds to go. What's up, Tony? Hopefully you're good, my man. Give me a thumbs up, Tony. 2, 1, go. Let's go. It's always a good day when we get to see Tony off the bell, so thank you, Tony, for that one. And here we go, man. We're watching Amazon just doing its thing right now. AMD as well, down 20 cents. Google, what is that doing? Are you looking at Google or are you looking at Microsoft
I'm
right
looking
now?
at Google.
Google, 95, there it goes.
Yeah, it bounced off 95 briefly, but don't forget Coinbase. Coinbase right up at that high, that 76 high, and green on the day. So this is a potential break through that level. I do want to go short in front of it first. If it breaks 76, I think it goes absolutely ham, but I forgot to mention Coinbase up there at a pretty key resistance level.
96.50. Yeah, okay, just watching out for this Google right now as it is coming back in. I want to short the 95.50 break. That was already the bottom today, so we will go short into that one. Let's just see what happens on that. Microsoft, holy shit, down to 230 right now, and looking like it wants to take that level out as well. We are nice 70 cents now in the money on AMD, and new trade alert, there's Google in right now. So again, not a big position. I don't want to take breaks early. You guys know that. But let's just see if it does continue to go down. Hey, man, we'll be here. That bottom was 95. So, make sure that we'll get something out if and when. But right now we are short Google. I'm going to hold this against maybe 96.50, something like that.
Yeah, I just got that NVIDIA. It broke that 128, so this one's heading to the downside as well. Already able to get 127.5. I'll take some out at 127 even. Alphabet, I mean, I was looking at that one. That 97 level's key. I'm on the bid at 94 if it gets there, but any pops in front of 97, that's going to be worth the shorting opportunity. We're absolutely flushing on some of these names, but just wanted to go back over because there's relative strength, but not for long. Coinbase is having trouble getting past 75. The pre-market high, 75, it is at 76 level, so this comes up to 76. I am going to short this. As much as it is a strong name, it's a potential breakout through that same level. And on the corner of my eye, I am watching Bitcoin as well. Brendo?
We mentioned it quickly this morning, guys, as one of the bright spots. Here goes Visa through pre-market highs on a huge spike on volume. Just tagged $200 there for V.
All right.
Now we're reversing. Oh, wow, that was a huge spike.
On what?
Everything.
Oh, no, not Google. Google's still the downside. So we're still short on Google right now. No spike on Google right now. But yeah, if the market is spiking, we got to be aware of that. But here's Google, man, still to the downside. We have a decent position on. So this is all good, man. Nice little downside move here for GOGGL. But if there is going to be a spike, I mean, we can start. I don't want to get too much out, but there it is. We took another piece out right there on Google. I'm still bidding 15s, and then I'm bidding O's. So let's see if Google wants to make that move to the downside. We did get a spike on AMD. That bottomed at 59. Now it's starting to go back up to the upside.
Yeah, and right through that it was short in front of 76 on Coinbase. It chews right through that key level on the 15-minute. This is what it looks like. The breakout that's going to be happening or potentially happening through that 76. It's a monster level. You got to give it some room here because I mean, if it continues going, 85 is the next resistance on that daily chart, which I have to respect. But I got to do this. I'll slap the fail on the initial Li Auto short. So Li ends up breaking that range to the top side. Come on, chart, scale properly. So broke that pre-market high. We're all out of Li Auto. I was able to get some more as NVIDIA held that pre-market high, but Li Auto starting to go. Might be some relative strength in NIO as well as that one. No, it is not. That's actually still falling. No strength in NIO, I should say.
Yeah, no, we're so we reloaded here our trade on AMD. So we did get a nice little reload on that one, up to 59.75. We just took it, and then we're out there in the 50s for this name. So let's see, will it continue to go? We'll see right now. And then Google has bumped up a little bit on that, on nothing, but just what's happening right now in the market on a nice little move up. But we did not reload it. We still are net short on all of this stuff. So I am bidding 59.02. On AMD, so maybe we can get that. So far, so good, man. 2 shorts. We picked our poison, and so far it's going to look right here. I don't know how far Google's going to go, though. Was really sort of surprised at what the dancing is happening right now on Google. Amazon is really the name that I'm trying to get short now, but waiting for a pop-up for that to happen.
And remember Spotify, I wanted to wait for the open on spot. Well, it opened up, it tanked. Now you're seeing it flush through that 90 even. The break would have worked, but I said I didn't want the breakdown trade because liquidity wasn't there. Now anything in front of 90 is going to set up for me there. So I'm going to hop on the offer on Spotify. The other one I want to wait for the offer for the open was Silvergate. It's essentially doing nothing. Coin's still trying to hold that break. If it's above 75, if I think it's going, if I think resistance is at 85, I'm thinking 80 and 85. I want to give this one a buck. But Silvergate, relatively weak on the downgrade. This could take out that 58 and then stay relatively weak. Was able to get a bit of a reload on NVIDIA there before we go to Brendan quickly. And if it gets back to that 127.50, I want to be continuing to take profits. But beneath that pre-market top, I still believe the short is valid. Brendo?
A recent runner, PCVX, on the move again this morning. They priced this. That recent offering, they were talking about 600 million worth of a stock offering for this one, guys. PCVX, so that means obviously they should be up 5% so far.
All right. So the only thing that is working is our AMD short right now, as that still goes to the downside. So nice little take there. Google is refreshing itself back to the upside. So we're going to go short again here into 96. We do have our out, right? So we're going to get out 96.50 if it keeps on going upside. But there it is. We will average into this trade now on Google and see what happens. So we still like the short. It's just popping back up, so that's all good. It really sucks because Amazon was really sort of the name that I did want to get, but we don't have it. So right now, we're just going to have to watch out for some of these reloads on Google. And then AMD, yeah, that's not really doing much either to the downside.
You sure?
AMD, well, yeah, it's not. I mean, it's hovering around. I'd still want to go short in front of 60, which we did do, but it's the reload right now on Google that's got me more excited. So let's see what happens here as we're at to 96 bucks right now for Google.
I mean, I did everything I could to try to give Coinbase some room on that long, and it still ran the stops to the downside and is right back up at 75.60. I might need to let that one calm down a little bit because going over 2 and slap the fail, when I feel like the long still stays valid, the shorts over here, I mean, I was only saying, I wasn't questioning whether AMD was down, but I had just gotten filled when you said AMD wasn't going. I had just gotten filled at 127 on NVIDIA, which was weird to me. It's like if NVIDIA is at the low of the day, I would expect that that's exactly where we should be on AMD and some of those others. But Google, I did get it in front of 96. I'm going to have to scalp some out in front of 95. Remember, I'm on the bid at 94, and I actually have to make sure do not auto cancel because I don't want to lose that order. I don't want to forget about that. But on the way down, if it breaks 95, I'm looking at that 94 level for a potential long on Alphabet. So I'll be there if it gets down to that price, which means I'm going to be wanting to take profit on the way down to it. Intel actually strong. So I suspected this might happen because of Mobileye and everyone anticipating that it won't open for a while. So I was looking for a bit of a pop. It's into some resistance. I'm going to be shorting pops on Intel, but that 27 break is going to potentially have to wait. I feel like until Mobileye opens up. So we might have to be really, really patient with Intel here today. Brendo?
Some Chinese strength coming through so far. New Oriental Education, which is that EDU stock, making a big move here after they reported. From what I can see, not a good report, missing across the board, but big move up here. That's not the chart. There we go. EDU up 22%, guys, on heavy volume here off earnings.
All right, and the market's starting to rally a little bit here. It's surprising to see Apple going to the downside with the market rallying. So 150.30 right now, Apple going the other way. Remember, it was like half the market. So I'm a little surprised at what Apple is doing here, trying to go the other way for this. So we'll wait because I'm trying to get shorter here on Google because this is up to 96 and change right now. It's a nice move upside here off of these bottoms. There we go. Now we're in it for a decent amount of shares. So let's wait to see. We still have the out. If we do take that 96.50, looks like it's going to do that. It's this very strong move back up here to the upside. And you know what? I mean, that's it. I feel like they've showed us now what they want to do, and that is they want to buy Google. Any sort of downside prices down near that 95 bottom. That was the bottom. It's already come through once, and here it is again right now. So yeah, we will lose on this short, but not. I'm now convinced that I do not want to be short in this area anyways for Google. Let's let it. Hey, look, if it tanks from here, fine, but I'm going to give it 15 more cents. There it goes to the upside. They're buying this name up, so I don't need to fight this anymore. We've done this before. We talked about it yesterday, fighting the trend on stocks. This right now is upside, and until we see a reason to short this name, I do not want to be short Google. I'm short now, but I'm not averaging in until I'm getting out. First of all, I'm not going to average it until we see this 98, 98.50, something like that, to re-engage in a short. So right now, we are short Google. It's fine. Even if this goes all the way up, we're still fine. We don't have a lot of shares here, but here it goes. There it goes, right? Oh, almost broke. So we are going to get out here. There it is. So we are now out on a break of Google. I think they want to buy this one.
Yeah, it looks like they are making an attempt at 96.5. I did get into Spotify at 90. If this one clears right through this 90.75, I'm going to have to get out of Spotify as well. Google, Spotify, NVIDIA. Didn't get anything for profit on Spotify, so it's going to be the quick in and out on that one. I have to give more room to Coinbase because I got shaken out of that trade, so I'm going to take a little bit less and get in again off that 76, and then going back over to Alphabet. It's trying to make this move through 96.5. 97 was your breakdown price. I don't want to be averaging back in for the shares that I got out unless it fails at 97, and I'm completely ignoring Tesla here. And Tesla, 225, it's come, it's gone. Tesla is an absolute rocket ship. It's just the same story over and over again. This thing breaks out off the open, and I'm nowhere to be found on it. Now taking out that 225 level, Tesla looks like it's a bit of a screaming long. Oddly enough, Intel's starting to slow down and run to the downside when NVIDIA was showing signs of strength. So NVIDIA curls back up to the high, reloaded at that high, and now you're just headed right back into southbound. So it looks like the chips are relatively weak, but some strength coming into the rest of the market. And my goodness, Tesla. That's a rocket ship.
Tesla's a monster.
It's a monster.
Ever since their earnings. And that might happen to all these other companies too, right? I mean, you're going to get the earnings report come out. People get flushed down to the downside because they're the wrong way. And then you get a nice little move upside right now. But we did re-engage. So let's just keep getting out, man. We did re-engage on this trade here for AMD. So another out there for AMD. It just went into the 60s. So there's the out. And we just got an 85 short. And there's the out there, 65. So a nice quick 20-cent scalp there to get some money back for us on AMD. We still have upside targets here of AMD breaking longer through 60. So watch out, man. It hasn't broke yet. That's all. And it looks like it's going to do it right now. That's why we're trying to take some profits. Amazon did go in the money for us about 15 cents, but now you're starting to go back up to the upside. Wow. Now you're really starting to go back up to the upside. So this is going to be another one of those days, man, where I'm caught the wrong way. And I don't know, I'm caught the wrong way right now, which doesn't mean that we have to be caught the wrong way heading in. But there it is. It does take something out there at flat, 116 flat there. We did get a piece out on that upside move as it just kept going. And we did have a 116 target for an out there on Amazon. But now you can see our average price is 115.80. And it looks like it now wants 115.87. Looks like it still wants to go back up to the upside right now. So wow, this market definitely getting excited. The wrong names here. And then, okay, small hit, but there we go. AMD right now, long AMD, trying to take a little bit of profit on that one here as that's starting to go long through the upside there as we take that long break through 60. But wow, this market getting excited to the upside. I like it.
Yeah, it is. And look, I'm watching the ES here. It just got to this overnight triple top, 38.50 and change. If it does clear it, I think it's more coverage of some of those longs. If we're below it, then I still think if I like the value, if I like the price level, I want to be working with it. So we're still below 97 on Alphabet, so I'll still continue to hold that one. But Snapchat, I mean, this stock has been a monster. Like, it's about to break that 980 high from yesterday after breaking out. Just stick to the relative strength, man. And this one is a beast on the way to $10. But watch out for that 980. It's got still more gap to be filled. I mean, $11 is where the stock was. So 980, big level over there on Snapchat. Nvidia is at least, this one is starting to hold up. If I hit enter too quickly, can I do, come on, there we go. This one is continuing to hold that pre-market top there. So the 129 shorts have been solid on Nvidia. At some point, it could start following the market, but this is the one that has worked out. So I'm going to keep on working with this one. Google continues to challenge higher, but it's Tesla, the real rocket ship here. Enter twice, still holding that 225 level, just not a lot standing in the way of Tesla. If it consolidates up here, I mean, the market's pulled back 10 handles on the ES, and Google is still at 225. If we make another push to the upside, longs off that 25 almost seem inevitable.
All right, so we're making some money back right now. I'll hit the siren here for Amazon, man. It's too bad that it went to that 116, but we did take some pressure off of that trade. Now we're back into the money on Amazon net. So good trade here for the short. It still needs to go down a little bit more. We're waiting in the 30s to get the fill there on Amazon, but we do have an out and a short almost at the same time there. So on Amazon, so it's coming back in. We did lose, man. We lost about 40 cents on that first take, and then now we're in the money about 40 cents. So that's why I'm saying net, we're okay here on Amazon. Let's just see where it goes from now. I'm bidding in the 30s, as you guys know. That Microsoft went right to 232.50 and stopped. I like the break long 232.50. So if that comes through, let's try that break long 232.50 for a Microsoft. Sorry, did I say Amazon? For Microsoft right there, if that does come through. Google did stop us out, man, on that rip upside. It went to 97. There it is. Nice little take. Yes, sir. Right there. I would kick some more money on Amazon as that's coming back into the downside. What's up, Brendo?
Man, just worst start to a day since March 2020 for Microsoft today. Big move down. Here's Riot, guys. All the crypto names starting to go once again. Just took out the highs there on decent volume after what happened yesterday. Bitcoin, Ethereum also back to the upside 2 days in a row here.
Yeah, and guess what's creeping? Silvergate's creeping back up there at 60, getting close to 60 for a break. But I got to show you, like Coinbase, I'm going over some of the big cap as they move. So I was short in front of Coinbase. It broke out that 76, and then I was like, yeah, this should be able to go. It reversed, stopped out beneath 75. But what I said to myself is, look, if the range down here is like 73 and the daily says it can go to 85, take less shares when it reclaims to the upside. Only add if it goes and starts holding in the money and trending. So just a little bit more patient with this the second time through, which I should have done the first time. And just I don't want to be ignoring this one as well. But we talked Bed Bath & Beyond a little bit earlier. It's back above that $5 level, potentially breaking out here. So above that 5, this is on a bit of a rally. 550 is a monstrous level on Bed Bath & Beyond, but it's above that 5. I like the longs holding it in front of 5, even on the way to 550, 555, which is a big level for Bed Bath & Beyond. Small caps in play too.
All right.
It's a small cap, I guess.
Yeah, it's a small cap name for sure. All right, we're going to wait out for AMD. So we did short it just now. We just talked a piece out there. We got short at 15, out at O's there. Now let's see if it can make a move back down. Amazon's really printing for us. My plan of action here on AMD is honestly shorting this. So if it comes back up here to 60.50, I want to be short AMD in front of 61. The market's still red today, as far as I know, and we're still just below the, well, we're getting above the 50 period here. So I don't know. Let's see if the market does truly want to stay above this 11,500. So for right now, I'm not sure what it wants to do, but there's another new position right now. So this is going to be my newest slippery slope, and that's going to be Microsoft. So we just went long there on Microsoft. Let's take a little bit of profit up here at 69 if we can get it. Now we're really starting to fly for softies. So good trade alert here for me on Microsoft, as we did take, yes sir, as we do take some shares on Microsoft, and now we're getting excited to the upside here as Microsoft breaking. We gave you that 232.50 level, so it's a nice little move here for softy as it's starting to go back up to the upside. So well cooked right now for Microsoft. AMD short, Microsoft long. Let's see if this works out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those, you got to find something to the long side there. I'm looking for it to add to Coin and Bed Bath & Beyond. Looking to add some Tesla to it. It's not going to be 225. It's going to have to be that next quarter break to the upside as we're testing market highs. Tesla is an absolute rocket up here. You're going to have to give it a couple bucks worth of room back into 225 here. That's the key level, but it's right on that quarter break, about 5 cents away. 227.49, the current high. It just broke now, so into some Tesla as well. Somehow NVIDIA is managing to hold up that short. Alphabet's still testing that 97, but Tesla, the rocket ship, 2% to the upside. And by the way, Twitter, obviously they don't think Elon's going to have to sell those shares, but Twitter is actually holding some strength there. That's the other sign that I wanted to watch out for. If Twitter were to tank, that would have been positive, but I guess no one thinks Elon's actually selling. Brendo?
One that had a big day yesterday, guys. Not really seeing anything on this again today, but heavy volume yesterday. A big move up for QuantumScape. QS was right out of the gate. Very, very strong. Back above $9 here, testing that high right now for QS once again.
Hey, man, when the garbage man's around, man, you got to watch out. Some of those names, I mean, they're not great names, but they're running. They've been so beat down. I still like QuantumScape. That's that solid-state battery play, so watch out for that. I used to be involved with QuantumScape, if you guys remember.
$8.
All right, what just happened to Amazon? Amazon just took out some of these highs. I don't want long now, so we're going to get out of Amazon right now. We already have Microsoft, which is really running nicely for us, so let's just get out of Amazon. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. The short was actually fine on Amazon, to be honest with you. We were able to cash out decent amounts of money on that one. So I just don't want to be long, but that did fill us out. So we're now out of Amazon. Let's just call it for what it is and just continue to watch it. There goes Microsoft, man. We are out of 2/3, a little bit more than 2/3 as it's falling back in right now. So Microsoft does fall back in off of that 233.50 level. And here it comes again, back down to 232. No real long areas for me, but we'll average in a little bit, and I don't want to get caught doing this. Like, we've already made money on Microsoft today. We don't need to get caught on this name, so let's just wait to see. I'm going to try to hold these shares and let it settle down a bit. Maybe we'll take 32 break long again if and when that happens.
Yeah, and just going to be reloading. The one NVIDIA's trying to hold up that 130, but the one thing that has actually been okay the entire time is Intel off these highs. They're that 27.5 to 27.30-ish range. And so it comes back to 27.30. I am reloading this one and then see if I can't work it to the downside. NVIDIA, however, you just got to watch out because NVIDIA is now finally challenging the top. So it's been a good short, but higher lows, 127s, then 128s, and now it's going to be challenging that absolute top. Tesla now long, Coin to the long side is obviously working out. Bed Bath & Beyond's kind of holding for it, but the last two shorts are in that chip space. And do not want to forget the apple of our eye, 150. Yeah,
flat right now?
No, well, that 150 break yesterday was pretty solid, but you're actually seeing a little bit of a downward trend here. So at the open, we're trading with a 151 half high, now a 151 high. So it's kind of putting in weird lower highs over in Apple. It's above that 50 mark. But I'd like to see this hold some higher lows and maybe start trending to the upside before I believe in this name. Obviously, that price has been a bit of a linchpin. As I said, I just got into Tesla. Not really on the offer. Actually, I'm on the offer of 29s. And then if it breaks 30, who knows where we can go on Tesla. Obviously, a bit of a rocket ship. It's too early to think about Mobileye, but it's in the back of my mind, and I have the level 2 up. If we start getting indicated open prices, at that point, we'll have to start looking at that one a little bit more heavily. There goes NVIDIA. It just broke out that 130. So the only short left is Intel. Everything else to the long side and running.
Yeah, we're still fine. We did reshort Amazon and we're able to capture a little bit of money off that one. We're going to wait to see what happens there at 116.50 or so for Amazon. So we're going to get some more averaged up prices here, and then just hopefully we don't break, but we could break. So we're going to set that order in right now, 116.50. I just don't believe, obviously, as you can tell, that a lot of these names want to continue to go to the high side right now. AMD is starting to go though. This is another one of those names that as I look here, we need to make sure that we represent that 61 level pretty good. So we're going to go short here at, well, we just went, that's small. That was just to round out my position. You see we're short right now at 60.25. I want to get some more at 3/4. So right now we're offering, looking to average in at $60.75 for AMD, just into here a little bit. I mean, and then there's 61. 61 was yesterday's key level yesterday. So hopefully we don't run up to that level, squash us out. out, and then that's the end of that one. But we'll wait to see what happens here with Amazon. Microsoft is still going to the downside. We did get some out. Oh man, looks like we might turn red on Microsoft now for me on the day. We did get some out there at 232 on that break, but now we're holding 232.50s. But again,
Neil.
we only have about 20% of the position. But still, man, 20% of the position down $1 is not good because we didn't make $1 on the 75%. So let's wait to see what's happening right now. Amazon really starting. Not really starting to go, but this has sort of been the name that's been hovering a little bit. We need to see some of these decision-making points here. Microsoft might be down here at 231.
And speaking of decision points, NEO just got to $11 on a dime and rejected it big time. So if it holds VWAP, there's always a chance it could go again. I started out with Li Auto as a short trade breaking to the downside. It ends up taking out the pre-market highs, getting to that big 1650 level. And of course, I'm busy with other things, gets to the 1650 and rejects that break. So this is where I say to myself, look, it's 10 o'clock or at least close enough to it. What was the original thesis? That the gap fill to the downside on Li Auto was the potential move, and if it couldn't hold above 1650, then I'm not looking for longs. It's back down below that price, so working the short up to that level is the way I want to go. Got to be a little bit patient with it. We're now beneath that 16 even, which does mean you're far away from the stop, and I want to take a little bit less. I will have my eyeballs on NIO and this name here, Alibaba. Alibaba, super strong at the highs, up 5%, testing that 66 level, looking pretty strong. But if this starts to roll over, sometimes it was relatively weak when everything else was running. Today it's relatively strong when the EVs are pulling back in. And speaking of EVs, Rivian, 35 break. This continues to be an absolute rocket ship to the upside. And now it has taken out 35 and holding above the 50 period. This wants to trend from here. Hold of 35 and the market takes out the highs. Rivian's a place that you want to be. Still giving coin some room. Still have an Intel short. And then Bed Bath & Beyond. This one's kind of going sideways. But above that 5, I like it to take a chance to get up to that 550 area where it did reject in yesterday's trade. Alphabet, oddly enough, that one initially was a good short. But look what it's held. So this stop out, give me a break. Is that a wick? Oh, that was a bat.
What happened?
No, look at the wick on Alphabet here. Alphabet never broke 97. Yeah, Alphabet didn't break 97 here. It looks like it tested 97 after, so I probably would have been stopped out anyways. But yeah, it looks like when I got stopped, it didn't break 97. Now it's back below that 97 level. So I should still be shorting this beneath 97 is what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
it happens. It happens.
It happens. Yeah, Google has a 9705 e-signal, but I don't know.
No, it's when it happened.
Yeah,
it happened 5 minutes after. Like I would have been stopped out anyways, but when I got stopped out, it actually hadn't broke.
Okay, got it, yeah. Man, these stop outs. All right, we did take a little bit more short there on, long on Microsoft, so let's see if that can work. Our AMD, though, is still hanging upside, so that's going to be a trade here that I am a little bit worried about. Our only short that we have on right now is Amazon, so we have AMD, other than AMD, is Amazon. Our long isn't here on Microsoft. Trying to defend that 231 bottom there. Let's see if that can hold. Was really surprised how much that took off there, so wouldn't be surprised if it tries it one more time. The market is now trying to blast a little bit here, so good. I mean, good, right? Let's see if we can take down 232 and get back up to the upside here for Microsoft. That's going to be a problem for me because AMD is continuing to get worse and worse. There's Amazon. We just got a 50 on Amazon, so alert to this name. This is the one, and this is what I keep going back to, and I'm sorry that I'm only on these 3 names. We've already lost on Google. We'll talk about that in a minute too, but Amazon, Neil's talking about that. We're all doing it. So Amazon is the one that's sort of just trending down, man. There's another fill. Like we just got another one at 39 there. So here it comes down to the downside right now comes Amazon. So this has been a sort of a savior for me here today. All the other names sort of have just been sort of washing back and forth. Amazon actually holding out at this 116 level. So now we have an 80-cent winner on board here with Amazon. So let's see if it can continue to go to the downside. I'm not going to be silly about this though. We got to get some more out because it is near this bottom. That would we've already made today.
Yeah, and just to come back over to Tesla, just to recap some of the names that we're sort of sitting in, it broke that, 225, obviously a big level, but 227.5. It broke that out. It went $1 in the money. I didn't take it. I was in front of 29s. It looks like it's holding support about $1 lower. So if that's going to be the range, then this breakout, I'm going to give it that buck. Tighten it up a little bit because it looks like we're making some tops. I did get some, well, obviously I got back in that to Alphabet. I talked about that in front of 97. And Li Auto I got into. This one looks like it's still holding some weakness. I want to at least be working some back at that 16 area, and then want to keep an eye on Alibaba. If you're trading any of the Chinese names, look at Alibaba. That just bounced off VWAP and continues to run higher. Looks like it's going to be a pretty strong day for Baba there. Still holding that Intel, but if Intel takes out the top, then I got to get out of this trade. It keeps on testing the highs, the afternoon highs yesterday, and then fading back in. There hasn't been a fade just yet on this latest move. So got to give it some room. Obviously, we still have Mobileye to come around for that particular play. And your old friend, Palantir here, I keep seeing it in the chat. That's on the midst of a bit of a breakout. So Palantir up 1% and a good-looking break. The other thing that's on a big break is CCL. It's like I trade CCL every single day except for today. I'm in a bunch of stocks. CCL should have been one of them. This has been sort of free money every time it makes a consolidation breakout, and it did it again. Without me.
CCL, yeah. I mean,
so good. It's been so good the last couple of days.
There's so many things to trade there. We haven't even looked at Meta. Someone's saying Meta down. Right now, Amazon is $1 plus in the money. So that's really, if there's any ideas today that you might want to follow, it would have been Amazon, which we did write on the sticky note again as well. Meta, actually, nice little rally to the top side right there, up to 134 and change. So, I mean, that's good. Well, it didn't get there. That high is 134, but it got to 133.75 before fading back in right now. Unfortunately, guys, I got to put my attention over here on names that I'm actually in. So here we go. Oops. Oh, no. AMD crashing downside right now, which is great for me. The only problem is I did have, oh, man, I had an extra bid there down. That's okay. We did cover some in the 40s for flat. So we were short at 44, and we just covered at 44. Meant to cancel that trade, but we did get some 44 covers, which is pretty good because now it's at 50. So that name's starting to work. Microsoft, we're now flat on that name for the day as it's still going to the downside right now. And Amazon just bounced off 115. Let's put another bid down here just to get something out in the teens. There it is. Yes, another one. Hit the banger right there for that one. Spin it. This trade for that was pretty awesome. But we do have on board and on deck over at the, well, not at the big screen, at the big desk is, and I said to Brendan, I was like, oh, it's a vest kind of day today. So what's up, Brendan? Looking dapper over there on the big desk.
It's a big day, guys. Big day for the market, big day for earnings. Let's get into what is happening now. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, so much more. Use T-Live at checkout, guys. Get yourself 20% off because, hey, why not? Here we go. S&P 0.5% downside right now. Trying to bounce currently, however, 0.4 even as we speak. 0.3 already green for the Dow. Russell 2000 notably strong. It's these two right now leading to the downside, 1.5, 1.6. For the NASDAQ, few things we were discussing. If you joined us pre-market this morning yet, Google, Microsoft earnings, Spotify earnings, not good. All under pressure, all downside, but a bit of a bounce underway here. Here is Spotify currently trying to hold 88 at that aftermarket low right now, on a bit of an uptick back higher. I want to mention this one as well. Some of the cannabis names showing strength to start things off, including Grow Generations, just got back above that high from yesterday.
I don't know what just happened. Like the market just blew up, and I don't have any news sources here.
The Bank of Canada raised rates by 50 basis points there. So that's what I just saw. But I mean, I was sitting there as Lee was basically breaking support. I'm like, okay, this is about to go home run short. And then all of a sudden, we just bounced off that level. I mean, I was in the money on the re-entry on Alphabet and then broke higher. My stop is in place there. I'm still giving Coinbase room because I feel like it's got so much potential. I haven't even gone into Microsoft, but like everything. I mean, everything was just sort of trending down toward the bottom, and then we got like a little volume spike to the upside. So if it's something other than what I just saw with the Bank of Canada there, I know there was home sales. U.S. home sales.
The market doesn't give two shits
home
about
sales
Bank
came
of
out
Canada.
as well, but I mean, really? It's got to be home sales.
It's got to go Brendan, yeah.
It is the Bank of Canada, guys, because it's less than expected. They were expecting 75 basis points. They go half. to 0.5. So it is, less than expected. 50 basis point hike from the Bank of Canada versus 75. That's the first one that's been less.
Bunch of bullshit anyways. So I wouldn't, the U.S. market, AMD doesn't give two shits about that, but it does give you, some cover, I guess, the fact that, hey, if Fed, we have our own Fed here, so if they are called Bank of Canada, so if they are changing course, see that right there is a Fed pivot, my friend, right there. Expecting 75 and giving you 50, that is a bit of a pivot. Similar to what we're expecting for a Fed pivot when people finally talk about that. But hey, man, never fear, because that didn't do anything to me. I just went more short. So Amazon came upside there. The only problem was we did get out of our AMD, so we do get killed on that one. Not killed, we re-shorted it, because when it took down that 61, I was like, nah, doesn't make any sense. If it was just home sales, then I wanted that short again. So we did get blown out of our initial short on AMD. We have re-shorted it and taken some profit, but AMD is super strong against this market today, so I don't think that's going to be the right one. The one that I'm more proud about, of course, was this reload right here. And let's get some more out. We'll bid some 47s. Hopefully it does come in and give us, there it is. Give it. Yes, sir. So we did re-short Amazon. We talked about wanting this name to the short side today, and really the only short that's been working, so that's what we're doing. We're now short Amazon, and we did take that advantage to get some out on Microsoft. So Microsoft does pop up. We actually got a 231.85 out right there. So some of our longs came back in. We were able to get out on that spike. I still want to be able to hold this, but here comes the move back up to the upside again. And again, Fed pivot, man. Is that signaling something here for the federales south of the border? We will soon find out.
Yeah, and just to go back over to coin, I said I'm going to be real patient with this. I'm actually offering above 78, but you're seeing this now just glide higher, and this is what I'm looking for. Just hold that glide higher, try to break out, and then if it goes, there's room to 80, then 85. If the market is going to go up, I do like that one. I see some people talking about Mullen still. It's beneath 50 cents. It's got, support yesterday, I guess, on the way back in, held 46. So I think that's the only level to work off of. It breaks out, you could be headed 10 cents lower, but it's beneath that 50 level, which is pretty psychological. First trade for me in Twitter, I'll just quickly go over this because it's more of a scalp trade. That 75 to 70 area, I'm just longing in front of it. That's what we did in the afternoon. First fills in the 80s, and then I'll add more in front of 70 with about a 70 stop or slightly lower than that, and then scalp it to 53 because for whatever reason, there's somebody selling a boatload of shares at 53, and that hasn't stopped since yesterday.
All right, let's look for some new names here. I was just watching Microsoft. We did take some more out on AMD as that came back into the 80s. Again, we're waiting in the 70s now. In case this market does want to flush a little bit, I think that's a fugazi, that report. It's real.
It's real.
Bank Canada did it. It's just I don't think that Powell is talking to Bank of Canada about anything. So we'll wait to see. There it is. Nice. Yes, sir. Come on, let's go.
I'm sure they talk about something.
No, I don't. I don't.
How's the golf game
Who's
going?
Who's our Bank of Canada chair?
I forget his name.
Exactly. And we live in Canada.
I used to know.
Yeah, so did I. He used to be Carney, and then he went over to Britain there, the UK, and now he's not even over there anymore. So, all right. Let's go to PayPal quickly here. We'll go to Brendan. He always got something, and then we'll talk about PayPal.
It's this Cano again. Wall Street Journal now reporting CVS and Humana, HUM, still interested apparently in this. So a big spike down initially, or up initially, then down. Volatile, to say the least, guys, for the CANO.
Okay, so it's activist investors in, they're out, they're back in, whatever. I guess that'll figure itself out. So Alphabet is holding up above VWAP here, but it's beneath that 97, so I'm still going to be working that short trade as long as we're beneath there. It needs to break out above that, hold a bid. I got my stops just slightly above, just so it's not at the even dollar. But if this takes out VWAP, 95 can be incoming there. Twitter's already starting to work. Li Auto starting to come back into the upside. Remember I was saying watch out for Alibaba? Li Auto re-challenging 16. The market does break lower, and this holds below 16. I do like that, but watch out for Alibaba, which sometimes can be leading that group. Baba's breaking highs, man. This is just, at this point, this is in the midst of I don't know why I'm missing that data. This is in the midst of a bit of a jailbreak here off that 66 level, and I feel like I'm missing the party on Baba. When the programs get going on this stock, you kind of just want to join the trend. 65 is an obvious dip price. 66 I don't like as much, but I don't mind usually chasing Bob a little bit as long as you can find yourself some tight stops. So 66, 65 on some dips on Alibaba. This one looks like it's leading the entire group. I haven't checked in on Pinduoduo, which is another favorite of mine. That's back above the $50 level. If it does load, there you go. Back above that $50 level. Pretty key. You're now giving that entire gap back from Monday and breaking out from here. So this sets up a little bit better with, I think, more reasonable stops in front of 50 than Alibaba. So that's where I'm going to go. Pinduoduo. Anything back into 50, that's where I want to buy the dips here. Looks like the Chinese names are back, at least temporarily.
This is funny because my net is kind of just like not doing anything here today. It's because, you know, as Microsoft continues to bleed down, so do the other names that we have. So long Microsoft, and again, I have the least amount of shares in Microsoft. I have more in AMD and on Amazon, but here it is down to 231 right now. Quickly talk about PayPal. So I just did buy a little bit more. Quickly talk about PayPal. We just got into it actually, breaking through 90.50. So now we're long here. I still want to be long until we get down to here. I was hoping that we'd get an average in, or sorry, that it would fall to 90 first before we took 90.50. But again, remember what that news was with PayPal yesterday? We dumped it way too early. We had PayPal down here yesterday. We had it in the pre-market. What am I even talking about it? We had it down here at like $85, $86. Let it go all the way to 89. Our best out was like $2 or $1.80, something like that. We got out in here for 86.50-ish. Now let's let PayPal start to run a little bit. So here's a nice little move to the upside. Remember the news there on PayPal? Obviously, it's regarding that button, the Venmo button going on to Amazon. Yep. So it's a nice move up there for PayPal. We just stopped at 80. Let's get a little bit out on that name. But so far, so good here. PayPal battling back and Microsoft trying to dance off 231.
Yeah, and I just noticed NVIDIA, which initially was shorting off the pre-market highs, it then broke out at 130. As the market is trying its best to get through that high of the day, it's now dipped back into that 130 level. So if this holds VWAP, I want to be long in front of VWAP and play it to that 132 top there. As I go back over to the Chinese names, just to go over the plan, I am sitting on the bid of PDD. I was going to do Alibaba, but I've decided Pinduoduo looks a little bit better on a setup. And Softy, if you're looking at some relative weakness in the market, I know Google's holding, Alphabet's holding 97, but Softy's also holding 233. So those big names on earnings have been the place to go, and they still look relatively weak. I think the shorts are still valid in both these. I haven't even traded Softy today, and 230 on the break is setting up, as well as that 33 potential short. I mean, this looks good a whole day long, and Alphabet's been a decent hold as well. So don't want to ignore Softy. That 230 could be crowded, but it's at the lows when the market's at the highs. That's relatively weak, which means I should be leaning back into those shorts. Brendan again?
Just reading through some more of this Bank of Canada statement, guys. They did actually speak on both the global growth over the next 2 years and specifically U.S. growth, and did not indicate that going negative. So they're saying 1.8% in the rest of 2022 and then just 0.2% in 2023. So in a world where the market's looking for any indication that things could be getting better, that might be a start at least.
Yeah, I see, says the blind man. Yeah, no, so, okay, good for that. I see, says the blind man, yeah.
There's the rest of that saying.
Mobileye indicated, okay, so MBLY, this is from Brendan right now.
27? Currently?
It doesn't. I mean, my bid's at 40, so whatever it opens up at, it opens up at. I just got to make sure that I get over to that name when it does open up. All right, so here we go. Microsoft, a nice little rally to the backside now. We are now nicely in the money, so let's take advantage of that as it's into the 70s. So here we go. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a war cry now for Microsoft. Let's see if it can get back up to the upside here. It's a nice trade for me, man, on this name. So let's see if it can go. We did average into it. You can see where my prices are at right now, 231.15. We just took an offer there at 60 or 70, right at VWAP there. So that was 75. So comes up to VWAP and stops. We could probably take another piece out if we do get up there, but we did have to average into PayPal. PayPal went the other way for us. So let's see what happens now. PayPal average long here, 90.30. We said we were going to wait for that, and we didn't. We hope that hadn't happened, but it did first, and then it came back down. So now we have to wait for PayPal to get hopefully back up to the upside long at 90.30 right now.
Yeah, so once I see that indicated open at 27 on Mobileye, I'm going to be watching Intel for some sympathy moves to the upside. If that starts creeping higher, you could see Intel start to break out. So once I see an update on that number, that's when I'll be concerned with that move. Li Auto actually didn't go above 16, so it's holding the bottom end of the range. I guess it's relatively weak, but until it breaks that low, I don't think there's anything to celebrate over here. I did get a dip buy in NVIDIA, so I'm now into that one. Bed Bath & Beyond continues to hold that bottom, at least for now. It bounced off 5 even. I was waiting for it to bounce off 5. Now let's see if it can hold it again. It's above VWAP on my 3-minute. I'm going to be adding some at 10s, and then my stop is still going to be at 5 even. That looks like it's going to be holding the level pretty nicely there. And then just going back over to Tesla. Tesla did not sustain that breakout. I did tighten up the stop. It's now bounced off 225. So I gave it a tighter stop than anticipated because I originally wanted to give it 225s. I feel like that's really the level. If it's above 225, I just need to be in the long on Tesla. So anywhere back into that dip or even in the middle, like a 226 area, I should be jumping back into this trend to the upside on Tesla. What I did grab the dip on was NVIDIA. It's now bouncing off of VWAP. I grabbed it in front of those 30s. It's bounced off VWAP. If it can get back to those highs, 132 is the target.
All right, let's go. We're back, baby. This is what we're doing right now. The money coming in on Microsoft. Good little dip buys, obviously, on this one. It's funny that we're only been long on Microsoft here today, and it's my number one stock. Well, yeah, it'll be my number one stock. Why not? This is now in the money at $1.50 and ripping to the upside here. And we don't have much left, man. We don't have much left of Amazon. That came back into 115 for some reason, so we took some more out on Amazon. And then look at this out on AMD as well. That's still Amazon? Hold on a second. Where's AMD? There's AMD. They almost look exactly the same as what I was going to say. Dip back down into past support and then bounce back up again. So now that I'm noticing this, that's pretty strong. I'm going to take out another piece right here at 37s if we can get it. Ooh, we just missed it. Sometimes I don't like to go right on the bid, which sometimes hurts me. So let's just go on the bid again here at 41. There we go. We got taken out at 41. So there's another one out for that one. So we're kind of diamond handsing a little bit of these names because we're trying to hold 4 key levels. So to me, that's kind of what it's all about. Getting out here is really scalping, but holding it against key levels and getting out when that happens is pretty good. So, wow, there we go. Mr. Softy ripping to the upside right now. I mean, where will this name stop? I don't know. We went long down there at 231 and definitely getting paid off. Now $2 in the money. So we'll spin that for you guys again. The net is definitely getting excited here to the upside. Look at PayPal as well. This name back to 90.40. Let's take an offer out here if we can get it. But nice movement all around here today for some of these names. You just had to be patient with that Microsoft bottom. Now Microsoft, maybe we'll just take a piece out, man. It's bouncing off that 200 period. We'll do some more work when we get back from Brendo.
I mentioned there was a few Chinese names showing some strength. Here's another one, guys, just popping up again on volume here. BILI up nearly 6% on the day. Look at the daily chart. In need of a bounce, anyways, for Billy, guys.
No, well, look, they're all in need of a bounce. There's no question about that. NIO's back up to that 11 level. If it breaks out at 11, I'm just going to get out of regardless of where Li Auto is. If we start breaking out on NIO, then I just need to get out of it. I tried to get on the bid of, and I did get on the bid of PDD, but I'm going to do this, which is cancel it. Look at where this is going. It just continues to rock higher. So 51 actually seems like a better level than that 50, as these are now trending big time. And this is broken out at least past that dip price, or at least past that capitulation the other day, and that's why I like that's why I like PDD over in Alibaba. But above that 50 level, I'm only really looking for longs until it gets back down. I just got to reload in NVIDIA, and I want to keep buying this one down into VWAP there as it tries to take out that 132. That's where I pivoted from short into the long. 130. The high now is 132. So we've pivoted on the long side. I want to hold on to that as long as we can. If it breaks VWAP, we do have to cover. And then here comes Google, or at least Alphabet. It's like the last shoe to drop is this area here. It broke 97 barely. It got to about 15. My stop's just barely above that. and it continues to reject this. So this is like the last thing holding out hope for the short side. It's down that 7%. But the longer it does this, this could be an absolute jailbreak above that 97.50 area on Alphabet. Tesla still holding top of the range, not really breaking out, not really flushing. And then same thing with Coinbase. Keep giving it room. I could take dollar scalps on Coin, but that's what got me in trouble before, which is thinking a little bit too short term there. And Bed Bath & Beyond, I just got the dip at VWAP. It breaks 5. I'm all out of that one. Do not want to be holding it past that $5 level. Wanted to run to that 550, but that is also a pretty big short area. I'd be out of this if it got to 550 and then looking to short that level at 550.
Man, just still had some of these shorts. First of all, we did get out. We're now holding about 30% of our bottom take there on Microsoft. So we just got out at 233 flat. So that was a good trade there. To have been holding this AMD trade. And again, we tried to be responsible getting out at VWAP and at some 50 periods and so on and so forth. But here we go. Now we're breaking down, which is kind of surprising to me. Not surprising that it's breaking down. We've only been short on AMD today, but just surprising how low exactly we are going here now on AMD. So yeah, maybe this is a good out here. Let's take it if it, I don't know, I just don't want to get out. We're already long PayPal, Microsoft. We've got great longs over there. And then our shorts are still cashing in. But honestly, man, I have 10% of both Amazon and AMD. So not much to talk about there. We did reload. Oh, I was going to hit that reloaded. We don't have that one yet. But we'll just say idea. I don't know, like reload is kind of like I had an idea. So there it is, nice little reload there on PayPal as it goes down to 99 again. So that's another name. Go Softy. Softy now breaking through 233 as that's getting excited to the upside and again right now. Yeah, let's just get out of AMD. I'm just really excited for this Microsoft trade. So I don't want AMD to go back upside for me right now just in case. So yeah, 60-30 or so getting out on AMD is going to be my target there. Hey man, that's going to be an 80-cent win, so we'll take that. 60-30. If that breaks, we're out on AMD.
Yeah, and it looks like there's the break. I mean, that 223 level is finally through. Like, I wasn't really long bottoms on Microsoft, but Alphabet could be doing the same thing. You've now broken the bottom channel. So pre-market low, 223.5. Double top, 223.5. If you can't beat them, join them. Although I never actually got into a short on Microsoft, and it's now through those levels. So if it wants to go upside from here, I see the NASDAQ at the highs, the ES breaking the highs of the day. So the longs are starting to come into play, but you're still you're not really breaking away from any of these ranges. So many of these things just are hanging out, and we don't actually have to make a decision on them just yet.
Right.
Except for the fact that look, we're through on Microsoft, but Alphabet continues to refuse to break through here. So I'm just sort of still sitting in the short on the last one that's going to be in here that is in the Chinese name, that's Li Auto. And I'm not willing to give it up until we actually get through these levels and start breaking higher. Could happen. Absolutely. Really just longs across the board holding on. But Alphabet still wants to be beneath that 7% down. It could jailbreak, and I think that's the last shoe to drop for the NASDAQ to get through the highs would be Alphabet going here. It is time for the small cap recap. I got one of them, if you count Bed Bath & Beyond, but haven't really been paying attention to these. Brendo, what's up there, bud?
Yeah, quiet day, typical for earnings season, guys. For small caps, they tend to take a back seat. Here's a couple that were moving around, however. In the pre-market, Epix was pretty epic to the upside. Once it got through that pre-market high there, which was that high on the daily chart, anything above that, a ton of room. I'm going to wait now until 320, 350, see if those levels come into play, but we're only at 280, so a ton of room still to the upside for Epix moving around this morning. I was also watching this, CGC not really doing a heck of a lot. We did test some of these levels from late in the day yesterday that came into play, but just kind of chopping around within its range right now, up 4% again today for CGC, you guys.
All right, there's the out on AMD, so we'll hit the siren for that one. Good trade there on AMD for the last piece anyways, on that short side. PayPal doesn't really want to go, but we did get a nice out there on the 200 period for Microsoft. So again, some nice bottom picks there. We've tweeted this out as well, but there it is, 233.50, our last out. Now I'm pretty much flat on Microsoft. I have 5% now of the trade, so we did have 25%. We got out of 20% right there. there at that level. Now we have a very, very small position here for Microsoft to come back in. Now, if it does come in, that's fine. I'd rather that not happen. Let's take another piece out. There it is. We'll take another piece out on PayPal. Just noticing this market right here. I feel like the market's going to blast higher right now. This is the NASDAQ with a 3-minute chart going on right now. So you are getting ready to take out the 100 period now on the NASDAQ. So that's coming in right here, 115. 11,575. It just bounced off that. So let's wait to see if that gets going to the upside. I want to hold these longs just in case. Microsoft, I had to get out, man. Microsoft's not a good report. We've talked about that. So I'm happy to get out of Microsoft. PayPal is already cooking, man. It was cooking from yesterday. Big movements on PayPal yesterday. Let's drop this down to like a 10-minute chart. You can see what I'm talking about. Boom. Already had that move. Let's just see if it wants to continue. That's the whole point of this PayPal trade. Hold it to see if there is any continuation in the name. So PYPL still trying to make moves to the upside.
High a day on now 10% to the upside, high of day on Pinduoduo. I'm going to get a little bit more, I'm not taking the top break, but I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive on any dip buys. I'm hoping it rejects this level and pulls back in. And there was a question, 3D Fox in, is the red EMA line on 200, what value are you using? I don't have an EMA on my 3-minute chart, which is what I'm usually showing you guys for executions. That's VWAP. On my daily chart, I have the 200 period, which will show up as purple, and the 50 period, which shows up as light blue. But that's just VWAP on my 3-minute that I keep showing you guys. So it's not an EMA line at all, guys. It's just, I like VWAP. I've always used it. This is the one indicator outside of volume on my executions. NVIDIA is still above that. Still above VWAP. That's the line down there, like I just said. I did not reload after getting some shares out. We'll see what happens there. And just to go back over to coin, because I'm still giving this one room, right? Like, it's making a nice little flag here. And I said to myself, after getting stopped out on this earlier, if there's so much room available to the upside, I'm just going to go over here. There you go. Holding above the 50 period, like this is what it's trying to break out from, 76, 80, 85, then I shouldn't be stopping it too early. So I'm trying to preach some patience here. If we do break out higher on the day, this one has an absolute ton of room, and I completely ignored you twice here, CCL. I just want to, if you look at what's going on in the ES, like why is the ES so much stronger? Well, NASDAQ, you have Alphabet still holding lower, Microsoft still struggling a little bit, but you have a lot of names which are breaking out. The travel names are incredibly strong today. We just got to $9 on CCL. I wish I had this long. I don't. And now I'm going to be looking for the short off of 9 even. It's $8.99 the high of the day. If it breaks, fair enough. Risk a couple of pennies. It's a decent size offer at 9. I'd say about 1 million shares. Is it 1 million shares? No, sorry, a couple 100,000 shares sitting on the offer at 9 even on CCL. I should have this long like every single day this week, but I don't. $9. I'm in front of it to go short. If it breaks, 901's my stop.
I was debating, just looking at this Apple trade here and debating what to do with it. Where's AMD right now? Okay, so AMD bad out, but not really, 10 cents later. We're still holding on to our Amazon trade. Amazon right now is diamond hands. Again, we only have 10%. It's not like this is a huge trade to the downside here, but Amazon is breaking lower, lower, lower. And if you did hit me up on Twitter, thank you for that. But if you look here on the sticky note, this is part of what we're talking about right here. Amazon short sell, right? Cloud play. This 118 should be a short. We never got to that, so we just shorted 116 instead. And then we've been short this whole way. We're waiting for the Mobileye IPO. There's the short here for AMD. There's the Microsoft short. That never came through. And then Google, we wanted to stay short on that name, but we did get out. We actually wound up losing on Google today. So I just went short, got taken out. So yeah, it definitely held that 97 and now is looking like it wants to break lower. So actually that's a good look right now, just hovering around.
It won't break it.
It won't break it. That's kind of the problem. So I think you got to wait either for 97 to come in again or nothing. Yeah, actually, I don't want to do anything with this play, actually. We just got, we've been getting out of PayPal. Let's just stay on this one. If this breaks below like 89, 80 or so, then we got to get out of that one. But yeah, the market coming in a little bit here.
Mobileye's price is dropping, the indicated.
Yeah, well, that's...
I should be shorted. I should have shorted Intel.
I don't know. I'm going to change my orders then. I'm going to go down couple hundred shares there less on Mobileye. So MBLY.
Because think about it, like when You want there to be
25.50.
You want there to be hype. You want it to be like increasing that price. Then you like buying that open. So I'm going to decrease my shares, but I'm also going to jump back in. Well, I was waiting for this to open up and give indicated prices on Intel, but Intel put a wick high at the top anyways. I had a win, then a hit on Intel. Now I'm going to short it off that top, but I do have to watch out. I have my imbalance locator up because that starts shooting back to the upside. It could be a potential problem because Intel is climbing and actually green on the session on that sympathy. Brendo?
Yeah, that was pretty short-lived up there in the 27s for Mobileye. 25.56 currently on the indicator. Wing, guys, up on earnings, just taking out the high. Big volume alert there. 157 broken. 20% for Wingstop.
Yeah, Brendan will let us know. There's already 1.1 million shares, or that's the value. So that's not that much on the value side. Let's wait to see what happens with Mobileye coming through right now. All right, so that's that. Amazon did retrace back upside a little bit here. I just don't know if we want to go long or short anymore, to be honest with you, on this name. I'm going to still try to respect this 116 right there, and we will go a little bit more short on the upside, but this is not something that I want to like dig into here. I'm not convinced that we have the right play on the short for Amazon, but I will take a little bit more shares up near 115.90 if that comes in. You should really go short a little bit more right now, but let's just wait. Let's wait because the market is rallying. We do have a nice trade, obviously, there in Microsoft and in PayPal. And then going back to AMD, you're just saying that Intel's pretty strong. Look at AMD.
They're all strong.
Yeah, that's also pretty strong right now. So I just got to make sure I don't have any stop orders to go right now. Mobileye priced at 26.
Like this is, so I mean, give me a break. Like I just got into Intel short off the high of the day. And the second I'm in it, NVIDIA shoots $1, which at least I'm long that stock, so whatever. But Intel, I just got into the stupid thing. And then look at it take out the high on Mobileye going down. So throw that thesis out the absolute window. Remember CCL, that $9 level? Okay, so I go short at 97, and it immediately breaks 9, and now I'm out and reversing long. So once again, it is just everything long and just looking for this. And the NASDAQ's now broken through the high, so I like being positioned long at this particular point and don't really want to do much except work these long trades as we can hopefully break this, get through 11.6, and then start breaking backs. If we start breaking shorts backs here, everyone that dug in, it could get really ugly for the short. So I just want to keep on adding it solid prices. I'm still holding almost everything. Bed Bath & Beyond's not working, by the way, that long. Doing absolutely nothing for me, but I guess it's in a bit of a different bucket. But all the shorts, Sans, Alphabet, have now been stopped and looking for reverses almost all across the board. But this is Alphabet, that 97 level. I mean, it just can't seem to go through it. So I'm just sitting in this short. It worked initially off the open, and now it's doing absolutely nothing. Twitter, by the way, I did get a reload on that one, so continuing to work that the same way. But it's trending downside. Go figure. Twitter breaks that 52.70, and I stopped doing this little scalp long. I got to VWAP, which really it's more about the 53 level. Ignore VWAP there. There's sellers at 53. It can't get past that price. We'll see what happens on Twitter. Coinbase, I'm still going to hold on. Every time it goes $1 in the money, I tell myself that's not what I'm looking for. I want this breaking the high. I want this getting to 78, 79. 80s, if it breaks 80, it has lots of room to run to that upside. And then always watching out for Alibaba and those the Chinese names. This continues to break high. 68 now on Alibaba. And I wasn't willing to grab that break on Pinduoduo because I wanted to wait for the dip buy. The break was absolutely fine. So I'm going to cancel that 51. It's almost like you can't be long enough here. PDD, like 10% to the upside? Really? Time for the crypto update with Brendo.
PDD.
Yeah, big bounce for some of the Chinese names. Big bounce, guys, for a lot of the crypto-related stocks as well. Trying to follow, anyways, big gains in the underlying coins today as well. Here we go. All of these to the upside in a big way today. HUT, I mean, we talked about all of them. Mara, Riot, BTBT, BITF, SI, there's MSTR as well. 10% on the day for STR. So big day. Here we go. 2 days in a row. Now firmly above 20,500, which was that high, that last high on the daily chart. Trying to get back into the 22,000 range, I guess, would be the next stop for Bitcoin. Looking pretty good once again. Here's the big board from Binance, 6.5%, 24 hours. Almost 14% here for ETH, 24 hours. 1,570 again. It's been a long time since we've seen those prices. 3% plus then, top to bottom for the rest of the board, including ADA, Solana, Dogecoin, and Matic. Doge up 10.25% today, guys. Back to you.
Up 10.25%. So those of you trading Doge want to add a couple zeros to that probably, but still a nice little move to the upside. Okay, we're in a little bit of a quandary.
That's a school word.
Not bad. Right now. Why? Because we have AMD long and we just hit Amazon short again. So that's why I'm trying to cover a little bit of this Amazon here. I like the longs better than that. But just in case here, you know, something's going on with the market. I mean, we do have this long into AMD. I was looking at, for me, AMD has nothing to do with Mobileye. We've already talked about that. That's an Intel thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, you know, we did start to break higher there, and I thought a 60-50 break was good. And then I wanted to get into here on a 70 break. Just saw this happening, saw the market above the 50 period, and was like, let's go to this name. So hopefully it will rally back upside a little bit here into the 60s and into the 70s. I do want to relieve some pressure in the mid 50s if we can on this name, but right now I have this is like a tale of two cities, like I said there. Long Amazon, short Amazon, long AMD might not be the recipe for success here. So let's wait. If this takes down $60.25 right here, then we want to get out and then just try to hold our Amazon, make a little bit back on that one. But we do have more shares on. I have 3 times the shares on there we go. Now we just got a little bit out on AMD that I do on Amazon, guys.
Yeah, so I just took a couple of legs out of Microsoft there at 234. I waited for this one pretty long when it was bouncing off those 230s for it to break through that resistance at 33. Now it's actually starting to go. So I want to make sure I'm getting paid. Whoops, I can cancel that offer. Getting paid on the way to 235. If that gel breaks, you could really see a big run. I just got CCL, reversal, short to long. Hit enter twice, Neil. Sorry, guys. Short to long off of that 9 even. It got up to 908 and then right back in and then gave a dip buy into 9 even. So if it wants to hold the breakout price, I generally like that as a bit of an ad. I got orders on the way to 920. If that one wants to continue to rise higher, I will take a look there. NVIDIA, you just said it with AMD. Not going to care too much about Mobileye. Bounced off VWAP. I still haven't seen it break that 132. I actually want to give it a chance now. If the market continues, I want to give it a shot to break that 32, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to hold on to this through that 32 level. So NVIDIA and Microsoft starting to work. Twitter's still working against me. Guess what's showing some signs of life finally back above VWAP? I've been really patient with you, Bed Bath & Beyond. Second bounce off of VWAP. I'm going to start getting orders out here because if it's not moving quickly, a meme stock, then sometimes that means there isn't a lot to it. So I might have to start taking profit. This is not really going the way I would have expected it to go. Pretty slow movement on Bed Bath & Beyond, so I should just trim it. If it gets to like the 30s, which is the actual high right now, I can probably forget about those 50s. Not enough volume on this for that continuation that I'd like to see.
I mean, look at this trade, guys, right now. Microsoft is now $350 in the money off that 231 bottom that we talked about. We hit it 3 times. So hopefully we can get back going to the upside. Like I said, we only have about 10% left of our position that was down there. It's Amazon and AMD that I'm sort of really confused about right now because they're both really not moving.
Netflix.
I mean, Amazon, yeah, Netflix, we can look at Netflix again. This market's trying to go back up to the upside now. So hopefully, there it is. Amazon, we're out, so that's fine. We're getting nervous about that, so we actually are fine on that reload. We will slightly lose on that Amazon trade, but not by much. As here we go, let's see now. Hopefully, as this market's taking out days high, is it? Yeah, taking out days high. It's funny because if I was long anything else, we'd really be cruising. So AMD needs some pickup here. Get some pep in your step, young man. Let's go AMD up to the upside. 60-70 where we went in the first time. Maybe we'll get a piece out, but wow, let's go AMD. You need to pick it up a little bit here.
So yeah, I just got stopped on Google. You can say it hasn't really broken 97.25, but I had my stop just a little bit tighter than that. So it's only the longs in play for me at this point. But I just saw Netflix there. Wow. Netflix did see 300 just now. 299.79. It got all the way up to 300. Might have missed this one. Watching some of the other big cap names, like Microsoft looks like it's okay. Nvidia looks like it's going to be okay as well. But Netflix, 300. That's going to be a pretty crowded trade if it gets there. I almost don't care. You got to look at this from the standpoint of, it's breaking a double top. It's one of the strongest names in the market altogether. If you zoom out, the gap fill on Netflix. Okay, that's not even going to show you. There you go. The gap fill on Netflix was breaking down at 330, and you're now breaking the 200 period moving average. That's an incredibly bullish stock. So I know sometimes you buy at the high and you kick yourself, but 300, got to take a shot there. Those are levels, not dreams are made of, but those are levels that you got to have.
All right, so a couple trades working on right now. Meta breaking 133.50. I like that long. I'm not even going to wait for that. I just want to take the 133.50 break. That high right there is 75. Maybe we should wait for that, to be honest with you, that 75 break. But we'll take a 50 break anyways, therefore Meta to try to get that name to the long side. Again, Microsoft is working. That's now $4 in the money. PayPal's 30 cents in the money. But this name's kind of just dancing around. I want to try to hold out in case this market does blast off to the upside. We'll make it, we'll make a killing on it, hopefully. But right now, PayPal is definitely stopping at these levels. So it doesn't want to break through 40. So here it comes, turning around a little bit. Let's just, there, it takes them out at 28. Why not do that right there? Was that 28? Yeah, or 30. So we'll take a little piece out there. It just keeps on bouncing. So we don't need to be part of that, to be honest with you. If it wants to rip, it rips. We already have some good longs in the market. We got a piece out there. We said we would do that if it ripped up. So we got some 66s on AMD. But this name is disappointing me. Because Amazon's going to the upside. Amazon's up like 60 cents since we started to get this position. So hopefully this name can run back up to the upside with it as well. Mobilize tapping right now 25.25. So that seems more like it might be
theoretical auction price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so hopefully that will come through. 25.25 right now for MBLY. Michael Bravo Larry Yankee. Not bad. That time, hopefully you understand that.
Apparently it's Lima.
Lima? Yeah, what doesn't matter.
Larry's better.
Lima, Larry, whatever. I like it. There goes Softy. Wow. That's all we could say about Microsoft, because there it goes. Huge move, man. $5 now in the money. And there's Meta. Let's go as well.
Yeah, and now it's official. Alphabet just broke so pre-market lows, it just broke above that. That's when I started going long in Microsoft when it did it. I waited until then, and I waited till now on Alphabet as well to grab that long trade. So that one's going to start going. It needs to get through 98, 99, obviously, but the bottom is kind of in here on a lot of these names. Microsoft is now really churning into the upside. Pre-market high is right here at 236. You break out from that, and you're filling in the gap, essentially, and the gap is like 240, actually 242 is filling in the gap, realistically. So lots of room still to go. Coinbase is the 50 cents in the money. No, more. Not taking it out until that goes further.
Yes, give us more, give us more. Let's go right now. Let's hit all this. Let's do everything right now because we're dropping the dimes right now. Look at Meta, nice little upside move there. So we're just trying to take some out. It's 30 cents in the money now for Meta as we have that 133.50 break. Nice little upside move. Let's take advantage of it. Get some out. Here we go. Let's go, Meta. Nice little move here to the upside. We do have some shares on board, so let's try to take something out here. Again, in the mid 80s. All right, we'll take an 85 right there. Thank you. Come again on that one. And then we will wait. Come on, let's go. Give me some. We're at 98 right now. 96, 97, 98. Give us some 98s, Meta. If you dare give us that. I mean, I'd like to get it if we can get that. So right now, 133.95 right now on Meta. We're waiting for 98s. We gave you all of these calls, man. We gave you Microsoft. Hit the damn like button right now.
Guys, think about taking some profits on anything following the ES. You are at these tops from overnight, guys. This is 38.80 on the ES. This could be a turning point. The NASDAQ stocks are strong and breaking out, but some of these names that are following the ES could run into some support. I'm seeing that happen like CCL and some of the travel names. I've got a trailing stop on Microsoft. We're watching highs here on Bed Bath & Beyond. That's actually starting to go.
What?
Everything is at these big tops. I would say you want to make sure you're getting yourself paid out there. I just got into Alphabet. It's still beneath those pre-market highs, but when we hit big levels like that, I'm always thinking about trim some profits because the overall market is at a big resistance point. If you get a pullback and you've taken some off and you still like the long, guess what? you can buy the dip if you still like it. Brendan, Sector Watch.
Typical for an earnings day. Very mixed board to show you here, guys. We are positive on the day, only just right now for the S&P. 0.07, a lot more red kind of creeping back in. Basically anything that's standing out in the red going to be an earnings name, including these two. Goog and Google up here, still 7 plus. To the downside, financial, AIZ 10.5. Downside, Microsoft 7.25. Downside as well. There's FFIV, STX. They also both reported under pressure. Enphase and SEDG, those were big gainers yesterday, leading the way as far as semiconductors are concerned. However, there's enough strength coming from other areas of the market, including the industrials group that's helping to offset most of this. GE having a nice day, earnings to start the week. ROL, CSGP both reported, they're up. UHS as well in the healthcare group, a report. Not a single negative name in the healthcare group today. So back and forth we go, guys. Right now, basically flat, 0.08 for the market.
Yeah. All right, here we go, guys. Yeah, big time movement in the market. So let's have a quick look. As the bulls are back, we just gave you guys this 133.50 long in Meta. Right now, it's in the money, 70 cents, 80 cents. We just took a piece out there for 80 cents. Look at our AMD trade. Blast. We hit it 3 times. Now it's blasting up to the upside there. AMD, 50 cents in the money. And Microsoft, let's hit the sirens for that one, as we are now $5 in the money off the bottom there for Microsoft. We have 4 longs. You can see it on the board right there. PayPal as well, 50 cents in the money, trying to go to the upside. So for me, it's really all about Meta, man. We hit that with some vigor. Nice little upside move. We only have now 25% left on this move, and about half of our AMD trade. So let's see if we can get this one going. But hey, bullish sentiment maybe in the market turning around. We flushed out on Microsoft and on Google. Now you're starting to go back up to the upside. But like we said, man, we're at key levels again here for the ES and for the NASDAQ. The ES right now at 38.75. But I'm trying to hold on. Let's see if we get a bump here. Even more than this. Will the NASDAQ turn green? Probably not.
Yeah, like I was screaming out, make sure you take some profit. I mean, there was a dip, not deep enough, unfortunately, on Alphabet there. It did get up to almost 98. It's now starting to pull back, so I did take some profit. Greg Moore asking, did I keep some of Bed Bath & Beyond? Obviously. Because, look, as much as I said you got to get some shares out, it's not going with the rest of the market. When it got to the highs the market was breaking, remember, it's 555 that we're looking for. So I do still have some on board there. It was more about patience than anything else. And the thing I'm going to be pissed off with myself about is you can always be more patient. It's not being in CCL lower, because I liked that stock yesterday. But Bed Bath & Beyond now starting to go. We'll get some 40s and I'll get some 50s out. I am taking this all out in front of 555. That is a monster level on every single. This is a 3-minute chart, double top yesterday. It gets there, that's obvious. But you go to the 15-minute and pull her back. This is what it looks like on the higher time frame. I'm getting all out in front of 555, and then if it makes a break from here, great. I'll take a breakout trade. I'm hoping for a dip to be able to reload some of these. As the market is now starting to make that second leg to the upside, it's all longs for me at this particular point. CCL. So sometimes you make mistakes, and the only thing you can do is if you miss a breakout on a stock, you've been taking breakouts every single day, then just take the next break. I can't rewind the tape back to 875. All I can do is take the trade where it was. It's broken from 9. I just got some in front of 910s. Microsoft, all I'm doing with this, because if I'm off the bottom, it's a different story, but I'm just trailing this. I had a trail at 235. I'm going to move that trail to 36. I think 240 is where the gap fill happens. If it does fill the entire gap, it's got to be that 240 level. Unreal moves jailbreaking to the upside. NVIDIA as well continuing to churn, not really through yesterday's tops. That's a bit of a different story. If we can't clear these highs when we're at resistance and the ES is trying to go green, the NASDAQ still in the red. If we can't clear these highs, I got a trail out of NVIDIA. Not green yet, but getting very, very close. It's long and strong here in this market today, as it's a bit of a rocket ship. You called it game 1 of the World Series with the earnings. We haven't even gotten to the rest of the big ones, which come tomorrow.
To spend that much. Rob's saying we have a deal, corporate deal from Dell. So I'm going to try to get my kid a computer so we can play Valorant.
What do you say?
More. Nothing. There was some sort of a deal. My kid wants like a new gaming computer. So I told him,
Okay.
yeah, because he just has an old one from the office. So it's like, it's really old.
Oh, he's
it
one of
still
those?
plays Valorant and everything like that. And I have some 1060 cards as well. So from when we were mining crypto. So yeah, lots of stuff going through on that one. I don't have a stop here for Softy, but I mean, we're getting to that point right now where we're in the money now, $6. So that could be something to look at here on the top side, man. You're only down 5 and a bit percent. I mean, there still is opportunity to run higher here. We've sort of wick topped at 237 a couple times. I feel like this is a good spot just to close this trade right now. So let's do that. We'll get it out at 93 if we can there. There it is. There's the closing trade for Softy right there to end the day, man. That we'll just do it like that. Good trading there for Microsoft. I don't care where it goes now. That's, for me, I'm taking $6. Why? Because no woman, no cry right now. Meta, huge move. $1.30 in the money on Meta. 50 cents in the money for AMD here. So I'll just keep letting Meta ride up to the upside right now. Nice move up here. Meta, obviously we should have held the whole damn thing as that just kept on going on that break, but I'm getting better, trying to learn this. It's a nice move to the upside. Now Meta only down 2%. What a crazy move upside right there, man. We should have held that a little bit more, but what can we do? It's a good move. It's upside right now.
Ooh,
Meta just extending, as is our net. So it's been a good day so far. I'm disappointed in PayPal, though.
What's wrong with PayPal?
It's not moving. I mean, I'm up on it. It's fine, but it's not moving.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's not moving.
So look, I just got trailed out of Microsoft. I wanted it to go to 240, but when it broke this, I just slapped a trail. When it took the next dollar out, I just said 50-cent retracement. I'll get out of it. I got to start thinking about, look, obviously Bed Bath & Beyond. I've gone over that plan. I've trailed on Nvidia as well because it's at yesterday's highs. But I really do need to think about what's going on with CCL a little bit here because, you know, it's. Like it broke 9, the market continues to churn higher, and it's having some trouble, even getting through 910. So if it doesn't break it right here, and I don't need it, when this happens, initially when it broke, I was offering at 911 as part of it, it's a complete coincidence, at that price, just in case it goes to the upside initially. But now that it's consolidating at 10s, there's no point having an 11 offer. Because if it breaks this consolidation, I should see a couple of extra pennies up here, up to like 13s or 14s. So that's what I'm going to do. You back that offer up, and if it doesn't break, well, it's probably coming back into 9 anyway. So just give yourself more room. You never want to have a take profit right in front of a consolidation level. What's the point? If it stops at 910, it's not going to only fill 11. It's going to go further than that. So I'll give CCL some more room. Bed Bath & Beyond's getting close to those highs. Coinbase, which if you want to go to the higher time frame, it's now through that 77. This is where, oh, whoops, I had to go to the daily chart to show you guys this. It's so far away. So this is where it either gets to the next level, which is 79.80, and then from there, 85 on a continuation, or we just start breaking back down. I've been holding this one and was not nearly patient enough with it earlier, so I want to give it some room to be able to go. Twitter is a dog. You know, I actually thought there'd be a scalp trade in Twitter, so the only long that's not in the money right now is, oddly enough, Twitter. It's just gliding to the downside. There's something about the price action in Twitter. It's like, who doesn't believe this is happening on Friday? Whatever it is, somebody doesn't believe this is happening on Friday. That's all I can gather from that. But it's all about the jailbreak to the upside. Ring the registers where you can. I'm watching Bed Bath & Beyond here. It's not quite at that 550. It's curling at 540. That might just be good enough for me because, quite frankly, if I'm thinking about shorts in front of that level, again, like yesterday, then it going to 540 has to be good enough. I did get a dip buy at 510 as well, so it's not just the original 19s that I have. I do have some more in at 910. That's a decent enough return. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to take it right here. So taking profit out, relieving some of the pressure on some of the longs that we do have, because not everything is going to be that home run style trade. Sometimes you're range bound trading, and this is $5 into that top. It doesn't have to get all the way to the top. Sometimes you can just trim it early. In fact, you can even get out a little bit earlier than that, but still holding on to one long. It was the last short. A lot of those shorts, holding on to them, that was a thesis. I believe the upside, or in this case downside, was there for Alphabet. Since it broke that 27 for good, It's only $1 it's only gone $1, so I'm still holding on to this because if it takes out 98, this has 99 and 100 as the resistance levels I was watching. But watch that ES. It is having some trouble at that high, that resistance from just overnight.
I'm like just really, first of all, nice moves to the upside. We did cash out some of that AMD there. Yeah, Tesla, Netflix.
I forgot Tesla.
All of this stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're forgetting much here. Nice move. Whoa, that went to 135. Okay.
I missed the Netflix break too.
Yeah, Netflix did break 300.
It's at 302.
I might get out of some Netflix. I almost have a double at Netflix. I'm long 175 on that name. I was going to say good out on Microsoft, but it's rallying back as well. We got out at 237 flat there, so that's going to be a good trade. I do want to look, though, at this level again, 135 for Meta, but I kind of want to have a piece on. I think this market definitely needs to go a little bit higher. What the hell, PayPal, man? This name, really thought this one was going to go. Mobileye, 26.35 right now is
I'm not adjusting.
The theoretical auction price. So
So
we'll
like
see
for
where that opens.
I don't know about you, but like the original size I was taking on the long, I'd only go back to that if it gets back above that 27, which is weird. Like you want to buy more at higher, but that just means the hype is better. Like the market keeps breaking out, and that's still beneath the initial indicated open price. And now, that being said, at some point, regardless of how good a long may or may not be on Mobileye, I am looking for a short. I've already paid for locates, and I'm looking to short it. I missed you, Netflix. That $300 break, as everything else was going gangbusters. That break it looks pretty clean. Whether or not you could have got liquidity, that's a pretty clean move into 303. Stupid strong Netflix here today. And if you're checking back in on, I guess some of the, Tesla's at 230. Rivian. There's another one, that 35 on Rivian. It goes to 35, makes a secondary break, holds it for the dip, and continues to go. There were just too many longs to be had out there. Still have a few of them, Alphabet, Coinbase, and CCL, which is still going. But yeah, Rivian probably should have gotten into this. They've all been rocket ships. You said this is Li Auto. It ended up taking out that 16, so I try Li Auto short, only beneath 16 that I like to short. It's back above. And then Lucid, only because I always tend to ignore this name. These have all been pretty strong, but Lucid getting pretty close to a big level at $15. Straight, clean moves to the upside. As my daily charts are going to be loading up a little bit slowly, but pretty strong breakout on all of these EV names. Lucid, look at how disgusting that break is, and then look at that hold of support. Sometimes it's not that complicated, but we only have 7 minutes left. If you don't like this action, well, not in the market until we head over to the midday, boys. But if you don't like this action, I don't know what you like. Because I'll tell you right now, I came in thinking short, and got my butt kicked on the short. And then the longs came in. And that's the reality. So we're trying to make it back here on those longs. But there is not just this. I was showing Sean the most ridiculously obvious chart might have been Palantir. And I'm going to show you why. Look at the chart of Palantir. It breaks at, this is the high, $8.38 for the last week. That's the top. It breaks out that high yesterday. It dips to 838 was a high. It dips to 839, then makes a fresh high. At 9:30, what price do you think it dipped to? $8.39, and is now testing the high of the day. Sometimes it's just that obvious, and anybody that looked at that and played these levels and these little brackets here, hopefully you made a bunch of money, because it should never be that obvious as we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, busy day in equity land. Let's talk about currencies here real quick to wrap things up this morning. Negative overall for the US dollars on the session, 0.7 to the downside, back to 110. This is the Canadian dollar, however. We got that note from the Bank of Canada this morning, 50 basis point on the increase for our interest rates here in Canada versus 75 expected. So wild ride so far for the CAD. We're back to positive on the day after a big dip to the downside early on. 73.72 right now for the Canadian dollar. Look at the euro. Wanted to point that out as well. Hey, we're back to parity for the euro. It's been a couple of weeks at least, 0.8 to the upside on the day. The pound strong as well, 1.2 full percent back higher. The entire board, rest of the board here, very, very green on the day, including Australia and New Zealand. Been on a tear all week long, 65 and 58 and a quarter for the Australian dollar and New Zealand. Kiwi, guys, back over to you.
Kiwi. Oh, yeah, I haven't even had any of the fruit salad there
busy
today. Yeah, a little busy there today. We'll have that in a couple minutes. Thank you for joining us. Please hit the like button, man. It's been a good day. We have we have 7,500 watching, 1.8K likes. Let's see if we can get to 2.5 real quick, man. I think we've given you a lot of bangers, man. We got out of Google early to not get in trouble with that. We got it out of Amazon. You know what? Amazon, forget about it. Hit the like button for sure anyways. Whatever. Don't if you don't want to. But 117.50. Damn it. That was a great level there for Amazon up there at 117.50. Oh, that's 120. Where's the 20-minute chart? Right there, right into there. That's 117.20 right there. Oh, okay. So if this gets going back up to I should have shorted that one. We've been looking short in Amazon. This is the one name that I've wanted short. Let it rip up. We lost on our last. It was great. The short was great, and there's no doubt about that. We got taken out one time there on Amazon, and then taken out the last time right there as it went against us. Oh, that was a mistake, by the way. I wanted to go short there, made a mistake. So that trade is a wash. But this was the real one. There, 116 and out, 116.10. So took a little bit of a hit there, but I did want that 117.50. That could have been something again. So, oh man, all right. Amazon back to 117.50. I'm going to sit there and take a short, like 117.30 or so. Let's get that locked and loaded. Now PayPal turns red. On the day? I don't know on the day, but on this trade.
You know what
I
think?
Yeah, it's not doing anything. Where's my out on PayPal? So breaking through 85 and I'm out. Let's just try another little long here for PayPal. Maybe there's just sleepy right now.
Yeah, it is sleepy, but I like PayPal here. Like, I bet you, I'm willing to bet if we said like gun to head, between PayPal and Block, almost everyone around here is going to pick PayPal. That's just my gut feeling. But I finally got some fills at VWAP on Twitter. So even Twitter has decided to get off its lazy schneid and give me a fill, well, at least for profit there. But there's still a lot of earnings to get to. Monster one after the close, well, a few of them, but one of them in particular after the close. What is it, Brendan?
I just saw Mobileye, guys, creeping back up again, 26.31 on the indication for MBLY. Yeah, if you thought today was fun, tonight going to be a lot of fun, and tomorrow and Friday also. Here's what's to come, guys, after market and before the open tomorrow.
I don't know. Look, obviously everyone's going to be laser focused on ServiceNow. And
Western
QuantumScape.
Digital.
Yeah, I think that's. What else, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean,
Merck.
MasterCard's there. We saw Visa come out today with an increase in their dividend. McDonald's in the top right should be an interesting name as well. Chipotle's always good. I don't see that on there, but I think that's a little bit later. Yeah, I mean, Ford. I mean, even Teladoc. I mean, there's so many names that you're going to want to be interested in there on that board. So, yeah, man, I mean, join us again. Now Mobileye's tap is 26, so I don't know. It's moving around. Hopefully Mobileye will open up very, very soon, and we'll have it for you on the midday show with Prad and Luca. So, yeah, going to be an exciting one, needless to say. AMD has pulled back a little bit now into where we're long. I mean, we're long at 60.40, but this was sort of the breakout price. So I'm going to try a little bit more here on AMD. Wow, Microsoft back down to 235. Wow, that was, I mean, honestly, guys, that was just like, we saw 237 a couple times. Now it's just like, let's just get out. Oh, and Meta, same thing happened for Meta. So Meta broke there, so we got out of the last piece. We still are holding something small. I feel like we are getting ready to reload some of these trades, man. Nice downside move right back to the 50 period. Let's go long on some of the names that we like, and one of them is going to be Meta and AMD at these levels.
Yeah, as you're starting to pull back in there, I just watched NVIDIA. I actually had a stop. I had my old trail. I got my take profit. I thought I was trailed out on NVIDIA. That wasn't the case. I actually got the 133 high, but then still had my trailing stop in there. So I accidentally went short in NVIDIA. I just got out of it, didn't want it. It's not really near the dip prices, but it could not break out at that high of the day. That sets it up for a potential top break. Alphabet started coming back down in. I trimmed some on the way back because I asked myself, if we haven't actually broken out the tops on Alphabet, and you haven't even broken, like this is where support was at 98 in the aftermarket, and it's not even getting above 98. That kind of tells me if there's one thing left that can be possibly shorted, Alphabet still can be it. It hasn't really had a big jailbreak. 97 was okay, but that was the last thing to turn, and I want to make sure that we're not getting too stubborn with some of those longs. I trimmed just about everything else, but Alphabet not quite as strong as the overall market. Through 98 almost feels stronger, and I'd wait till VWAP for any test. 96.5 is where I'd buy that little bit of a dip. Just one last one. We're running out of time here. Bed Bath & Beyond got real close to 550, not quite. If it gets to if it went 3 cents higher, I would have put that short on in front of that high, that 555 top, but it's getting really close. I do favor it for the short, but I am looking to break out through that high of the day. I would reverse on Bed Bath & Beyond if it can take out that 555. It's now 11 o'clock. It's been wild. It will stay wild. The afternoon's going to be great. And then more earnings to come as we send you guys to the midday boys. Trader Prad, Luca, kill them. Get them.
It's going to be a brand new
day, obviously. Thursday, Wednesday? Today's Wednesday, I believe.
Thursday, Wednesday? Yeah, I don't even know.
Today is Wednesday.
I think it's Wednesday, yeah. We got the IPO coming up here.
Wednesday IPO day, indeed. Mobile Eye coming out soon, pretty much. Markets, well, S&P 500, not markets. S&P 500 turning green on the day after starting pretty bad into the red side for both of these markets with the help of, obviously, Microsoft and Alphabet. Today, Alphabet also having a pretty good reversal off the 95 area, and Microsoft having a pretty decent reversal in itself off the 300 area, and the NASDAQ now only down 0.7% instead of being down, I believe. At one point, we were down at least 1 to 2% on both of these markets. So obviously, days turning around. S&P 500 trying to see if it wants to take out the high day again. And if it does, we'll probably look to get in some longs. At the moment, though, I've been just waiting for Mobileye to open up with a couple trades here and there. Most of them really didn't work out to my plan. So now I'm just waiting for Mobileye to come out and IPO, so that way we could look for some opportunities on that position.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's enjoying the show, having a great day, and staying profitable. Today, kind of crazy today. Everything's moving, things are moving, kind of crazy move to the upside. Look, I would not expect that the Bank of Canada only doing 50 basis point hike would have caused this kind of move in the market. And I still don't believe that it was actually that. But I mean, yeah, that's what we're going with. So, is what it is. The longs were really, really good, and really, really good setups today. Nice trades. And yeah, everything's moving. Definitely waiting for that IPO. It's going to be interesting. Not really sure when we're going to open, but when we do open, we'll have that for you, and it'll definitely be exciting for sure. I'm watching Microsoft. I'm watching Google. This market continues to make highs here. I don't really know what to think, but I guess we're going for a 3,900 test on the ES, so definitely going to be exciting. And yeah, if you are long and strong, hold on to those positions. Yeah, Google long. Google is going up here. And lots of opportunity for sure today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just over here trying to look at the Fed rate tool to see if the Fed's pivoted by any chance off the Bank of Canada number, but looks like not really. Still the same, 6% to 94%, 6% towards the half a BP raise, and 94 to 0.75 raise. So maybe we'll see that tool pivot around a little bit more as the S&P 500 does clear the high of day. We're now looking at the 8880. Looks like the overnight highs of the S&P 500 manages to clear past that, and now NASDAQ with a pretty monster green candle in itself too to the north side. Volume coming back into the market to take these longs a little bit higher. Maybe we do see Google coming into 100 area, and then that will probably be probably a really good spot to short Google. Obviously, yesterday we saw 103, 104 coming into play, and then that 103, 104 area rejecting, not really ever getting past 104. And off the earnings report, we saw it pretty much get plummeted to 97. We did go to 95 today at one point, 95 holding, moving back to 98, which is a 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here. Trying to reject the 50-period EMA for the time being, also the pre-market highs. But most likely, if this market wants to keep ripping the highs over here, we could expect Google to kind of do something similar. It says I have no trades on board, but I'm actually short Shopify at a pretty bad spot at the lower day spot over here. So I have an order to kind of get out flat in case if it does come back in, because this market keeps going. I thought, the small little drop that we had in the market over there was going to at least pull back the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ slightly. So I took that breakout short on Spotify, but right now, 46 cents out of the money, sadly, on that position as S&P 500 keeps going up. UVIXI, which is down 2.3%, 2.4%, now under $11. 2 days ago, we were looking at the $12 area, $13 area, and now we're looking at 11 and 12 area for UVIXI. VIX currently also still going to the downside at 27.63. Volatility going away from the market, while the volume is not really coming into the market either. If you ignore the top three volume leaderboards today, which are the 3 times leverage ETFs. It's going to be Google and Microsoft with 37 million, 39 million, and then Snapchat with 41 million shares traded.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking at some of my charts here. My main focus this morning was Microsoft. Hopefully you guys all did well. That morning kind of dip and wick off bottoms right off the open. This just did not want to break 230. I initially tried the short because, obviously they missed. They're down. I'm thinking short. And try the short here, just kind of thinking that maybe we rip up, get the fill and go back down. Did not work there. Tried the short, slamming it near the bottom there. That was a little bit less size. Then I just said to myself, look, listen, it's Microsoft. It's given wick off bottoms. This is going to 237, so I'm getting long. So I get long, cover VWAP, cover the pop, cover just above the 50 period. That was amazing. I held some through this drawdown, then battled for price to reload here, kind of missed the move. And, Microsoft, and for anybody day trading it, watching the tape, you see that it's whipping around dollars at a time, right? So you have two options. You can either live with the result of trying to battle for price for a little bit more size, or, you just lower your size and kind of let it run. I think the real stop, you could have just said, 230 here, so risk $1 on something like this. But, whatever, is what it is. Runs to the upside, then had the long here. Tried the short, just let it go a little bit too early. But, yeah, up on the name, definitely really good. Meta, hopefully you guys had that one as well, because Sean called this one absolute banger. Anytime you get a setup like this, holding the 50 period, looking like it's topping out, built into a long and just kind of scalped it out. I honestly did not expect this very, very strong move to the upside. I just didn't expect it, so I was getting out at 134. Very, very nice scalp there. Definitely can't complain. I kind of want to just glance quickly here at Twitter. Yeah, what a move on Twitter. I don't even know what I was doing with this long. I was just kind of throwing out orders, testing this. But yeah, nothing too crazy there. But Twitter, definitely interesting. Deal, I guess, is closing at the end of this week. So I'm not really sure as to why it's not closer to 54.20. But, is what it is. Maybe you got ARB funds that are just unloading this thing. So, this is the price it wants to be at. I guess it stays there for now. And how to trade on Google, but again, not my top priority today. I was looking at Microsoft. So yeah, it is what it is. And definitely an interesting day. Waiting for MBLY to open. It'll be here on my left side of my screen because when this thing opens, I want to pay attention. I want to make sure I know, kind of what's going on there. Showing right now 26.15 open. 26.15 open. IPO price, I think underwriters bought it for 21, call it. So, 26.15 IPO in this kind of market. I don't know what to expect. It's definitely going to be exciting, but if we get anywhere close to 30, for myself, that's a short. And these are just arbitrary numbers. It'll obviously be, a reactionary trade at that 30, maybe 28 level. We'll have to see. Are we going to get size on the book? I think we're looking at, 2.7 million shares paired. So, 2.7 million shares times, call it 25. That doesn't really sound like a lot, right? So it's maybe like 50 million. It's not an A++ IPO, I would say, but definitely going to be exciting. One of the bigger ones today. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. And yeah, what's up, DL? Hopefully everything's going well. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. And, staying profitable because, yeah, today is kind of crazy. You're getting these whipsaw moves. Definitely exciting. Lots of money to be made. I cannot believe Tesla's at 230. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. Like 200 bottom and 3 days later we're at 230. Like that's a banger long if I ever seen one. Hopefully one of you guys had that long and swung that because that was just absolutely insane. Not every day does Tesla give you, a bottom out and then a 30-point move in the next 3 days there. So yeah, definitely really, really exciting. And yeah, we'll see if we can get any trades going here. Currently I have no positions. I'm just kind of scanning, thinking, trying to make decisions here. I want to quickly also talk about XOM before I pass it over back to Prad. XOM, one of the ideas that I like the long going into earnings. They have earnings on Friday before the open, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, now we're at 107.50 on this name. So this is just holding trend, very, very clean. Had the channel at 100, very, very good example of, you have the run up, oil is bullish, things are looking good, a little bit of sideways action, then the next leg up. So very clean. Probably could have got the 100 fill there, swing for 7 to 10 points. Very, very clean there. So yeah, we'll see if we get any trades going. I don't know if Prad is in position or looking at anything.
No, I'm just looking at Apple at the moment. Also got a quick little scalp on Apple not too long ago. And now Apple going one more run to the north side as NASDAQ and S&P 500 clear the highs one more time. And S&P 500 now up 0.5% on the day. Monster moves coming in. And NASDAQ also clearing the high day. Still negative for the tech stock now. Tech basket NASDAQ. but very possible with these moves that the market is showing. Look at Apple clearing past 151 and now trading at 151.20. Looks like we want to go play with the pre-market highs almost. Closer to 151.50 over here. If Apple's taken off, most likely you can expect, maybe Microsoft, which also had negative catalysts or earnings report was a little bit to the negative side. They did cite lower demand for electronics and computers, for personal computers, which means lower demand for their operating system, which is the Windows 10, 11. I think they're at 11 now. But overall, and that's going to be a problem for AMD, for Intel. So all tech stocks over there kind of saying the same thing. Microsoft did, though, however, beat the bottom and the top line estimates for, I believe, earnings. And missing out for their cloud-based company, Azure, really poop in the bed over there. I guess, not really doing what the expectations were for Azure to come in the cloud side, and Microsoft taking damage today, down 5% in pre-market yesterday, and kind of just trading around that 230 bottom, not really breaking the 230 bottom at any point today. If Microsoft and Apple and your Teslas and Nvidias all keep trying to keep going north, then we can understand why. We can understand or see the market for the NASDAQ turn green also. But at the moment, I might have jumped out of my Spotify short a little too quick. I thought the trade would not work out, so I kind of just got out for a little bit of a flat trade. But here's Spotify now trying to push a little bit lower and trigger SSR for the day. SSR means short sale restriction. The stock will not be able to short in a few more percentage. So as soon as it drops a negative 10% for the day for Spotify, you will see that it triggers SSR. You will no longer be able to short the stock by taking the size off the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher and get your fills. For example, right now, as the stock is going higher a little bit, you could, it's still not SSR, so you could just take out liquidity right now. But if SSR does turn on, it's going to be a little bit harder to short the stock. I was just trying to see if we could get that $88 break and get an extension to the downside. Like earlier, we didn't really get too much of an extension past 88. So I was expecting maybe to get it over here. Didn't really get that one over here too. So just jumped out of that trade for a quick little winner.
Somebody, Steph in the chat saying, Google long, it's going up, baby, capital letters. And I think this is the third time you wrote that. So I'm going to assume that you're long Google. And it is going up, but obviously you got that $100 level above. I'm looking at Google, and my first thought is, you got that 98 level, probably act as a little bit of a resistance. Personally, I am not going to take the breakout through 98. I just don't think, that's something that I want to get involved in, just because, it is showing some type of resistance here, 98. And, guys, I just want to quickly comment on yesterday on Google. I'm like, yeah, guys, don't play earnings. It's a complete gamble. But my gut feeling is telling me that Google is going to go up. Boy, was I wrong on that one. And we flushed down. We had the first initial bounce around the 100 level. I tried a long a couple times, and it just didn't really give the bounce. So yeah, kind of interesting that we're actually down. I'm not really sure how many people anticipated, that we're going to actually drop this much. And, we actually tapped 95. And I think Greg actually had a really, really good long on this around the 95 level. I think 95, 94 Google is solid. I really don't know the next time, it's going to give an opportunity to buy down there unless, the market absolutely tanks. But at this point, it's kind of given that feel that, we're going higher. We're going higher, right? I'm just going to bring up the daily on the ES for everybody to see here, and I'll drag it up. Bottom out channel. Yesterday, the day before, I'm like, I don't know. Are you really buying the breakout through 3,800? And here we are, extra strong move to the upside. So, it's just telling me that we're on track to go to 4,000. We could easily get to 4,000, but this market has been interesting all year. We could, turn around at any point. There's a lot of big catalysts coming up. Obviously, midterms. Obviously, we have, midterms. We got, CPI coming up. So anything is possible. You definitely got to watch your positions. And I would say, if you are in the money on any of your trades, definitely pay yourself along the way. That would just be my strategy there. I'm actually trying to get long Microsoft if we can dip a little bit. I don't really want to chase the top here, but I think could be good for another leg up if we, test this 50 period. But I guess maybe this was the bounce, and I figured, maybe we could dip a little bit. So my orders were down here, but yeah, I missed it. I'm not going to chase this just because, doing a lot of volume, you chase this, it could easily get back down there. So yeah, stay positive, Luca. I'm positive all the time. I'm having a great time. Waiting for MBLY. I have no idea when this is going to open, but if I had to guess, probably, I'm going to say 11:40 or like 1:30. In between 11:30 and 1:30, I'll say that. Because, yeah, after 2, that would be like extra late. That would be like a Coinbase IPO. Just say, give 2 hours of trading and let the thing tank $150. But, yeah, no, let's not talk about that. Tesla's still at 230 here and showing some little bit of resistance, giving you a sort of wick off top, break the high, and then reject. Obviously not a small cap, not really going to flush the way you think it would. Still holding the 50 period here, but if for whatever reason we start to turn, some of these levels do feel a little toppish, like, Tesla 230. Is this really going to 235, 237 right now after having the crazy run? I mean, anything's possible, but I would bet against that. But I'm just seeing, maybe we get another pop, give a short there, and then, if we actually break the 50 period, you could probably get a $2, $3 winner on that. But yeah, no, market definitely really, really strong right now, so I'm not really thinking too short. Somebody else was mentioning Ford running towards 13. I kind of want to, I guess I missed the long here, but yeah, it is what it is. We'll see. Did not break 13 yet, and I honestly think 13 is going to break at some point. Maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. If we do, probably good for a little bit of a scalp there, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, S&P 500 now very close to 3,900, only 9 points away from 3,900 for the SPY futures over here. Watching NVIDIA also turned green on the day. I did try a couple shorts around the 130 area when we were pulling back, but we were so close to VWAP 100-period EMA that I don't want to fight that trade too much. Like, very quick scalp for the profits, and then sadly turned it into a negative by trying it a couple more times and just let the trade go. You saw the market taking off, so why would you continue fighting with that side of the market? Here's the futures for S&P 500, 3,900. It says the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. We're pretty much close to it at 3,900 over here. So let's see if this market wants to pop up to that good even dollar number, and maybe we could try a quick little short on the futures over there. Maybe a little overextended to the north side today, but only up 0.5%, right? Keep that in mind also. Only up 0.5%, and the theoretical auction price for Mobileye is now at 26.60. So it was at 27 at one point, and then it came all the way down to, I believe, $25 at least, and now coming back to 26.60. Looks like some demand coming in the market for said stock for Mobileye, and Neil made a pretty good point about Intel. Intel owning a good chunk of Mobileye over here. You wanna go see how this position IPOing today helps out Intel to go to the north side or to the south side. Kind of the same thing that we saw happen on Rivian. When Rivian IPO'd and started pushing to the north side, we saw Amazon. We also saw Ford. Both of them who were investors, or Ford was an investor, they are out now. But Amazon, who's still an investor, taking a big loss on Rivian, sadly, after the whole move dissolved, and Rivian is now trading around the 30s, $40 areas. People in the chat talking about Bed Bath & Beyond testing $5.55 failed. BBBY. Let's head over to BBBY over here to see how the chart looks like today. Up still 3.4% on the day. I thought we were actually going down in pre-market because of the CEO, who's now going to be turned into a permanent position, was seen as a negative catalyst. At least that's what the articles made it seem like, the ones I was reading. But here we are, actually positive on the day. Held VWAP and the 100-period EMA for a little bit to the upside after having the downwards move in pre-market, but opening up to the positive side, turning green, and now it's trying to stay green. If Bed Bath & Beyond is in play, I can also, I would expect your AMCs and your other positions to kind of move along with them. Let's quickly go check AMC. AMC near $7. Looks like having a little bit of a trouble around the $7 area. We did get up to 7.11, but we pulled right back below 7. Let's see on this time around, do we manage to actually hold the $7 and continue going to the north side? AMC looks like it's also coming back to play a little bit.
I feel like Microsoft wants to run for that 237. It's probably going to, it's not really much of a move, obviously 50-cent move that happens in the blink of an eye, but I feel like it really wants to run there. Had a little bit of a dip. I tried the long here. There was a little bit of an iceberg, taking the long, and had the dip, and whoa, that was kind of weird. And then dip and rip, and I think I missed the long. Now kind of far away. It's tough to like I don't want to long right now. Long right now for 237, maybe 238, but I don't even think 238. It's like everything's so high. It's kind of crazy. Approaching European close right now. Like, we are close to 3,900. Maybe it's just a magnet effect towards 3,900, but yeah, definitely, interesting. Like, I mean, look at this move, right? This is kind of crazy to the upside. How can I long right here? Somebody was asking, oh, what's going on? No positions. I'm just kind of scanning, and I'm like, okay, like, what's my plan here? Because, yeah, I don't really want to short right now, like the Microsoft, unless it tests that 237, but I don't really want to short it. Maybe there's better names to short, and, it's tough to justify the long. I actually tried the long, but didn't get the fill here on Ford for the 13 test. But yeah, now we're at 13. Like we're probably breaking 13. Ford has earnings coming in after the bell. Somebody's saying BBBY. I know Brad just spoke about it, but I want to bring it up just to see where we are here. Oh, we're actually above the 550 level. Okay, this is interesting. But now second day, like yesterday was pretty clean, but now today maybe we actually run to 6 on this name. It is up 6%, kind of strong, moving to the upside, breaking 550. For this one, I'm going to put it on the back burner, but yeah, I would love for this to really just go higher. If we could get to that 6 level, 650, then, really, really gets interesting. For the time being, kind of feels not so much slow, but it's just like, not giving me the same feel as yesterday. So, yeah, we'll have to put that one on ice for now. And why not short? I don't know if you're talking about Microsoft while I was explaining that, but it's, it's going up. So I don't know if I want to short right now. So, yeah, we're going to have to see if, 237 comes into play. And, maybe get a trade going there.
Yeah, still waiting for 3,900, but as I pull up my long-term chart over here, just to draw some couple lines, I do see these September 7th lows on the S&P 500 when we started making the first move back up to the north side on the daily chart. We noticed a little bit of a bottoming out action to the downside. So I'm expecting that level to kind of start acting as a resistance around these 38.90, sorry, not 39, 38.90 area. And then if the market does want to pop, it could also maybe pop up to 39.30, which is where I believe the 100 period EMA, on the daily chart, the 100 period EMA, this dark blue line might be a little hard to see for you guys on the show there. But this dark blue line that's also right next to the green line, it is possible that we could watch the stock, or not the stock, the market pop up again, go for this third leg up north. We're only up 0.5%. We've seen this market be down 2% and then rip up 2% on the day and end around those levels. So not trying to work with this trade a little too much. Just going to keep my risk management tight. If the high day breaks on the futures over here, get out and just wait for that 3,900 or even 39.30 level to come into play, where I would much rather be short and take more size around those levels. Look at the little bit of indecision happening in the longs and the shorts around these levels. The last 5-minute candle did close red, and this new 5-minute candle trying to decide if it wants to close red or does it want to turn green. And currently it is in the green direction for both of these markets, for S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ contracts. 900 plus contracts sitting at the 3,900 futures on the S&P 500. So you're most likely using, I'm guessing you're using something like a book map or something that's telling you a nice little dark red level over there. So yeah, if that level holds, 900 plus contracts on the ES, that should be a pretty strong barrier, because usually we only see about 100 contracts or so. As you see right now, there's about 100 contracts. The tape is actually heating up. And by heating up, I mean the velocity of the tape is picking up. It was slowly moving around a little bit, but now the tape velocity is getting faster and faster. So it looks like we might be coming into a decision point here, either to the north side or to the south side. So be very careful. Make sure you're using stops.
Yeah, for sure. Stops definitely save lives from time to time. And yeah, 900 plus contracts, kind of interesting. I almost wonder if, it's like prices just gravitating towards that 3,900 at this point. I would expect some sideways action, but I think Brendo in the work chat saying wing is moving, so we could have a look here. WING moving to the upside. Not sure if there's any news on this. This up 20% today. Spread on this is kind of interesting. Dancing around. And I'm looking at I guess this is a new daily level. I'll drag over the daily for everybody to see here. That 150 level, pretty solid. I guess it was above that in the pre-market. Kind of dipped below and then ripped. This is definitely not my forte. I really don't trade names like this just because, spread is there. It's doing not that much volume, 2 million shares. But yeah, definitely interesting. Breaking above here. Now the real question is, are we headed towards the top end, 170, 175, like 190 area? I think I'm gonna guess this would be a new high, just kind of lining it up with everything. This is the daily new high there. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But you know, volume obviously very, very light on the name. Not something that I would day trade, but definitely interesting to look at for sure. Wing had earnings. Oh, thank you for that, Kai. Yeah, it's like, you know, you watch so many things that I'm just like, oh yes, this one moved. Oh yes, that one moved too. Oh, there's something there. I just don't know. But you know, not gonna trade it, so I'm not gonna dive into it. But yeah, nice. I guess nice earnings beat for them over there, and breaking through 164 and then retracing, just kind of crazy. See, I'm just waiting for MBLY. Like as soon as this thing opens, it's gonna be insane. It's showing 26.35. I'll update you guys along the way.
Went up to like 26.75.
Yeah, so I kind of feel like 28 to 30 is the short there, and this is based on nothing. This is based on just kind of a gut feeling. Yeah, showing 26.50, 26.41. Volume showing about 3 million shares paired, I think it is. So I mean, you know, it's growing, right? It was 2, now it's 3. Maybe that actually gets up to 5 or 6 before it actually opens. But it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Ford now testing 13, still has not broken, but you know, kind of slow. But on the daily, looking very clean, right? Very clean to the upside. You know, have the bottom, little rally up, bottom again. Now we have earnings. Like, where are we going to be after earnings? Are we actually going to run? Are we going to be at 14, 15? Or are we dropping back towards, you know, bottom of the range? At this point, you know, I don't really have a preference of where we go, but, you know, if they do, for whatever reason, dip down and we get like an 11 test again, it'll be nice, you know, 11 risk off 10.50. Is this really going back to 9? I mean, I don't think, unless the whole market decides to, you know, turn around and go lower. So we'll have to see there. And Ron Williams saying Microsoft tapped 237, so we could bring that up here. And yeah, I'm watching this. It's, you know, look, I tried the short here, as you guys can see, and I was just not convinced. Like, I'm like, okay, like, let me just smash the size, and if it doesn't work, I'll just get out. So I'm trying the break-even trade, and then I just let it go, and, you know, was not wrong for the scalp trade down, but, you know, the move down is short-lived, right? Like, look at this strong up move. Move down is short-lived. So when we were at the top of these ranges, and, you know, it had such a strong move up, obviously it's down 5% from yesterday, just, you know, the earnings miss. But when you have this kind of very strong move, anytime it gets near the top, it's going to do a lot of volume, and it's going to look it's going to be challenging to hold size, because you don't know if it's at 237 and then it's at 238 5 seconds later, right? Like, that could happen because we're at the top, lots of stops, lots of action, volume picks up. So it's one of the things that you definitely have to keep your eyes on. Maybe there's better things to short here, but yeah, maybe you know, maybe worth a shot here one time. So we'll see if we could break back above 237. But yeah, I don't really like love the idea short there. Wow, can't believe Meta's over 135 now.
Just throwing out a stop out for my futures trade, because you know, don't want to get burnt by holding it, and if it does pop, it rips off my face and continues going north. The second 5-minute candle also closed red, but we're still playing around the same levels for the NASDAQ and for the S&P 500. You know, I was a point in the money, and then I'm a point out of the money, so a little bit of a battle happening. Just letting the trades work out, move around, and we'll figure out where they want to go for us. As you guys might have heard, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies today back in play one more time as they go to the north side. A little bit of a monster move, not a little bit of a move, on Dogecoin and Ethereum, which are both up 9% and 7.8%, almost 8% over here for Ethereum. Coming into play to the north side direction. So people are for sure happy watching these positions move around, especially if you are invested in them like myself. I'm not sure if Luca has any Bitcoins on his account, but you know, we're very happy watching these 20K levels coming back into play for the Bitcoin area. And every time Bitcoin moves around, there's a stock that moves around in tandem with them. That's going to be Coinbase. Coinbase high at day $78, $77 and $99. And we're trading at that level one more time, trying to break out that $78 area and see if Coinbase can keep on running, which is already up 3.7% today. And yesterday had a pretty monster move in it too. Look at that, going from $65 to $75, kind of playing in the range and now breaking out of the range. Do we actually see 78 breaking and continue going north? I guess if the market keeps on going higher, you know, that's not it's not something out of chance over here for Coinbase. could very easily see this position, breaking 78, and also if Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies try to keep doing that also, which is go north side. Let's quickly pull up Bitcoin. A little bit of a consolidation coming in around here for Bitcoin, but if that breakout does happen on BTC, on Ethereum, and on other positions, maybe 78 does break today. What's the time right now? We're only at 11:30, so we still got 30 more minutes left before lunchtime kicks in, and we see the real volume depletion event coming into the market. Also, in regards to Mobileye, I think Mobileye will bring in the volume back into the market whenever it opens, because a lot of people will be ready to sit on their desk and push buttons around. And based on how Mobileye goes, we might see volume stay or leave the market for the rest of the day.
I'm taking a short here on Google using that 98 level. I honestly think it's going to break, but if it doesn't, maybe good R to R. But kind of giving the feel that potentially it is going to break. There's not really too much size there. I'll reevaluate. If I get stopped out, I'll just reevaluate and then maybe add it back. Yeah, European close, so maybe market pulls back a little bit, maybe explodes higher. Not really too sure, but yeah, maybe this night playoff 98 could be good. Might get stopped out and miss the next ad there, but yeah, all good, no problem there. And somebody was saying PCVX is going nuts. PCVX is, someone in the back there had a crazy trade on this. And they were in at like the bottom, and they're like, I'm like, oh, how's it going? You holding on or what? And they were saying that they were going to hold for 50, but I don't think they held for 50. So, maybe it hits 50, maybe it doesn't. Crazy daily chart for anybody wondering. This thing just kind of very, very sharp move to the upside, multi-day run, 1, 2, 3. I think this is third day. Not really sure where the top on this thing is. But yeah, I guess very, very clean breakout of 30. And now, where's the top? Who knows? Oh, we actually got some kind of topish pattern over here. Maybe 50, 55. I mean, I would not be surprised. I assume the float on this is super low, just kind of giving me that feel. And I would not be surprised for like a 45, 45, 50 like test. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. But at the same time, with these names, it's like they can rug at any moment. Not really sure the news on that name. But yeah, they definitely could rug at any moment. So, if you are in something like that, you got to watch your positions. And I think the best way to go about it is if you are long on something like that, you just kind of pay yourself along the way, because, yeah, you never really know when the rug's coming, if the rug's coming, if it's going to continue. It looks like I'm stopped out on Google Trade. Not really. I don't really love – it's tough for me to love anything right now. I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for MBLY. But, yeah, maybe Google's actually just going to run to, 99, 100 today. Maybe that's possible, right? Just retrace the whole move. But, got to imagine there's some type of resistance at the 100 level. And I think Sean made a good point this morning saying, 98, 50, 99, like this kind of area right above, like kind of act as short-term resistance. It's like that's where we sort of sold into this on earnings, and then we sort of channeled in this area, then the slow fade down, then the sell-off. Now we're back up. Obviously bad earnings, not really great. Lots of people probably long over 100, so for sure 100 hard stop resistance level. But I don't even think we get there. I think if we pop, 98, 50, 99, that could be a really, really good short. But yeah, it just has to set up, right? It's very tough to short here because it is holding the 50 period. I don't really know if we do get that very, very clean move back, to 96, 70 area. So we'll have to see. I'll definitely just reevaluate this one, and we'll see if we get back into this short if we get another pop.
Yeah, so the futures did make a new high today. We did push up to 11,700 on the NASDAQ and allowed me to take a contract short on the NASDAQ futures over here, on the micro NASDAQ futures at least. And my S&P 500, like I said, if the high day breaks, I'll jump out and I'll get closer into 3,900. So that gave me a chance to get back in closer to 3,900. Now we'll see if this won't work out. Already 5 points in the money on the NASDAQ futures short. Our NASDAQ positions don't really show up over there on the blotter for some reason. So it will say no positions for me. And in regards to the equity side, I'm just waiting for Mobileye to open up, guys. Saving my risk, the amount of money I'm allowed to lose on a day. That's called saving my risk over here. We're just trying to save that for the open on Mobileye, because I don't want to get into that position where I can't even trade the IPO and stuck watching everybody else making money. Nice little pullback on the futures over here for myself. 9 points in the money for the NASDAQ futures, and I was about a point in the money on the S&P 500 futures also. Let's see if they can pull back. I think we're going to send it to Brenda over here real quick at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap up the European session here as we just await some final prints coming through here. But a nice positive day for European markets. We did start the day mostly red right across the board for these, but end up back to the upside as North American markets climb higher. There you go. 0.5% for England once again, 1% for Germany. Back and forth throughout the rest of the board here. Spain with a nice day, almost a full percent. Turkey doing its own thing as it normally does. Downside ever so slightly, but after a mainly red board to start the day, we end higher for Europe, guys.
I'm frozen, Luca.
I like this Netflix short playing off 305 level. I don't actually think it broke 305, topped out 304.99 area. You know, congrats to anybody that had the long through 300. That was a very, very, you know, sharp move into 300 and then kind of stall. But now we're topping out at 305. You know, I think safe to say you use $5 increments on
frozen?
Netflix. No, I'm good. Safe to say $5 increments. Probably just reload it. And yeah, if we actually break this 50 period, you know, through 303, like we're gonna have a nice flush. And I think 300, 299 easily gets tested again today. You know, and makes sense. Good risk to return. You know, you kind of scale into this one. 1 point risk going for, you know, 3-4 point return. 4 to 1. You know, nothing. When I'm momentum trading, I try to look for 3 to 1s at least. Like 2 to 1s are okay, but 3 to 1s, 4 to 1s, 5 to 1s, 10 to 1s are great. Usually you get those on scalps, not so much intraday swings from my perspective. Somebody saying Tesla now falling. So yeah, we can have a look here at Tesla as well. Oh wow, that's a pretty like sharp move down. I guess rejecting that 230 oh man, I wish I saw that. Maybe there was some size there. This is actually interesting. Like this did not break 230 and it was like tapping it, and then we get the flush down.
I'm not fine. I have position.
Maybe the short here is probably good as well. Yeah, let's see if this wants to actually turn. Like now that Europe is closed, I'm like, okay, Europe is closed, and usually there's like it's a kind of drift into European close. Then a decision comes through, something happens. I'm also short BBBY. I don't love this short per se right now, but it's something that like. I'll just take the short here for the move back down. I think it's possible. Had the short yesterday. It was pretty clean, kind of topping out. So this is small size. But yeah, if we actually pop and get higher, then I'll really love the short. So, you know, I located for a whole bunch of shares. And, yeah, not in the full position there. So, you know, not loving it, waiting, chilling. But, yeah, if it does set up again, that could be clean as well. And I also want to talk. Somebody in the chat was saying AMD. AMD yesterday really, you know, did its thing, and again, you know, everybody obviously looking at the same chart, but I want to pull this up because it's a good kind of example here. You know, recycling that 60 level, finally breaking yesterday. Today off the open, the short through 60. I thought for sure. I'm like, oh man, we're going back to 55, but then obviously the market went up, and you know the short was just off the table there, but. Whoever had that pre-market short through 60, and I think Sean had that one as well, that was like very clean. I think it gave you a $1 winner, and I'm actually happy that I didn't chase this. But this is the morning, right? It was kind of just like, you know, flatlining, not really doing much. I tend not to really get involved in the pre-market just because, you know, I think Sean also made a good point there. He's like, you know, when you lose in the pre-market, it feels way worse than when you lose intraday. I agree with that one. So I was like, I'm going to stay away from this because I'm not shorting 60 in the pre-market, and then we're at 61 off of like a rally off the open. So, you know, hats off to him for actually taking that trade. That's pretty sick. But yeah, that was the right idea, and a flush down, tapping 59. So a nice $1 winner on that. It's unfortunate. I would have loved to see a little bit of a pop back into 60 and then flush through. I would have taken that with size, and I probably would have held that because I thought for sure, you know, we break 59, 58, 50, 57 comes into play and tests. But yeah, go figure. I mean, yesterday was the breakthrough. AMD did crazy amounts of volume. You know, now back up. You know, broke through 60, but a little bit of a fake out market rally. Look at that bounce off of 60, just below VWAP, right? So I think, you know, if you were watching this name, 60 was the level. The short was good for so long. Now the short's not good, and bouncing right off that 60 level and running, right? So very clean there. And yeah, earnings are next week on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know. Obviously, you know, it's a gamble, right? I was like, oh, Google long, who's selling Google? And here we are below 100 on Google. So, you know, for AMD, I'm like, well, you know, the long looks good. It's a breakout. This thing could easily be back 65, 68, 70. But at the same time, like, yeah, maybe we're back at 57. So tough to say. It is a gamble, and you know, like your guess is as good as mine. Nobody truly knows there. Looking like Netflix running back to that 305 there. So I'm actually going to add to this position and then change my stop. you know, if it breaks 305, it breaks 305. I'll just take it here. I think, okay,
Mobilize
MBLY is actually open here. So you know what? Let me just change this here. Instead of adding to the size, I'm just going to focus on that one. And we have MBLY. So yeah, let's see what this one wants to do here. Now that it's open, I don't really know what to expect on this. I don't know if liquidity is going to be good. I don't know if size on the book is going to be amazing. I think opening price was $26.71. Yes. And, you know, maybe 25 is the level. Maybe you get a bounce off of 20 if we get there. Yeah, I gotta be careful with the orders on this one. It's like, is it going to be a good IPO? Is it going to be a bad one? Good luck to everybody trading this. Gonna be the Wild West, I'll tell you that much. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Are we breaking 27?
We're flying, baby.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a trade going on there.
I have a long on it right now. We did have to hold it about a couple pennies against us, and let me see if we can get a 27 break over here. Come on, give me that 27 break. We'll take some out on that 27 over there, try to get some size out just to be careful. But look at that. We're trying to break 27. A little bit of an iceberg order on 27. For those of you wondering what iceberg is, they're basically not showing all of their size on 27. Also, keep in mind, 27 was the area that the stock was indicating to open at, and then never really went above that number on our imbalance locator. So that's all. That number is going to stick out for me. If we do break 27, maybe we have a big run up to the north side. Look at the size on the bids also. 400, 300, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just say 1,000 lots over there. Not really 1,000, but you know, pretty close to 1,000 lots on 2671. What was the open again? You said, Luca. The open was 2671, yeah. And pretty much at the open price, 71. We're holding that price. Looks like we're going to most likely get that 27 break, damn. Ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats over here as the stock is about to rocket launch. Come on, break that iceberg. Just run through them. Wonder who the seller is. I wonder if it's Intel just sitting there trying to sell it themselves, you know. Obviously, they can't. It should be an IPO lockup period for Intel. There we go. 27 breaking. Now 30 cents in the money. Let's take some more size out on that liquidity as they're offering it to us. Finally, you know, this was the trade we've been waiting for all day, and now we're getting able to, or at least getting the chance to capitalize on it. For anyone wondering how I got filled exactly at 2671, that's because I have on our platform over here, we can take the exact opening price, whatever it is, limit on open. So we gave us the limit on open, exactly where the stock IPO'd at, and allowed us to turn this trade into a little bit of a big winner for ourselves. You're not going back through 27, are you? No, there's a little bit of maybe iceberg bids now on 27 instead of iceberg ask. Let's see if 27 breaks. I'm going to take some more size out just like that. Take some more size out. Actually, I'm going to punch everything out, take my money, because I don't want to hold it all the way back through. Let's see if we can hold around these levels now. A little bit of iceberg coming in once again at 2671. That size is still staying at 2671. So until that breaks, I don't want to punch out. Looks like they didn't give me my fill on the long side. That's amazing. And now we're just waiting and see patiently. If it does want to pull back below 26, we'll punch into that. If not, we'll just have to be patient.
Yeah, nice trade there. Tried the long a little bit, kind of went against. I'm not really sure my plan on this, but I'm really want to wait for like maybe a 28 to 29, maybe 30 test. Tried the short through 27 thinking, okay, over under. Now we're back to the upside, so just got myself out of that. That was basically a flat trade. I think I'm basically flat on this name, and yeah, I gotta just wait here. I'm like staring at this, but it's like I'm like 3 times as far away from the screen right now as I usually am. So I'm just like, oh, what price is it at? Let me, like, can I see that clearly? So yeah, no, definitely interesting here. But yeah, maybe we actually, kind of feels like we could easily get to 28, 29 there. So I'm going to be patient and watch it. But yeah, lots of volume coming through. 7.5 million shares traded there, and absolutely, you know, this is classic IPO action, right? It's like, it's going to rip, it's going to go 40 cents, it's going to go back 40 cents. Not to say that the trade is wrong, but you definitely have to give yourself a wide stop if you are trading these things, and just be careful around even dollars on these because, you know, they're going to print a lot of prints come through, a lot of kind of crazy action there. So it'll be interesting. Are we going to get to 28? Are we going to get to 30? Time will tell, I guess. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I traded it like a complete jack, whatever the words, you know what those are. And, you know, we could have made a lot more money on this. Instead, we're only slightly up on the trade over here. Not sure what to do, as Luca mentioned. Obviously, all eyes on Mobileye today, at least for this time being. Tons of volume being pushed around. Already traded 7 million shares on the day, whereas your most volume leaderboard stock today is going to be 48 million shares for Snapchat and EPIX. So let's see if we can get this $28 break. I have an order to go long on the break of 28 also. And as Luca was mentioning, you know, that $30 area does stand out for a possible short entry if that's a possibility. I'm going to be ready to get long over here. Let's see, only 10 more cents. You know you want to push up there. Let's break that 28. Let's make a little bit more money on that trade and then run it up all the way to maybe 30 and then allow us to flip shorts onto this position. Also, really quickly, let's go check out what Intel is doing. Intel today should maybe leech some of the move off of Mobileye, but not really. Intel's going down, and Mobileye is going down too, actually. So maybe it is a little bit of a similar move. Gonna have to keep on flipping back and forth to see if that one plays out that way. Looking for size on the bids too on every single flush that we get. If there is size on there, like there was on 2671 or 2675 area, then I want to pile into more longs on Mobileye and see how high can we really go today. Apparently already up 31% based off the opening price, I guess. I'm not sure what it's calculating off of, but $6 to, no, it's not even $6 to the north side. It's up. Clearly it's up. You guys see it. We're just waiting for 28 to work out over here. Our futures short now a point in the money, trying to see if futures can push down over here. If the futures do push down, maybe Mobileye pushes down with it too. Maybe not. It probably is going to do its whole thing.
Yeah, 28 will be interesting. We'll see what happens here. It's kind of giving a little bit of a toppish feel to it, but I would not be surprised if 28 breaks to the upside. Most likely will, and just make sure you are watching your stops on that one because kind of crazy.
There's some size there.
Yeah, we got size there. A lot of size there. That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, let's see if we got a short going here. I'm kind of like, I don't want to I wonder what the slip on this type of order is, but yeah, we'll have to see. It's probably going to break. I wouldn't even be surprised if it breaks, and then I look back and it's just lower too. Yeah, definitely interesting, but I'm not really sure what to think here.
Yeah, I mean, I got you, Luca, if you want to manage your positions or your ideas that you want to do there. I'm just watching the long only. I don't want to take the short just yet, even though I have paid for shorts. And a lot of people on the floor have paid for shorts. You know, trying to talk and read the tape over here, giving me a little bit of a brain fog. So if you do see me stalling my sentences or whatever, it's probably because I'm trying to see, where did my order go? My order didn't even go out. Oh, I am long. What? Uh-oh, I'm long right now, so I'm going to have to get out of this one real quick.
Damn, that
was bad.
I tried to short at 28 with some size there, I'm not going to lie. And the thing is I'm not actually putting my order above 28 because the slippage on that order, it will be pure destruction. I'll get smoked on that. I'm not ready for that. I risked 1 cent on all this size, and unfortunately, you know, it ticked me out there, but man, if I still had that short going, I would make my quarter on that. But yeah, no, it is what it is. Maybe we actually get back up there and retest it. See, that's the thing with trading, right? You have to be reactionary. You have to decide in real time, like, what should I do? Where should my risk be? What's the slippage on this order? Like, we've been seeing pretty bad kind of slippage on these orders for size. So for myself, I'm like, there's no way I put the stop above that and wick out. But I actually think it wicked. Did it wick 28.01? Because you got long, right? That's nasty. That's nasty. I think, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and that was
kind of fake broke it. I mean, it did fake break it, but you know what it did? It didn't even show up on my screen that I was long until like it was already at the 70s and 60s. So a little bit of a delay from the servers, I guess. So I kind of got screwed on that break. Man, that was a pretty good fail break short for anyone who was looking for it. You know, if you were paying for shorts, that's where you were looking to punch in instantly, almost $1 per share money in the money right now. And the future shorts for me are also working out at the moment, which are 3 to 4 points in the money as we go right back to 3,900. On the futures. Let's see if I can get some size out for some profit to the downside, especially as the market's pulling back, and then we can hold. There we go. We did get our out on the futures over here on MES. Waiting to see if we can get a little bit of a bigger flush on the MES. so we can add to our futures P&L today. Pretty decent shorts on the futures for myself on the NASDAQ also, MNQ, Z22. But sadly, when my computer froze up a little bit, I had to punch out of my trade, or at least tell Greg to punch out of my trade for me. Didn't have stops out, couldn't throw stops out. So I had to completely jump out. Here's Mobile Eye now pulling all the way back to $27. Let's watch if 27 holds, and do we get another leg up north on this bad boy? Luca?
Wow is all I have to say. Wow. Hopefully you guys like are trading better than I am. Like, wow. Yeah. Oh my God, man. Oh my gosh. Like, guys, you know what? You want this one, Luca? Yeah, all of them. All the fail. Wow. Oh my God. It's all good though. 28 might come back into play, but I'll be honest, if 28 comes back into play, I don't actually like it as much as I like it the first time. The first time is awesome. There was so much size there, stacked size on the offer. Classic little, little bit of a games there, but yeah, kind of interesting. And as you guys can see, I had the idea right on the short at 28, but it's whatever. I don't even care because I'm not taking less size there. That was awesome. That was my plan. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It is what it is, right? 10 million. Someone say, yeah, 10 million shares traded on MBLY. Now 28's coming back into play. And guys, keep in mind that traders are trading this. It's doing a lot of volume. It's relatively big IPO for the year. And people have the same idea, right? Everybody basically thinks the same. Everyone probably short that 28. There's so much size that triggered over there. If we get back there, these people that are short over here, like assuming they didn't cover, because not everybody scalps the way that we scalp over here, where it's like an in and out type thing. We get back there, those people are getting squeezed. That's why I think maybe the second time around it's not going to be like the way that it is the first time around. So this is the thing with trading. Very, very good example. You either hit the trade the first time and it's awesome and you do everything right and you make the money great. The second time, third time, like if it's giving you another chance, like this is the Wild West. This is the market. Like you're not meant to make money. So, if it's giving you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, 6 chances, 10 chances, like I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Like it's like it shouldn't do that, right? If it's going to be really good, we probably fade down from here. There's probably more shorts to be had on it, but definitely you don't want to diddle in the middle on something like this. Spread is about 5 to 10 cents. It's kind of whipping around. The flash moves are like 25 cents, 30 cents. So just prepare for that, expect that, and I just think that if you have the right expectations of what like I expect this to happen. For myself, it was I expect this to happen. When it actually happens, I'm like, it happened. It is what it is. It's not really a huge deal.
Yeah, I'm just watching my futures right now as futures are starting to really push down to the south side. So that short is working now. I guess I should have not told Greg to cover my trade for me, huh? But no, that's not the right way to go about it. If I am not able to throw my stops out and manage my own trade using risk management, then I had to jump out. Thankfully, though, the restart on the computer was fairly quick enough, allowed me to pull back in and jump back into MES, but not MNQ. MNQ currently would have been about 20 points in the money, 30 points, 40 points in the money if I did hold on to it. But at least we're 5 points in the money on the S&P 500 short. Let's see if S&P 500 can also pull back a little bit more as UVXY, UVXY, creating somewhat of a bottom around 1065 and going north side at the moment. Something that's standing out to me right now on my scanners, on Trade Ideas Scanner. If you want to have Trade Ideas Scanner, use code TraderTV to get 15% off on your Trade Ideas subscription plan. These Chinese stocks are popping up. I see JD, Baba, Pinduoduo, a lot of stocks, even Baidu, Coupang, BEKE. I'm pretty sure BEKE is a Chinese stock, right? Let me quickly pull it up. Yeah, Chinese stock, BEKE. So a lot of Chinese positions at the moment. Chinese ADRs are popping up. Not too long ago, I think 2 days ago exactly, they all got beat down. Baba going down below IPO price of $68. And today, though, Baba actually around $68, $69. So let's go, Baba. Rejecting 69, but holding 68 to the downside, not really trying to go too far into the red side, below 68 at least. Up 8% for Baba, as you saw Pinduoduo not too far ago at 12% up on the day, and JD up 10% up on the day. So let's also quickly go look at NIO and XPeng and some of these other Chinese ADRs, which are in the same basket of fears, but a little bit of extra added basket on fear because of how EV stocks have been getting beat down recently. You know, chip shortages and everything else in that basket. NIO going to a pretty low price of $9, $10, and today trying to reclaim 11. Did at one point high a day 11.14, but now trading slightly under 11 as the markets are trying to pull down for us and the shorts are working out. So I'm pretty happy about that side.
Yeah, you know, definitely exciting. We had some people trying to, I'm not going to say people trying to cover, but yeah, 27, there was some bids there. It really gets interesting on these IPOs when you come back to the IPO price. So again, remember, this opened at 26.70. You know, whatever this was, you're going to get the whipsaw action in the first, call it 1 minute, 30 seconds. Then we dip, like look how that level held, right? So it's like the level held, that's the long to go to the upside. Now we're actually back at 28. We probably have a huge reserve at 28. I don't really know what I'm going to do here, but maybe I'll try to structure another trade. And you know, I don't know. I kind of get the feel that 28 is going to break. Probably going to break. I would have achieved so much greatness today if the price did not print 1 cent more than what I didn't want to see there. But it is what it is, right? That's trading. You just got to kind of keep a level head because the day is not done, right? There's just more opportunity to come, is what it is. And, you know, let out your wows and your oh my gods and oh Jesus.
Oh my
but,
God.
yeah, you know, is what it is. I think BBBY is slowly working for me on that, but it's a slow mover there. I think I'm, 11 cents on the money on that one. So I'm just going to hold that one. I'm not really too worried. Definitely all eyes on this. If we break 28, where are we going? Where are we popping to? Yeah, this is going to be interesting if we break 28. I think there's a huge reserve there at 28.
I just got out of my MES short, guys. Just scalping my profits over here, taking profits where they're being offered. It might go more lower to the downside, but look, I'm not going to fight a market, which was red on the day, turned green, and now doesn't really want to turn red. If 3900 comes back into play, then maybe we could look for shorts again over there, but I'm just going to stay away from it. Look at mobile high now, going towards that 28. 28 breaking. We're launching above 28. If you're holding the longs on this trade, you're still loving it. That open print long. I should have just held on to my open print as it never really did anything for me against that opening print, and you know, still been in the money and would have not worried about any of the outs. You know, I had decent size too, and would have probably had a pretty decent day on it. Now we're just waiting to see if $30 comes into play at some point. Maybe we've tried to short the $30 area for the stock. Currently watching the scanners too, to see if anything pops up on the scanners for us. So Spotify popping up on the scanners once again, but this time near $87. We previously did have the 88 short, so we would have been $1 in the money on Spotify. All we had to do was hold it, and Mobile still ripping. $28.50 now coming in.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, and that was my feeling, right? I'm like, 28's probably going to break. Like, you know, the first time it's good. The second time, it's way less good, and now probably people are getting squeezed. I think the short is actually a better. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I like the short better than the long, but at the same time, let everybody get squeezed out and try to cover their trades. Then maybe you get liquidity vacuums and more whipsaw action. Kind of tough to justify a short back through 28, just because you know, we could easily fill that and then pop again. But maybe worth a shot here. Actually, you know what? I'll give it a try. And I'll just be honest with this one. This one's going to be way less size, just because you know, it's dangerous, right? Maybe we pop, like maybe I get that fill and then we're 50 cents higher. So I gotta just be very, very careful with this. Not really a part of like a super clean setup that I like to see. You know, it's obviously like popping, dipping, holding, pop again, breaking the level. You know, anybody who's short over here would you know, love to get out at 28, right? So I don't want to be shorting and giving them that opportunity to take my shares, but at the same time, I really don't want to miss it. So hopefully you guys are doing well. Somebody's saying I got the 27 long. Other people saying, there we go, pop to the upside. As long as everyone's making money, I'm happy. I'm not crushed on the name. If I held that, like if that didn't print higher and I caught that dollar move, whoo, oh boy, man, that would have been a monster. That would have been so sick. But, you know, whatever. Not every time. It is what it is. Luca, you just listed all the reasons not to do it. Proceeds to do it. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is I'll do it with like super small size. So for example, if over here I'm willing to take like 5, 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares, 1,000 shares, whatever a lot is, you know, arbitrary number, then over here it's like, okay, if I take like 100 or like, you know, 50, then I don't really care too much. I just want to be a part of it if it works. But if I lose on that trade and I lose like if I lose like 50 bucks, I don't even care, you know? But so this is the thing, going back to how much size are you trading, what works for you? For myself, what works well for myself is like, okay, size up on like the good ones that have the potential. And then, if you feel like I have to be a part of this move, like just punch into whatever the minimum size is for yourself. Just because like, you know, like if you think you're gonna be wrong on the trade, like why not just lose less, right? So like I think that's a really good point there, just lose less. So a lot of the times for myself, I'm trading, I'm thinking, I want to be a part of this. Like even if I catch the move with like less size, like, okay, great, I made some money there. Like nothing crazy, nothing to really celebrate about. But yeah, you know, if it's like if I'm not involved and then, you know, it happens, I'll just be like, see, like I should have just at least taken some size there. So that's basically my logic there. Hopefully like that helps anybody with how you're structuring your trades and you know, how much size you guys are taking. This is definitely an interesting area here for sure though. Maybe not short. Maybe actually the short's probably better, 28.50 there. I'll actually try that. I wouldn't be surprised if this one stops out as well. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe this is probably a little bit of a better short there.
While we're trying to build into this short, let's send it to big. While we're trying to build into this short, let's send it at the big screen for Brendo coming in, happening now.
I need an emoji.
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock lunchtime as we head into the lunch hour. We are still dealing with a positive market heading in the wrong direction currently. We'll get back into Mobileye here in a second. Here's how the market overall looking right now. 0.5% for the S&P back to the upside, 0.9 for the Dow. Look at the Russell 2000 here. 2% for the Russell 2000. All kinds of strength in small caps today. The NASDAQ, however, yeah, that's where we're struggling. 0.25%, 0.4 downside now. For tech stocks, dragging on the overall market. If you joined us pre-market, we were discussing a few things, including Google, Microsoft, Spotify. Get ready because Meta is coming after the close tonight. Earnings across the board here. And I mean, decent. It was the worst start to a session for Microsoft since March of 2020 today, but we are recovering back towards that 240 area. Pre-market highs, but nowhere near where we were yesterday, guys, for Softy. Back over to you.
All right, we are back below 28 on MBLY, and I actually pulled my order because I was thinking maybe short up here, but that didn't fill, then we broke. So yeah, speed is of the essence. You need to be fast on these things. You need to be able to react very, very quickly, but it's always a learning experience, right? Always a learning experience. I don't actually, I mean, yeah, again, it's like this is kind of as expected. It could still get short here, but yeah, let's see if 28 wants to reject again. If we, for whatever reason, get another iceberg at 28 and there's more on the offer there, you know, the short is in. The short is in, and the short is good there. And I see you in the chat, Kwan, saying, get Luca a wow emoji. We're working on it. I think so. I think it's being worked on. So, yeah, that would be, you know, great emoji to have there for sure. And, yeah, let's quickly glance back at everything else, and then we'll revisit this IPO. Actually, no, now we're going back up. You know, all eyes on this. If we get to 30, like 30 for my – I mean, if I love the short at 28 – like, what do I think at 30? You know what I mean? I told myself that too, so yeah, it'll be interesting. Hopefully you guys, I mean, I don't know if you guys are trading anything else as well. Nice cover on BBBY. I actually didn't cover. But the thing is yeah, maybe this goes back up. See, the thing is I covered Netflix. I think I got stopped out of Netflix. Oh, man, that was, oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that's not too good, but it doesn't matter because obviously MBLY, more important for myself. BBBY, I'm still holding the short here. My stop is actually above 576. And it's not so much, I don't care if I'm wrong on this because I do want it to go higher. So for myself, it's like I'm going to just hold this position. Great, if it goes down, I'm going to make money. But if it goes back up and wicks me out, then it'll just be a reminder, oh, I'm out of that trade. That means it's inching closer to 6. So it's basically my reminder as like an order. So I'll take the loss to then take a potentially bigger win if we actually get there and things go crazy. So yeah, definitely exciting. Tesla's still at that 230. Had a decent flush there. Yeah, the market, I mean, when the market's strong like this and it's kind of running up, holding trend, you know, European close, we get the fade down. But yeah, it's just not like, you know, now it's kind of moving back up there. So yeah, dancing around, I would expect some sideways action. Definitely feels kind of top-ish, and maybe we actually run for that 3,900. So I'm not loving the shorts on you know, all these names. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. You know, Tesla 230. It's an okay level, not too bad. Microsoft 38, 37 area. Yeah, see, like it actually did run to 38, now below. I think I'm done shorting Microsoft. I'm not going to try it. Tried it there, like didn't work, whatever, is what it is. Meta back down. I'm wondering, like, is there anything that looks good to short? Google is actually still below that 98 here. You know what? Let's see if we get a fill here on Google. I'm going to try this again. maybe the short is good. I mean, we popped for a little bit. Now we're going sideways. I'm not really expecting a crazy move down, but it's like if 98 is not gonna, really run through to the upside, then maybe just kind of hold the short and try to hold for a dollar move, 50-cent move. Could be interesting. But yeah, we'll see if we get that short going there as well. And let's just tune quickly back into MBLY. These things tend to, there's good chance that these things die very quickly. It's like you have the long, you have the short. Now we're back up. Maybe you take the long through 28 second time around just because everyone's getting stopped out. Now kind of channeling. This is where for myself it's hard to justify smashing size because it's got to have a wider stop, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to manage that. Spread opening up, it's becoming 20 cents at sometimes. I think the wick off top shorts are good. Like if we wick up, if we break through 28.50, I think I'm going to try another short there, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. And I don't want to have the short right here, so I'm just going to wait. I'll be patient, and yeah, we'll see what happens there. Maybe it continues.
Give me a second, chat. Sorry, there we go. I was just eating some sausages over there. Pretty good sausages today for lunch. Why are you laughing there, buddy? You laughing that I'm eating glizzies? Come on, bud. But yeah, look at this market right now, or not market, sorry, Mobile Eye. The shorts are paying us one more time, 40 cents in the money. Let me take some more size out. Big flush, whoa!
Wow.
Let me get some out, boys. Come on, thank you. That was a pretty big flush over there off that failure of holding 28 on the bids. You saw Luca telling you the spread's opening up. The spread did open up on the drop too, but I wasn't able to catch the fill closer to 27.11, which was the price I was looking at on the bids. But now we're holding VWAP. Surprisingly enough, the stock does not want to break VWAP to the downside. And 27 area, 26, 71 area, 75 areas are going to be somewhere where a lot of longs might be coming back into play. The NASDAQ market did pop up, and so did the S&P 500, but not all the way to the higher dates. It looks like the market wants to go back to the downside, and if the S&P 500 now pulls back to VWAP and turns red on the day, I'll be pretty upset because I'm no longer having any shorts on the market at the moment. So that would be pretty upsetting for myself. But, that's fine. But at least we got this Mobile Eye short, which is now 71 cents in the money, waiting to see if we can get another flush to the downside. I'm actually going to take some more size out here just to protect that short. Now we only have about 15% of our size left from where we started. Pulling back into the futures real quick just to show you guys where the markets are. We're back above 38.90 for the S&P 500 futures, but not really all the way back to the high of day, which is 38.96. And same thing for the NASDAQ market too. NASDAQ market pulled back up slightly. Ooh, look at that, 666. I told you, I have to see that number every single day. I don't know why that happens, but it just shows up. But here we go, pulling back up to looks like 11,680, and now getting ready to go down even more. Man, we would have smoked the future shorts today if we just held it on to a little bit longer, but it looked like the market wasn't going to set up like that for us, so we just had to scalp it for profits. Get ready to file taxes, fam. Well, I don't have to if I haven't made a single dollar all year. No, I'm just joking. That's sadly, though, how a lot of long-term portfolios will be going into, those memes coming out saying, Dad, what are capital gains taxes? And the dad saying, son, you don't have to worry about that this year.
Yeah, no, some of these memes are actually hilarious. Yeah, I love watching them. This thing testing 28 again. I wonder if we actually get above 28 or if it's just going to reject again. I think we reject again. I mean, that flush was like, that's it. Like, are we going back up now? I doubt it. So I'm going to try to get a short. Oh, and I missed it. Okay, all good. Whatever. Let it go. Spread is like 20 cents too. That's kind of crazy.
You got to keep talking, sorry.
FAMI. Someone's saying FAMI. Let's quickly have a look here on FAMI. This is like 60 cent. I don't trade these names. I don't do well on them. And it's actually, this is a kind of crazy pop to the upside and drop. It's not really doing a lot of volume. Less than 1 million shares traded on a sub-dollar stock. This is not even worth my breath. But at the same time, it's just my reasoning to stay away from these. Too many numbers, and I cannot process price and all these like midpoints and everything. So I kind of just stay away from them.
Yeah, now mobile dollar in the money. Let's go, baby. MBL. Y on NASDAQ, that's the ticker. I want to take some more size out over here at the low of the range. Take my profits where they're being offered. Now we only have one lot tier left. And I'm okay with holding this one lot here to see if we do get a retest of the IPO open price of $26.71, but looks like it does want to keep on holding above VWAP. This market is now pulling back a little bit more, NASDAQ market, and same with the S&P 500. I want to take this time as now the market's slowing down a little bit, calming out a little bit. Well, really quick, let me show you new position alert, which is going to be Boeing. Boeing short closer to $140, $150, $142. We're getting a nice little pop up on Boeing over here. Let me see if I can add to this trade. Boeing did come out with negative catalyst for earnings report, but we're up in pre-market, finally turning to the downside afterwards, being up in pre-market, turning red on the day for Boeing, down 3%. Obviously they're failing to really start the building the commercial planes again for themselves, and no planes means no money. So here we go, right back to the downside, and now below average, now 12 cents in the money on Boeing. And I'm looking for the break of 141. If 141 breaks, that's going to give us a pretty good exit liquidity, maybe because there might be stops around there. And there's a good chance we see 140 coming into play on Boeing today. Also, a good even dollar number to the south side. Looking for reasons to hold on to my trade, and that's going to be the time of sales. Notice how we see a lot of blues and reds coming in. Those are going to be the shorts, and all the greens and the yellows are going to be the longs. So as long as we keep seeing the blues and the reds, we just keep holding on to that trade. Mobile Eye now $1.50 in the money, and we are actually back to the opening price. So let me punch out of my trade completely over here. Now I'm going to flip long on this trade. Flip long, give it about the low of day of 2670. Well, sorry, not low of day. Low of day is 2640, but give it that IPO price of 2670 and see if we hold on to that. Flip back long over here around $27.08, and we're slightly out of the money. Obviously, we're out of the money by 20 pennies right now, but we know exactly what we want to hold it to. Luca?
I got nothing to say. I'm lost for words here, but you know what? Actually, somebody in the chat, I'll comment on this. Someone is saying, Luca, hilarious. Hopefully, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Trading is frustrating from times. I took the short here. It just didn't go. Like this is the thing, right? It's like, and I can't remember who was telling me this, but it's like you're shorting into a hole. I don't know if you guys use that analogy. Somebody else was. It's like you're shorting into a hole. So it's like, I know, like I'm shorting into a hole. Like, well, I mean, how low it's going to go. Like maybe we test the price. And look where it stopped. 2670 IPO price. Actually, you know what? Now that I say that, I'm taking that short below. If we break below that, I'm going to take it short. I don't think it's going to be a good trade. It's going to be a dangerous trade. But if we actually like break down from there and go, then it could actually be a banger. So we'll see what happens there. I'm assuming a lot of you guys don't short these and you're going long because a lot of people are like, oh, the long's working. Let's go. So yeah, I don't know if like you're able to, but it's just the price, right? 2670 is the price. Kind of interesting. If we break below, then we go. As you guys can see, I took the short here, scalped it out in front of the level, and then held some, but I got stopped out on the rest. No big deal. I don't even know if I'm up or down on that, but I don't think I'm looking at my thing. I'm not down, so I mean, I did something right there. But yeah, maybe we get the flush here, but again, shorting into a hole, so maybe it's got to be probably just a little bit less size. So yeah, we'll see what happens if it actually wants to break. Got to remember that market makers that are managing order flow on this, taking fills, they are defending these certain levels, right? So they are, like, if you're wondering, oh, why do these key levels hold? Well, they hold because market makers are there, and they're just like, well, I have unlimited buys, unlimited sells. I could really, like, iceberg everywhere and do whatever I want. So, what do? They defend the stock, right? Because they want the stock to go up so that they can exit more of their shares at the top, and that's how they get bonuses, I'm assuming. So that's why you got to be very careful around these certain prices. But yeah, if we actually break below that level and flush, I think like 25 is going to get tested at some point. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this is at 25. I want to short it. I just don't really know how to like short size and then hold the size because spread's 20 cents, kind of dangerous. I'm obviously like half paying attention here. And that's why I say, I'm happy that at least some people are just laughing and hopefully I'm, kind of entertaining here. I'm entertaining myself for sure. But yeah, no, this is definitely interesting. Yeah, if we get below that 2670 area, then maybe good for a short. But again, that'll be less size for myself for sure.
Yeah, watching this bad boy clearly, waiting for it to maybe push up, a little bit more. We're now in the money, 16 cents on the long off of 27 for Mobile Eye. We did have to add when it did get back below 27 a little bit more. But look, as long as the trade keeps working out for us, as long as the IPO price holds, we hold on to the longs. And if the IPO price breaks, then as Lucas said, you know, maybe the shorts. What was the saying again? If abort the long, the short can't be wrong. So that's
I've never heard it that way, but that makes sense. And sorry, I just want to quickly say, who was in the chat that just said that? That made me laugh. They're like, Luca with the 0.00001 stops. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not losing money. I'm breaking even, or I'm making like $10 million. Like, there is no downside over here. We are not in the business of being wrong. So if I'm wrong, I'm out. If I'm right, I try to hold, but you know, obviously your gut instinct tells you to cover. But no, that was actually a hilarious comment. Hopefully everybody in the back heard. Oh yeah, Leroy Jenkins, Luca with the point. How many zeros are there? Let me just quickly check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5. Oh man, if I could actually get that price, whoo, my trading would be insane. Like I'm talking 10 to 1s. I would have 400 to 1s. But yeah, no, that's not possible. Only possible for the bots. If you guys are watching tapes and you see like prints, you know, like 27, 2, 1, 5, 5, 6, 5, 4, it's like, you know, who gets those prices? I don't even know how that trades, but it's always in dark pools. And a lot of times it's just robots that can trade with each other and get those prices. They're operating within the midpoint. They trade with each other and they justify that it's oh yeah, we're providing just more liquidity for everybody. But I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, they're doing such a great service, yielding you know, 10 billions and billions of dollars a year. But yeah, kind of interesting, but you know, is what it is, just the nature of the market. Still holding the BBBY short. I didn't get the Google short, so I guess it's working. Hopefully somebody had that. Let me quickly pull it up. Yeah, go figure. Now 50 cents lower, and oh man, if you just see this, Brad, look at this line. If they're just like, they're like, nope, we're not filling that order because that is the right call. Not too crazy. I mean, 50 cents in the money, nothing special, but you know, working, right? Working. Where should I kind of hide that? I'm gonna just have to cancel that order and let it go because you know, yeah, if we get back up there, I'll probably have more than ample time to reevaluate that one. So yeah, let that one go. And yeah, maybe MBLY now wants to test that low again. So I don't know if you mentioned you were long 27. That kind of feels like the right idea for the scalp.
wow, something that I'm doing sounds like the right idea. That's you very rarely hear that, trust me. So maybe that trade actually works out. I just want to show you guys a quick little something about you know, you said be a robot. Right, you have to be a robot to get that fill.
Yeah.
This video is pretty cool. This is the human evolution created by an AI design or AI art. And if you just keep watching, it's pretty interesting how the human evolution, or at least the AI, is transforms into, you know, different phases, monkeys, warriors, and then soon it will be, you know, the phone, and then the phone then just turns into AI, and then, you know, cyborgs, and then just straight up complete crazy forms of alien almost. There we go. The alien forms coming in. So pretty crazy how the AI has put that one together. So if Luca wants to get those fills, then maybe Luca, you're gonna have to think about turning into an absolute robot yourself and become the AI. What would you call your AI, Luca?
My AI?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's got to be something really cool. I bet you that for sure.
The Italian Stallion AI.
The Italian Stallion AI.
No, that's so corny.
The ISAI, eh? Okay.
The
ISAI, ICEA, I don't know. But either way, that's going to be a fun AI eventually in the future. You know, just imagine your consciousness.
Do you have the video of where it's like, you know what I'm talking about?
Of what, sir?
Of the monkey, but like it's. Did you just show that video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just showed the video to the viewers.
That's so cool.
It's pretty intense how this AI does it these days. Let's take this moment to, is that a McDonald's? Did you get McDonald's? That's Tim Hortons, okay. Yeah, that's a Tim Hortons box over there. Buddy's eating Timmy's for lunch, I believe, because he did not like the lunch. What, you didn't like the lunch today? Oh, you are eating the lunch today. Okay, not bad. For those of you who have not hit that like button, go hit that like button. Oh, look at that new emotion or animation for actually hitting the like button. I don't think I've seen that one before. Fun little emotion with fireworks and so on. Kind of reminds me of Diwali all over. So for those of you who have not hit that like button, we're at 2.2K likes already with 5,000 of you watching. So maybe today we can actually get up to that 3K number a little bit quicker than yesterday. I think yesterday we were at 1.7. We ended the show with around 2.8 to 2.9. I think today we can get up to pretty close to 3K. So let's get that number bumping up, guys. Smash that like for everything that you've seen on Mobileye, on Coinbase, on Apple, Microsoft. You know, Sean, Neil, Brendo giving you all the timely update and trades to show you what to be part of and what not to be a part of. And even Luca and myself over here too, showing you how we traded the mobile eye position for the IPO. So for everyone who appreciated that, already hit that like. We do thank you for already smashing that like. If you notice that in the chat, people have green names. That's because they are members of the Trader TV Live family. So if you click on that join button right next to the subscribe button, you will see this pop-up window showing up with Brendo telling you exactly what being a member entails. You can also hit the subscribe button if you haven't. That 32% of you who have not hit the subscribe button. Now we're at 355,000 subscribers. Pretty close to 500K. That the Chris L sent us donuts recently. I think it was Monday or Friday. Those donuts were pretty amazing. Those Oreo donuts. Did you have a donut, Luca?
No, I'm just trying to stay away from like a lot of sugar.
Right on, right on. I should probably do something similar, honestly. I've been, the last 4 days, especially the concert day, we ate so much food, man, like Popeyes, pizza. I gained like, 7 pounds just going home, and 4 days of not working out. I felt so fat, so lazy. And yesterday, actually going to the gym, sitting in the sauna, everything felt so good. So I can't wait to do it again today. Hopefully give back some of those extra pounds that I gained on this weekend. This weekend was so much fun, though, Luca. I wish you came to that concert. I don't know if you would have enjoyed it, but it would have been something of a spectacular to see. So yeah, guys, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And last but not least, we have the YouTube merch store. If you do exclamation mark merch in the chat, you'll get linked directly to the store, or you can go to the homepage of our Trader TV Live channel, click on store, and buy this hoodie that I'm rocking right now, this Trader TV Live hoodie. Luca had this hoodie on yesterday. Well, not mine, his own hoodie on yesterday. And you could also buy one for yourself as it's getting cold a little bit. It's chilly in Canada, well, at least not today, but it's going to start getting cold. Buy some merchandise, get warm, and make some warm trades while you're at it. Here's Mobile Eye, still in the money by only 6 pennies, but the longs look like they want to now fail as we are trading under VWAP.
Yeah, trading under VWAP, doing a little dance. A lot of people reloading the bid over here on this name, so kind of interesting. I'm just watching it because I don't want to get wicked into my order and then be like 50 cents out of the money. That would just be make the day even worse. But it's all good. Ford above 13, Google 97.41, still in BBBY, but I think it's looking flat now. So I would love to be stopped out on BBBY because then it's a potential banger there. And guys, I'm not, the merch, I'll just say this very quickly. The sweater is sick. The sweater is sick. Buy once, if you are buying it, buy one size bigger than what you think you want, just because kind of the nature of the sweater, and then it might shrink. But very comfortable, hat is pretty sick too. And if I didn't have an iPhone case already, like maybe I'd consider it. But yeah, no, the sweater is kind of sick. And anytime you get, good quality things, I'm all over that for sure. I'm just watching this, like, is this going to get back above VWAP, or is it just going to channel? This is the thing with these IPOs. Like, if they just do this, right? It's like, they're just like, they have the move up, they have the move down, then it's dead. Maybe the next good trade will be the short through. The real question is, do you get the fill? Like, how much you crossing on that order? These are questions that I would ask myself. Somebody's saying, Baba Baby. Baba Baby, what are you doing? Oh, wow, 70. Wow. I know I said my 68. I was wondering how this is going to act at 68. So let me just quickly zoom out here. This is a very strong move to the upside. No, it actually went right through 68. Okay, yeah, so I thought that 68 would like reject very quickly. So like have a move like this and then like reject very quickly and like instantly flush back down. But I guess it's just kind of making its move back to the upside. This is the daily on BABA. So obviously you have the gap down, Chinese, very, very weak. Wick off bottoms on the daily, so showing that it is supported over there. It's still a behemoth, right? It's still a huge company. Probably going to make a run towards this moving average. I don't know today, but like this is obviously a very, very strong move. Hasn't broken 70 today. I would expect 70 to be tested. Maybe 70, you get some resistance there. It's up 10%. It's super strong. I'm going to short it. I'm going to short it in front of 70 with a tight risk. I'm going to do that. If we get there, I think it's the right call. It's not SSR today. I'm not super confident on the trade, but I'm going to respect the fact that it was above 70 for so long. 70 was like that little bit of support. Now we're getting back there. Very, very strong move. There's a good chance that I get this 70 fill at the top. and then we pull back $1. Like, so I'll take that. I'll take that if I get the fill there, but I don't necessarily love it. And as I say that, MBLY now making its move back above VWAP, you know, doing a little bit of a less volume. Somebody was reloading the bid at 27, so safe to say that for now that short through is going to probably have to just be put on ice. Is what it is, no big deal, no problem there. And Tesla hanging around 230, like hanging around 230, like for so long, right? Maybe we go up. I don't know if I want to try the short per se. Actually, maybe I will here. It's growing on me. The short of 230 is growing on me. There's really no size that I see that's at 230, but look at this, right? It literally is topping out at 230 specifically, so maybe worth a shot here. So yeah, let's see if I get a fill here on Tesla as well. If this could be a good short, maybe, or it could just instantly break right now that I took the short. And I would not be surprised, but I really don't care. I'll try it. If it breaks, whatever, is what it is. It's one of those things that, like, when you see this kind of setup, it's like the downside move, 28. Like, that's like a $2 move from here. So I'll take that and risk, like, whatever, 15 cents on this trade. So nothing crazy. If it breaks, great. Maybe it gives another opportunity even after the break. But, yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, so now we're about 40 pennies in the money on the Mobileye long off the IPO price 26.71, leaning on that level, getting a nice little pop-up above VWAP. Let's see if we can get another out closer to 27.60. I have an order already sent out there, holding 90% of my size on that trade. Boeing also tried to burn us on that trade, but not really moving back to 142 and getting above 142 for Boeing. So now we're in the money on the shorts for Boeing, 2 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can actually get that move to the south side on the market, allowing me to turn Boeing into a big winner for myself. If we do go to 140, I would love having some outs closer to that level. As Luca already showed you Baba, I want to show you JD. JD also going above $42, basically doing what Baba is doing and trying to just rip up to the north side. You can take a look at FXI on Amex. This is your large cap ETF for Chinese ADRs. And it's a very good idea to usually look at the positions that are, you look at the ETFs that are trading, look at the ETFs that of the stocks that you are trading. For example, if you're trading bank stocks, maybe look at XLF. If you're trading energy stocks, maybe look at XLE, and vice versa. So for FXI for Chinese ADRs, giving you a little bit of an idea of where the move might be going into. Currently 4% up on FXI, and it's trying to go down. Luca is currently killing it on the Tesla short.
Oh yeah, Tesla's working. So whatever, took a little bit of size. Then I'm like, you know what? I should smash this. And as soon as I sent that, we like flushed like 40 cents. So the short is good. The short is good. This is going down. I'm pretty confident with this one. Tough to add now because, you know, had the risk there, so I might just have to hold on to the trade. But I'm going to try to hold for like a 28. I don't know. Maybe we get there. Maybe we don't. Maybe we like stand around the 29 level just because of the 50 period for a little bit. But kind of feels like the short will be good. And again, if we do get over 230, I'll just get out of that one. Trader Gorno was actually saying, yeah, Tesla up $30 on no news. Yeah, it's like it's just moving with the rest of the market, right? It's definitely lots of selling that was coming in, and now you're just getting that kind of whiplash back to the upside.
Now 55 cents in the money, and looks like we did get our second out above 26.70s. I'm just going to throw another out at 27.80, another out at 27.90, or even just a flat at 28. Let's see if we can get all those outs to the north side, still having 80% and up 62 cents in the money on that Mobileye long. So we've been waiting for a good IPO to come out for a long time now, so pretty happy watching it play out the way it is. Here's Boeing at 141, so I want to take some size out as we're 25 cents in the money. We're technically at 141 would be 30 cents in the money based on our average where we are. Let's see if we can get that out. Come on, give me that out. Give me my fill, and bang, there we go. We got the fill, and now we're waiting for a bigger flush to the downside below 141 on Boeing, and most likely go test that 140 area. Look at this market pulling back. I should have just held on to my future shorts on both sides, on the NASDAQ side and on the S&P 500 side, as those levels never really came back into play. I had a pretty decent average on both of them and did not have to look back, but oh well, I can cry about it all I want. We're no longer in the trade, so it doesn't matter. Both the markets now pulling back slightly to the downside. NASDAQ still down on the day, but S&P 500, which turned positive, is maybe we do get a chance to see the S&P 500 actually turn negative. I don't know. Might be something to actually throw a vote out there on the or on the YouTube chat to see how you guys think the markets will go to at the end of the day. GitLab is popping up on the scanners. No, GitLab. Looks like GitLab finally breaking 50 to the downside, down 2.7% on the day, and trying to show more weakness as Mobile is now 70 cents in the money on the long side.
Yeah, kind of crazy moving back to the upside there. Tesla's still working for me. BBBY still flat. Looking across the board. Somebody was saying before, can you look at Meta? I don't know what was happening there, but that's actually a very, very just robotic move down. Meta's earnings are after the bell. For anybody wondering, it's down 3% today. Why? Sorry, I'm actually like, why? This is like the after hours move. Maybe because you know why. Google and Microsoft miss, so Meta flushes with it. Everything kind of moves hand in hand. We had this before, right? Snapchat missed, they tanked, and Meta went down.
Twitter with it.
Now Google, and now Google and Microsoft down on the earnings play, and so I guess that's the move for Meta there. This looks so much like Google's chart, which is kind of crazy. Crazy how these bots are doing the same dance. They dance with each other, I guess, right? Makes sense. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of setup we get on Meta. Like if we break through like 125, I don't know. Look at the implied volatility. There is a 99% chance that Meta is going to miss earnings from Christopher Munoz. You guys heard it here first. I mean, guys, if Google and Microsoft are down and they missed or whatever, I mean, what can Meta really do, right? I feel like the short is in. The short is good. But again, guys, it's complete gamble if you are trading earnings. Anything can happen. The best I could say is watch the implied volatility. Look for it. You know, like we mentioned, I think they were talking about on the closing show yesterday, Microsoft was 4%, Google was 8%. So you mark the high, you mark the low. If the bottom end of the implied move for Meta is like 120, and that's like the 52-week low, that's like a new recent low there. You know, it's tough to, unless real selling comes in, unless something crazy happens. Maybe you short and you cover there. But again, obviously trade your own book, do whatever. I think Tesla is now, well, it's still flat, like 50 cents in the money, not too crazy. I'm getting out some at 28, and then it's just not giving me the feel like yesterday. It's just so strong. But we did actually have the fade midday yesterday, so maybe we do like crack VWAP and then test 126. So I think safe to say for myself, I'll cover 228 and 226. Those are my targets on that one. Or whatever comes first. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Maybe there's a chance to reload, but the deal. I mean, it's good the first time. If it gets back up there, why is it up there? Shouldn't be giving you that second chance because it's the market. There is no free money, right? It is the most difficult game in the world. It should not be easy. If you make money, you should say, wow, I made money. It's the market, right? It's savage. It's the Wild West. So, obviously manage your expectations accordingly. And kind of wish I had that Google short because tried it, missed it. Now we're actually dollar in the money. So that is unfortunate, but whatever. What are you going to do is what it is.
It is what it is. Exactly, my friend. Sadly, I think you're being a little negative because you weren't able to catch your moves today, Luca, but that's fine. We have tomorrow. There'll be other days. We'll catch those moves eventually. You don't have to worry about that too much.
No, definitely not Is MBLY? Oh, now we're back at this price. Yeah, no, definitely not. It's kind of funny because as a trader in real time, you're like, oh man, like what was that move? But yeah, no, whatever. It's as expected, right? Like you gotta just kind of trade what you see. Things are not always going to work for you, and just hit the next trade that comes along. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job at that.
Yeah, just got to keep hunting for the trades, my friend, and lots of opportunities in this market still. Market now actually moving back up to the north side, and JD just came up running onto the scanners for the third, fourth time of the day. So it looks like another new high day for JD. JD finally moving back into this range over here, above $41 and below $45. There's a good chance that we might form a support area on JD above $40.50 right here around this, these ranges. And just trade sideways unless a negative catalyst comes out today for the intraday, that is, as we are finally above this range low for this position. So monster moves coming in for these Chinese ADRs. Just can't stop, won't stop going up to the north side. Boeing pulling back after giving us a profit target earlier, pulling back into the north side, and we're short, so not exactly what we want to watch it do. But as I said, as long as it doesn't break 142, I'm going to hold on to my trade over here. I'm actually going to add to my position the lot size that I took out. I'm going to add that lot size back onto this trade. And Mobile Eye did get a pop up to 28. I noticed some size on 28, around 200 lots. Yeah, it's still there. And then below that, almost every 5 pennies, there's about 100 lots on every single gate. On EXB gateway on every single half a penny to the downside on under $28. So maybe someone's trying to stuff it down or trying to punch out every 5 cents for their longs. Either they're trying to go shorts or they're trying to go long, exit out of their longs for profit. Either way, I don't want to watch them battle because that's just boring for me. I'll let them do what they want to do. I'll take out my profits in front of them, kind of front run that size. So got out before 28. Still holding 60% with some exits above 28 in case 28 does manage to break later on or at any point in the day. If it does manage to break it, go and have a test for a new high day around 28.40 or so. Look at the volume on this stock now, really going to the downside. The volume is running away from this position, so not the best thing that you want to see for a breakout long type of trade. Luca?
I'm sorry?
You got anything?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just, sorry, I was reading in the chat, I think it was Nick who said MBLY, $725 billion, current valuation at 27.20. And I was just like, what? No way, like that's huge. No, that doesn't sound right.
What was the statement?
The valuation on MBLY, that's like, no, 725 billion?
No.
That's not right. No, that's not right. That's huge. That's huge. That's why I was like, wow, and I was just
maybe
like, lost for words.
7.25, not 725.
Yeah, that actually sounds more correct. 7.25, or even like 72 billion, but like
3.57.
3.57?
Yeah.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds more correct. Imagine 700 billion, and it's like that's bigger than Intel, isn't it? And Intel's like, yeah, we'll just spin this thing off. That's actually way bigger than we are. We're a $100 billion valuation, but yeah, no, that's kind of interesting. Tesla actually ran back up, but didn't stop me out. Now back down, just kind of dancing around. As expected, very, very slow, but yeah, still holding on to that one. And yeah, I wonder if anything else is going to come to fruition. Somebody's saying Meta still falling. Yeah, Meta is just like, if you're short Meta, just, I guess, hold on to that one. We're now below VWAP here. Tough to, I'm not punching short on this just because now it's already too low there. But maybe you get some covering coming into like the low a day here. So like this general area, call it 132 to 131. You know, maybe that's kind of like the, not a bounce area, but like you get some covering there. So if I was personally short this name, you know, just based on technicals, kind of looks like you could kind of bounce around that 132. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. I'm not necessarily thinking long there, but maybe if this gets back up 134, you know, if it wants to reject 134, 135, I think that 135 kind of short area really just feels good ahead of earnings.
Mobileye trying to move back up north again. Let's go, baby. Take that 28 level out and really push to the north side. Would love watching that happen for us. Here we go, 28 getting tested. That size got pushed down a little bit, but then those size got added right back up. There we go, trying that 28 break one more time, and it got so close. Looks like some orders even got pulled away from that 28 because they saw the break coming in. And there we go, bang, straight into 28.20 where we take our next exit out. Now only 50% left on the basket for the Mobileye long from 26.87 bottoms. So that puts us $1.25 in the money. Can we get the break of high a day now? 28.40, come on. Give me that out on 28.40. You know you want to. We're only 6 pennies away from that. Push up there. You know, I don't want to see any iceberg actions coming in on these levels. So let's just break all these levels, rip up to the north side. The fact that we even broke 28, I think we might just see a new high a day coming in soon for this position.
Yeah, there we go. MBLY long, Kai. And I don't know if it was you who was saying, like, you're like, oh, Luca hating against our positions. And I'm like, oh, is Kai's a woman, right?
I think so, yeah.
I can't remember, but I think. And yeah, no, it's just because, like, see, you know what it is? It's silly. I'm like, I paid for shorts. I like my levels. I'm shorting this name. But I know that like less people short and everybody wants the long. So I was like, I also maybe should try to find some longs here. But yeah, no, obviously all these were shorts, except for this one long that just didn't work for me. But whatever, that was smaller size. I don't really care too much. I mean, I hope everybody is just doing well and making money. That's the main thing. Someone's saying if Meta misses big bull trap, yeah, Meta is interesting. You know, Meta is definitely interesting. Gut feeling, I think short. I do think short, but I'm always thinking short. So, so yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see there. Over under on 28. Somebody in the chat, I was saying, Pratt killing this. Yeah, and every time I glance over, I'm just like, this man is literally killing this chart, murdering it. Short the top, cover along the bottom, cover the tops. That's it's showing you the range that it wants to be in. I think heavy over 28. It's like 28 just feels like stops are getting run to the upside, and then there's no real like genuine buying above 28. That's why we're getting like the pop through 28 kind of sideways and then fail. Pop through 28 sideways and then maybe fail again. So yeah, we'll see if that lower 2670 level gets tested again. Kind of giving me the feel that if we do get there for the third time, first time, second time, third time's a charm. So gonna hit the short if we get there, and we'll see what happens. Someone's saying Tesla dipping. Yeah, Tesla looking like it's finally heading towards 228. So yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that one and see if that wants to work for us as well.
Guys, I'm not killing anything, just so you guys know. It's not killing anything. But this market trying to move back to this outside, and that's making me upset that I'm not holding that shorts on the market over there. Because, like I said, if VWAP does come into play today on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ, I will be pretty upset of not holding my shorts on the futures. But anyways, coming back to Mobileye, 32% up on the day, apparently ignoring that percentage that it's up, because I think that's a fugazi number. Let me quickly see what's Mobileye at? 32%.
Yeah, because its IPO price was 21.
Oh, it's calculating off the IPO price. Okay, that makes sense actually. MBLY. Let me quickly scroll up over here. This one says it's down 55%. That's probably because it's taking it from here at $62 or so, and obviously trading from 62 to 25. That's going to be a big drop according to their math. Anyways, Mobileye currently up 99 cents in the money for us, and Boeing 1 penny out of the money. I'm looking at CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. I think that's the name, right? Let me quickly pull it up. Yeah, Chipotle Mexican Grill. Did come out with earnings report. They said that they were doing pretty decent on earnings report, but they did also notice that the overall inflation is bringing in less and less customers into their restaurants, so they're struggling a little bit on that side. I think CMG, though, honestly just needs to have a split or something if they want to have more volume traded on this position. This might be one of the only few stocks left above $1,000. Not many stocks that I know are still trading above 1,000, and all the big ones that did used to had a split in them and have pushed down quite a bit off that split, obviously. People in the chat talking about Coinbase. Let's go take a look at Coinbase. Coinbase, ooh, nice little pullback on Coinbase to VWAP / the 100-period EMA coming in closer to $75. Still up 1.5% on Coinbase. I would think that some of the coins pulled back too. Yeah, look at that. Doge, which was up 10%, now only up 7%. Ethereum, which was up 9%, now only up 6% or 6.5%. So a little bit of a pullback in the currencies, cryptocurrencies. So it makes sense why Coinbase over here had also a little pullback coming in from the $78 area all the way to 76.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna play off this 28 level again on MBLY. So short this, and this is the logic here is like, we already ran the stops. We're kind of rejecting. So now I feel this is more of not really, it's kind of like if we break down from here and we run to like 27 and get that test, then this is going to be a banger short. This is going to be awesome. Maybe make $1 on this one. And then if we actually break the lows, like maybe we do get to 25. It's like how long do the market makers defend the price? Maybe selling comes in eventually. If it rips back up and stops me out, like I would not be surprised on that. But yeah, Tesla working. MBLY kind of looks good for now, but yeah, we'll have to see if it wants to go back up. This thing definitely doing a lot of volume dancing around. Spread is there, so I will not be shy of getting out of this if it wants to rip up against me again.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some size out on Boeing now once again, closer to 141. Let me see if I can get that out there and see if we can hold the rest of the size. We have 100% of our size currently on Boeing. only 19 cents in the money on the trade. Would love to take some size out over here, and in order to see if we can, keep on adding to our P&L. These two trades have been working for us for the most part, so just want to keep taking advantage of it. Looking at the green side scanner, though, market's having a nice little pullback, actually. So maybe hold on to your shorts and just be careful for your longs right now. If you did punch any new longs, that is, at the high days, you want to for sure manage them as the market is having a little bit of a pullback. Looks like that 3,900 area standing true as a wall for the market, and same with for NASDAQ, the 1700 area standing as a wall. Looks like we did break 1700 slightly on the on the NASDAQ futures, but did not manage to turn green on the day by clearing past it. So now the NASDAQ down 0.82% on the day, and the S&P 500, which was up 0.5, now only up 0.23, so market's pulling back. Looking at more short trades then in that case to see if we can look for some positions to jump into, and one of them that's standing out is going to be YMAB. What is YMAB? No, don't go down on the scanner. Looks like a new low a day coming in for YMAB, closer to $13 with a relative volume of 8.65. Today's volume, though, only 600,000 shares traded. For a $13 stock and a 14, almost 5 cent spread over here. Not really sure I want to be touching this position at all. Lucas said this is going to be a banger, so I can't wait to see what that one is.
Yeah, I'll quickly talk about this. Somebody was like, oh, Luca got that top wick short. Yeah, I was like, wow, that actually is pretty sick. Now that we're headed lower, it's like, I don't want to cover here because I think this is actually going to be sick. Like, the range is in. I think we're actually going down 27. And then this is the thing, right? This is where not so much like, it's not a greed thing per se, but it's more so like you probably have to cover 27 because that's where everybody covers. But then if we break, like this could be at 26 in no time. So it's like you got to find a healthy balance between trying to cover and not. And making the decision in real time is definitely fun. I'm learning a lot about myself and how I develop as a human being, and it's kind of funny. And all my friends around me here probably laugh at me because they're just like, this guy is the most emotional guy, up, down, this, that, left, right. But yeah, you guys are witnessing this in real time. It's an exciting process, and I'm sure Greg over there is having the biggest laugh because he's, veteran on the floor. Obviously, Neil, Sean, Brendo, but, Greg too, and he's probably just, laughing and enjoying watching my process as well. So you're welcome, Greg, for free entertainment.
Hey, man, we appreciate all the knowledge you give to us and all the experience that you bring in with your previous work and so on. So we love you over here, Luca. Trust me, no one's laughing at you, my friend.
Like a good kind of laugh,
Ah, okay.
I laugh at myself, and I'm like, wow, it's like I don't care. Like if I'm like saying things, and I'm like, yeah, guys, this trade could be good, but I might lose, and then I lose. I was like, oh, what the heck is that? And then you laugh. It's like I'm also laughing at myself. So it's all good. I definitely don't take offense to that at all because I know everybody has good intentions there. Yeah, hopefully you guys hit the like button. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. All we ask for is likes. We're at 2.4K and 4,700 people watching, which is pretty sick. Yeah, hopefully we get that to like 3K or.
Yeah, if you get 3K, that'd be amazing. We're already at 2.4, but we started at 2.2K likes, guys, when we started asking for the like count, that is. On the morning show, when I pulled up right before coming onto our show, I think I saw 1.3 to 1.5 maybe. I forget what time I saw 1.3, honestly. So maybe we got up to 1.5 on the end of the morning show, and then now the midday show, and obviously we got the closing show coming back in around 2 o'clock. So make sure you smash the like buttons on every single show because we would love to have this channel be pushed out to more and more people out there in the YouTube sphere. Talking about YouTube, let's talk about YouTube real quick. Didn't their ad revenue go down? Yes. Yeah, so YouTube ad revenue went down, and that's like probably the first time in a long time that YouTube has seen that happen to them. And what, my brother's friend actually works on the YouTube ad revenue side in California, and he was explaining to me how they were gonna start doing about maybe more ads and so on. Obviously more ads, not the way we want to see, but that's how they're gonna have to come back and battle for that market share, I guess, for ad revenue and so on. more and more companies might be going into putting ads into Netflix now, you know, because they don't have to worry about anything controversial coming out randomly from a content creator on YouTube. A lot of times content creators have come out with their content and then pretty soon, you know, said something controversial and then get canceled or get kicked off the platform. So YouTube having a little bit of issues on that side. But when it comes to Netflix, you know, these are big companies like Warner and other movie companies, Fox and so on, filming the movies, giving it to Netflix. So a little bit of trust already there. So ads might actually save Netflix, as Chas is saying in the chat. But Netflix might actually save ads in a way because a lot of companies have been struggling in order to push out more advertisements with the help of ad blockers and other tools that actually stop ads coming in from everywhere. Dual stream on Rumble, why not? I mean, maybe, but we've tried dual streaming before. It's not really that useful, honestly. You know, streaming to 2 people on Rumble and 5,000 on YouTube right now. We're just wasting our internet resources by doing that. Maybe if one day Rumble picks up, we could think about it. We did used to do it on YouTube and Facebook, but that Facebook chat was like maybe 5 viewers watching, right? So it wasn't really worth our time to continue doing that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out like where I should have my orders on this thing. But yeah, guys, I covered a little bit of Tesla, just a little bit of an update here. Oh man, man, I covered this. I'm like, this is maybe like a good spot to cover. But no, it was actually the worst spot to cover because then had the flush through 228. But the key is to hold some, and I am holding some there. So yeah, nothing to complain about. Short 230, cover 228.30. Nothing crazy. I mean, I would have covered 228 anyways, like I mentioned, so it's not a big deal. I just didn't want it to like rip away, and I'm like so close, like literally 30 cents away. So whatever is what it is. Yeah, maybe it kind of gives me the feel like the market's pulling back now. If everyone could see this chart, maybe we actually get a VWAP test, and I'm actually getting the vibe that we're actually going to crack through VWAP because it's like this move is crazy to the upside, but like at some point the bid is just weak and like we fall. I just don't know when that's going to happen, but yeah, you know, if this market really wants to turn around here, like this Tesla short's going to be pretty sick. So yeah, I got a good average on it. I'm like $2 in the money on it, which is like it's Tesla, so $2 whatever. But yeah, it's working out, right? So if we get that flush to 226, not going to be greedy with it just because like this is where like we channeled and then we kind of popped. So I feel like it's in this like range, right? So it's like if we could get to 226, great. I don't really think we're going to 220. I'll reshort it. If we go through 225, I'll probably just like reshort it there. So whatever, no big deal. And I think I'm actually stopped on MBLY there. So let me just quickly have a look to see where we are on this. Yeah, this was my worry. There was a huge iceberg at 2780. And I'm like, man, if we break 2780, like we could probably like test 28 again, and I'm not going to hold size against me. So as much as I wanted to hold to 27, my gut is telling me like that's where we're going. Like I'm not in the business of really, you know, like this is my prediction and whatever. I'm just in the business of, look, I take the short, it stopped here. This is probably the cover, cover a little bit more, and then cover the rest there. So whatever is what it is. I won't be afraid to get short again, but I would love for this thing to really just go back through 28. And it's giving me the feel that it is. And again, this is the rule, right? It's like the first time, great. The second time, no, because now people are getting squeezed. So like I'm short, I'm covering because I'm not scared, but it's like, I'm like, oh man, if we get through 228, where's the top on this thing? Are we going to 29? I would love a short there, so I don't want to be short at 28. So yeah, it'll be discretionary. So yeah, just kind of a little update there.
SPY and NASDAQ pulling back quite a bit. NASDAQ once again down 1% on the day, and just struggling over here to stay green or even turn green. But S&P 500 did turn green and doing a pretty damn good job at staying green on the day. So let's go for the SPY longs for those of you who did take it. Anyways, I'll answer that comment later. Boeing currently also paying us for the shorts. Boeing 50 cents in the money, and trying to see if I can take some more size out under 141 for Boeing with the help of the market pulling back south. But notice how Mobile Eye is not really pulling too far to the downside. I did take some more size out just to be careful. You know, we got big stack bully Luca over here trying to bully Mobile Eye back to the downside. So I don't want to be fighting the other short traders who might be thinking the same, taking some size out, but holding some size for a possible second, third, fourth leg up to the north side if it does show up. But, you know, got to be careful. Playing my playbook over here with the help of Luca's playbook a little bit. So thank you, Luca, for that one.
Honestly, it's really, really nice to be alongside like-minded people, because everybody's opinion is, I don't know if valid is the right word. Like, everybody has their own opinions, but it's nice that, like, for example, yesterday, for anybody watching, I'm like, Google should print me at 104, like, or 105. I was like, why is it not printing? And all Sean had to say was, I'm getting short. I didn't even know. But he was like, oh, the short there. So, like, going back to, like, obviously everybody's in the zone. Like, I'm not really going to be like, yeah, like, what are you doing here, blah, blah, blah. But, if somebody is a short bias trader and another person's a long bias trader, and the long guy is like, oh, I'm going super long here because it's nice, and the short's like, oh, well, I'm not even going to try the short here, then the long probably is good, right? So it's definitely really, really nice to be kind of around traders who are trading all the time every single day. And obviously in this community, it's really nice because people are throwing ideas, talking about like, oh, look at this name, look at that name. And sometimes I don't even have these, I'm not even looking, and I'm like, and then someone's like, Baba baby, and I was like, oh, Baba baby, where are you? And that 70 short was actually sick, but I didn't get filled, and I'm at 69.89. That's way too high. And that was more of like I thought we're gonna break 70, so let me get like a reminder order, and then I'll decide if I want to add to it. But that was actually pretty sick. If I was 10 cents lower, that's a banger trade right there. And even though I didn't have it, I appreciate whoever mentioned that, because I was like, okay, sick. It's a nice reminder for myself. Yeah, Tesla's now flushing $3 in the money on this. What a bad cover. Oh, my God. Oh, well, whatever. See, it's like a 2-point win. Pay myself along the way. But like, man, like, you trade long enough, this is going to happen. I'm sure, veterans in the chat, you guys know what I'm talking about. And I even said, I'm like, no, I'm covering nothing. No, I'm going to cover. I'm not going to cover. I don't know. But yeah, now we're actually breaking through VWAP. Selling is actually picking up here. I'm going to stick to my 226. I mean, it's, I $2 winner, $4 winner, I'll take it. If Tesla's at like 215 by the end of the day, then I won't be on the show because it'll probably be the closing show. But just know I'm in the back saying, wow, because like, yeah, short 230, like 15 points on Tesla. I'll take that. But yeah, I can't always get it. BBBY, like, had to hold on to this one, but now it's actually starting to go back. I think I'm going to go for a VWAP cover just because it just feels like the right thing to do. Yeah, I'm not going to be greedy with it. I'll just take the VWAP cover. It's kind of same ideology as yesterday. I think I covered VWAP as well. Yeah, it just feels like maybe we channel that VWAP. So that's the logic there. I mean, I'll take it. That'll be like a 30-40 cent win on something like BBBY. That's like a 10% move, right? So yeah, I'll take that. That's not bad. B setup, nothing too crazy. But yeah, just make sure when you're trading your setups, if it's a B setup, make sure you're taking B setup size. If it's A+, make sure you take the A+ size, or else, why are you a day trader? You want to scale up on the trades that work for you. And someone's saying Luca called that, but just remember all the things that I called that don't come true. Just remember those as well. It's not all. Oh,
trust me, they remember those very well. They call you out on that every time, and I'm talking about myself when I say you. They call me out on that every time. So they are like an elephant on that side. They will not forget the bad calls. But every now and then when we do make a good call, we do get compliments for that. So we appreciate it. For example, right now on Boeing, $1 in the money on Boeing. I did say I expect 140 to come into play today. Here we are at 140.34, putting us our position at $1.15 per share in the money, and I do have an order out somewhere around 140.30. Yeah, it looks like it just got triggered, and now we have 60% of our size left on this position from that 140, 150s that I was talking about as the NASDAQ futures pull right back to VWAP. and the S&P 500 turns red on the day again. S&P 500 now down 0.13% on the day, and very close to VWAP too. I think only 4 points away from VWAP for the SPY futures, and allowing us to turn this trade into a little bit of a bigger winner than we would have thought, honestly, because for the first 30-40 minutes, it wasn't really working out for us.
It was Tesla flush.
It wasn't just working out for us. Now you're good. It just kept trading around those same levels. So now Boeing $1.30 per share. We're taking profits on this. Thank you, Boeing. MBLY now not really doing a whole lot of anything. We were $1 in the profit for this bad boy, but look at it pull back to VWAP right now. Big pullback coming in on MBLY. Let me get out of some more size on this trade. Am I gonna get a size out here? Hello, what's going on? There we go.
Yeah, Dan, absolutely.
So getting some more size out. Now only 30% left on this trade. Don't want to be holding MBLY against me if it does start flushing. We could also add back into this trade. Let's actually get out of all of our size and only hold 20%, and then have an order to get back long near 2670 if it does come back into play for us. NASDAQ now down 1.3% on the day and below VWAP, whereas S&P 500 down 0.18 on the day and at VWAP.
Yeah, Dan, you're making me, you're like, yeah, I heard Luke in the background. Wow, yeah, absolutely, man. Look at this, MBLY flushing without me. I was thinking, oh, I should reload, and then that's like a 2-minute candle. That's crazy. And then I was like looking at Tesla. I'm like, wait, why am I flat on everything? And I guess I have my answer here because Tesla is at 225. Kind of crazy. Let's just run through a little quick update here. That was pretty solid, but this cover is whatever. The thing is this, right? Now I'm pissed off about this cover, but if we were back at 230, I'd be happy about this cover. So it is what it is. That's trading. I gotta live with it. That looks pretty clean, right? That's pretty nice. Short, cover. Essentially covering here and covering here for myself is essentially taking like a VWAP cover. So I'm just like, I'll take it here, I'll take it here. It's essentially just below VWAP cover. We're getting that 225 test and bounce. I don't hate the 226 cover. I just hate the 228 cover, but whatever it is what it is. That was actually pretty clean. BBBY, that was the perfect fill right in front of VWAP. I'm expecting some sideways action. And whoever yesterday was like, should I go long BBBY on VWAP? And I was like, no. I'm looking at it, obviously short bias. I'm like, no way. Like, there's no way. And then it like ran up. And at the end of the day, I was like, wow, whoever said that, that was a nice call there. I don't know if it's going to do it again today. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to take the trade. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty. It's just, you know what it is? It's unfortunate that I had to have like smaller size because it's not at like the level that I want to see. So it's like I take the win on less size and I'm mad. So I'm like always mad. So it's like I make money and I'm just not happy. But whatever, it is trading. It's better than losing on the name. So yeah, throw that one up for another win. And yeah, Netflix, man. Netflix, like, I don't even know. This is because MBLY opened. So it was like it opened. So I was like, whatever, my stop's there. I triggered it out. Didn't look back short, but I think, 305 was a good place to have the stop, but then as soon as you see it reject, like you just punch back in, right? So it's like you give it the risk, $1.50, whatever it is, dollar risk. You do it once, do it twice, do it 3 times. You lose, you win, and then hopefully the winner, because it's a $4 or $5 winner, you can risk, like call it maybe $1.50 the first time, 50 cents the second time, 50 cents the third time. So, it's like $2.50 risk. You're going for like $4 to $5. Still a 2 to 1, but then maybe just size down. Maybe that's a good rule of thumb there. Luca, is there a reason you didn't leave a chunk of your Tesla with a trailing stop? There is a reason, actually. So, and somebody was saying it before, why are you covering so quickly? And I don't know if they were talking to me or Pratt at the time, but just keep in mind that like we are day traders. So like because I'm a day trader, because I'm a scalper, and sorry, I just want to make sure. Did this break 27? No. And you know what? That was my cover too. 20. Damn it. Whatever. Yeah. So as a day trader, like I'll speak towards myself. Like I'm definitely a scalper, and I find areas where I'm like, okay, this is where I should be taking size, and then it flushes, and then this is the thing. See this cover right here? It's like, why did it stop over here? So it worries me. So it's like, even though I want to hold, the problem with that is I'm in over here with the size. It's already showing me the winner. Like I could just pay myself and that's a really good day. So I'm like, okay, I might as well take half off, take some off, whatever. And then as it's like showing me, it's like, this isn't like, I don't know what's going on. Like this could easily go back through 28. And because we're not in the business of losing, I'm not actually going to let it go through 28 and hold. So I'll be stopped out. And then, so the thing is this, right? I'm short, I'm in the money. I could have easily, like this tapped 28 and didn't break. So maybe I should have had the reload there. But if it did break and it's like 1 cent and you guys saw it over here, it broke, right? So I got triggered out over here. It could have triggered me out and I wouldn't have taken any of the win. And so like going back to the, your question on Tesla, oh, why are you not letting Tesla ride? The main reason for myself is like I probably will just get back. It's easy for me to punch back into the short. Like we have market making capabilities over here, so I can actually route to venues where they pay me to add liquidity. And so if I cover 226. If we pop back up to VWAP, I could easily just get back into the trade. So as a scalper, I'm always thinking like trade. I'm not necessarily the intraday swing guy where I'm like, like hold here and hold and trail it. A lot of the times when I trail my orders, I get wicked out of them anyways. And then I get angry because I feel like it was a fake out, so I punch back in. So for myself, it's like this was the trade idea. Like take the short, cover here, like that's the win. Now maybe we go sideways. Maybe there's actually another opportunity to get short. And I don't actually think 225 broke. And I did say that I was short through 225. So that's what I'm going to do. If we go through 225, I'm going to short that again. And the thing is this, right? I cover 226. I forego the $1 more. But I'll just, it's like a peace of mind, right? It's like now that I'm flat, I can chill. I can just like reevaluate where am I standing on these things? What's the market doing? Are we getting a VWAP bounce? So this is the reason why I do these things. Hopefully that makes sense to you. If I was trading my own account and I was able to actually ride these positions, I was talking to a friend about this, and he actually had the Tesla short at 310. And then he was like, I'm holding for 200. And I was like, that's ambitious. And he's like, no, I'm holding for zero. Tesla's worth $0. I'm holding for zero. And I was like, okay, well, let me just give you a little piece of advice from a day trading standpoint. If we get to 290, 280, 260, 250, like these are bounce zones. So I would just scale out of the trade if I was you. Like from a swing trading perspective, I would scale out of that trade, then take it short again through 250, and then cover 200. Like that's how I would do it. And this individual actually covered at I think they short 315 or 310, and they covered like 307, and then it flushed. And then they called me the other day, and they're like, yeah, like I was like long Tesla, I think. And I was like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? So going back to what I was originally saying, if I was a swing trader trading my own account, obviously sizing accordingly, managing risk. Like if I took the 230 short, and for whatever reason, I'm holding, it's flushing, it's looking good, and by the end of the day, we're at like 220, I'm like 10 points in the money. Okay, yeah, cover some, create the free trade, give yourself some breathing room, but like, yeah, like we could easily like go back down, like 210, test the bottoms again. So it's like if you have that capability, like maybe that's the right idea. And that's where I would trail my stop. Because day trading, it's easy to say, yeah, trail the stop, but a lot of the times wherever you're trailing it to, you're gonna get wicked out anyways. Tesla could easily be back at 227.50. And if my trail was over there, it's like I covered here, I was in the money, it went back, it trailed me out, then it went lower anyways. So yeah, I'll be a scalper all the time. And speaking of scalping, I will take 225 short if we break that again.
Yeah, Twitter just recently dropped back to 52.80. If you guys remember from yesterday when the news catalyst came out, we did get a pop up to $53 and even $53.20, but 52.80 kept holding to the downside on Twitter. Today, that seems to be the low of day. We got a 52.80 bottom earlier. That gave you a nice pop right back to 53. We caught back to 52, and actually a catalyst comes out this time for this volume candle, which happens to be that Twitter, Elon changed his bio to Chief Twit, basically saying that he's now the CEO of Twitter, and only 2 more days left for this deal to actually completely go through. And Twitter today popping right back to $53 on that catalyst, getting right back above VWAP, up 0.3% on the day. Boeing. The Boeing shorts are absolutely killing it right now. So let's spin some money over there as we are $2 in the money on Boeing, taking profits to the downside. Boeing right now, they're trying to pop up a little bit off the 139.50s. Only 30% of my size left. Most of it got taken out for profits from $1 to $2 ranges. And now we're trying to hold on to the last 30% of our size to see how big of a trade can we make out of this one. At the same time, Mobileye did get below VWAP. It dropped down to 27, but it held 27. So the last 20% of size that we have left on that trade, no reason to really punch out of it just yet. We're going to hold on to it, see if we get another move back to 28. Then maybe we break 28, punch punch out of that, punch through that level, and then go try making a new high a day as the S&P 500 successfully manages to, you know, maybe successfully manages to. We're still seeing the battle come through, but trying to hold itself above VWAP, whereas the NASDAQ sadly got below VWAP a little bit and now trading close to 11,500. From 11,700 to 11,500. I would have been 200 points in the money on the future short if I just held on to a little bit longer. And same thing with the S&P 500 future short too. Would have been able to capitalize on the market turning red on the day once again if I just held on to it. Sadly, that's not how it goes today, and we didn't make the futures trade as big as we wanted to be. But still, profits are profits. No complaints on that side. Mobileye now 75 cents in the money, so it looks like it wants to go back up north side one more time for us. Whereas Boeing shorts closer to $139, so maybe we do get a break of 139. I'm pretty happy. I told you guys I expect 140 to come into play today. We're almost $1 under 140, guys. So if you did take a short with me at 142, make sure you're taking profits, and then you can hold some for the dream, because now this trade is a free trade. I don't have to worry about it. I could throw my stop at break even. I could throw my stop at another range high break or something, and just let the trade work out. And look at that, 139 coming in. Let's see if 139 breaks, allowing us to hold this trade a little bit longer.
Somebody was asking, and I think it was a super chat. I'm just quickly glancing at it as I just fixed my Tesla order here. I think, guys, if Tesla breaks 225, like, it's going to be another banger short there. So I just want to add a little bit more size. And whatever, if it's the bottom and we bounce, then I'll just get out of it. But it feels like that's the case. It feels like we're actually going to flush through this. So maybe it happens as I talk about this. But somebody was saying, oh, Baba's short. What do you think? With a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, first of all. And second of all, I was thinking short in front of 70, but not now. It has to get back there. Like, I only want to trade at levels. Sometimes you see me trading around like weird levels, but like, I'll be honest, it's smaller size just because it has to be. That's day trading. Like, these institutions are trading so much size at key levels. So I would much rather be involved with my size at these key levels, so that I just kind of like, I'm just there, but like I'm not there. You know, like if I trade at these random levels, then it's like I'm the only one there, and like I don't want to be seen, right? So that's kind of my logic. So going back to the question of, is it time to short BABA? I was actually trying to short it in front of 70, but yeah, I missed the fill. I covered it before. But yeah, no, it is what it is, whatever, no big deal there. I think if it gets back there, it's worth a shot just because it is resistance. But again, it's like the first time it's good. The second time it's like you probably have to size down. So it's like if you're willing to short BABA, like for like 100 shares, and you miss it, and then it goes back, maybe the second time, like don't do 200, or don't do like I wouldn't even do 100 again. I would probably do like 50%, 70%, like anything less, just because why is it now there the second time? So unless you win on the first time, then okay, great. Somebody also in the chat saying, look at LMAO. And guys, I actually saw you talking about that, and I'm like, what's everyone laughing at? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm funny, but I'm not that funny. And then, no, but there's a stock, and the symbol is LMAO, and it's at $9. 61,000 shares traded. So again, this is like, it's like there's no volume on this name, LMAO, and I have Tesla up here, but wait, let me just, hold on, can I drag this over for everybody to see? This is LMAO over here. It's strong. I mean, I guess it's maybe on the, the scanners because it's up, it's moving right now. But yeah, guys, the spread is 45 cents. Be careful with that one. I would be careful, but it's a is there a LMFAO? No way. No, I know you're laughing now. Yeah, no. So LMAO is a ticker. LMFAO is not a ticker. Would be funny actually if there was two tickers there.
Apparently, LMAO is a SPAC, so can't wait to see what they merge into, or what they SPAC into. Wednesday super chats. We got some super chats over here. The Path to You, $5 super chat. Holding a bag of MULN since yesterday. What's your take on this? Be careful. That's my take. I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't advise you how to trade your positions. At the end of the day, manage your risk and only be willing to trade that position if you're okay with it going to completely to zero. If you're okay with all your money going to zero on that bag, then continue doing what you're trying to do. But if you're not okay with that, then obviously manage your risk, maybe take the loss if the loss is small enough for you to take it. Take the profits if the profits are showing up to you also. But once again, not a financial advisor. I personally don't really care for MULN. That's just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people in the chat have been talking about MULN a lot recently because of some pump and dumper out there trying to pump it. Also, MULN talking about their cars being released in Europe soon. That also coming into effect a little bit. A couple days ago, MULN was at 50 cents. So let's see if it's still there. Yeah, we're still pretty close to 50 cents over here, only down 1.6% on the day. And if you're expecting for the stock to go to $1, then you should also be expecting the stock to go to 0. So that's my opinion on it. I'm not going to pump any positions. That's just not the type of people we are. But good luck to you and on your trade. Luis Fernandez coming in with a $10 super chat. Any thoughts on the future of ACB? That's got to be Aurora Cannabis, if I remember correctly. Let me quickly go make sure if it is. ACB, yeah, Aurora Cannabis on the NASDAQ market. You know, the weed stocks or the marijuana sector has been coming back into play recently. I quickly have to go take some profits on Boeing, guys, because Boeing is now $3 in the money almost. So more profits paying us. It's $2.59 in the money at the moment. So Boeing nonstop giving us profits to the short side. Capitalizing on that is your boy Pratty Daddy. But coming back to ACB and marijuana stocks, you know, yeah, with Biden and everything happening with the marijuana sector, people expect me to go bullish, but I'm not really anywhere close to being bullish just yet. Look, the prices that I see are ridiculous, and I just can't see these companies coming out doing great things in the future. If it does, hey, I'll be wrong, and I'll rather be wrong than being wrong while losing money. Because being wrong as a call out means I'm not losing any money. I just get to learn from it for free. But if I do have that position on board, and if I'm wrong, then I'm not only am I paying for that trade for the mental lesson, I'm also paying for the trade out of my pocket for monetary lesson. So not worth it, not worth my time. I'd rather put my money in positions like such as Apple, Intel, AMD, and even PayPal today, which is doing pretty good. PayPal was to the north side at one point. Let's quickly go check out PayPal is now, sadly down on PayPal, where we were trading above 90, but with the market turning back to the net red side, which is S&P 500 down 0.25 on the day. NASDAQ down 1.5 on the day, and UVXY trying to move back all the way to VWAP. So we'll see if UVXY manages to get above VWAP or not. Someone's saying no risk, no Rari. Yeah, but I'm not taking stupid risks, right? You got to take calculated risk. As a day trader, as an investor yourself, you don't want to take stupid risks and blow yourself up and take a loss on the trading account. You want to make sure that you're taking the right calculated risks and employing proper risk management. That way, when you're risking, you are getting a Rari, not getting your house taken away.
Somebody in the chat was asking, how much do you make a day? So it varies, man. It varies. Like some traders are trading for 10 years, 20 years. Their trading is I mean, like imagine 20 years of trading. Maybe there's some of you in the chat that have been trading for a while. Obviously, if you're in the game for such a long time, most likely your size is bigger, right? So your losses are bigger, your wins are bigger. Early in your career, and I say this every single time, I'm not really sure why, and now we're getting another flush here on the market, so I'll probably get triggered into this Tesla short if it breaks. Just to update there, AMD is actually below 60 now if anybody wants that as well. I'm going to stay away just because, I'll pick Tesla over AMD just right now based on 225. But yeah, if you're early in your career, the best thing that I can say for you is trade very actively, assuming that you don't have a crazy amount of fees. Trade very actively and trade very small because you're probably going to be wrong all the time. And so you might as well lose less as you're learning, and the pain will be less, right? So yeah, just make sure, obviously, you're building your playbook, you're doing all the right things. And again, yeah, trade very actively, get the reps in because it goes a long way, right? And then as you see things working for yourself, that's where you size up, take more size, and just, yeah, take size on the things that make sense. I just wanted to comment there because there's always somebody asking one time, like, how much do you make? Like, that's irrelevant. Like any trader, it's like if you guys read the book Remnants of a Stock Operator, Jesse Livermore, great story for anybody that hasn't read that. And essentially, he's like, oh, I could tell a newbie when they ask me, oh, you know, are you long, are you short, or like these questions. It's like, oh, how much are you making? The thing with trading, keep in mind, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like, I could sit here punching into 10,000 shares. You could sit there punching into 10 shares. If you have the same idea and it's scalable, then like it doesn't really matter. Just continue to work on your game, get better. And that's the only, you know, he did blow his brains out. But he actually made a fortune, lost it, made a fortune again, lost it, made a fortune again, found a European wife, lost her too, and then it happened. So hopefully nobody's close to that, but what a ride, man. What a ride. And I think, you know, that he has a lot of good lessons. If you haven't read that book and you're new to trading, you know, read it. It's insane. It's amazing. You learn a lot from it. And, you know, if you're a veteran, you probably already read it. And, yeah, you've probably been through some of the pain. But it's nice to see other people going through the same pain as you because, you know, you kind of feel better and learn together and get better. I'm waiting for Tesla 225. Is this going to break? It did not break, guys. Just for record here, the low is actually 225 exactly. So obviously from 230 to 225, you're going to get this sideways action probably early on the 226 cover. But at the same time, it's like, whatever, 226, 225. I didn't anticipate this. But sometimes, you know, if you are short, wait for it to actually channel. Then when it channels, okay, this is your cover. So cover somewhere in here. You don't have to cover when it's flushing, going back to the trailing stops. That's a good idea for some, maybe not so much for others. And yeah, MBLY bounced off 227. Volume is light now. It's like very, very light. So just keep that in mind. It's not like whereas before I would be willing to smash the size because it's doing a lot of volume. This time, if I do end up taking a short, it's got to be less size because the volume's not there, right? If no volume, if spread opens up, if it rips your face off, I would much rather have that happen with less size as opposed to like this kind of size. Because I thought like, oh, now we're actually going. Then we didn't go. So now it's like maybe we go. Maybe I'll get a piece of the action there. But if I'm short 228 with good size and I'm going to now short into a whole 227, or sorry, 27, it's got to be less size. It's got to be less size. That's just my take on that. Somebody also before, just quickly, let me cover one more thing here, was saying Microsoft short. And the thing is yes, it rejected 238 and actually flushed lower. The overall market flushed lower because Microsoft was so strong. I was like, I don't know, like the short was correct, but like, let me just pull up like Amazon as an example. And I haven't looked at Amazon today, but I bet the short on Amazon was, yeah, see? So it's like, you could have short this. It would have gave you a way better flush. And it's the same on a relative, you know, pound for pound percentage basis. It's the same. You're better off shorting like I just pulled up Amazon because it's like not really in play today. It's kind of slow. Maybe you played off that 120 level as opposed to Microsoft, which showed you in the morning that like it was so strong to the upside. So Microsoft is more likely the one that gives you like the violent up move. You know, it's like it goes down and then it gives you the violent up move. Whereas something like Amazon on that same idea doesn't give you the violent up move. So you can actually take the same size and hold the size for longer because it's not actually scaring you off it, right? So that's just my 2 cents on that one. Hopefully that helps you for sure.
This market looks like it wants to get ready to bounce to the north side now. NASDAQ down 1.5%. S&P 500 still down 0.2% after turning green at one point of the trading session today. AMD under $60. We're now looking at AMD 20 cents above 60, or sorry, below 60, and trying to maybe go back up north if NASDAQ and the SPYs turn around. So let's just watch that. Let's go, Trader Prad from the Philippines. I'm not from the Philippines, unless you're saying that you're from the Philippines. Yeah. Then welcome to our show from the Philippines, and for any Philippine viewers out there. We love how diverse our viewers are. You know, most of them are in America. But we love watching people that come in from UK, the small percentage are from UK, from India, from Philippines. So pretty diverse all around the world. And that's what the goal is, right? The goal is to keep growing this community with as many people as we can. About that bounce in the market, you can forget about it because now that NASDAQ is really pushing to the downside a little bit more. Looks like 11,500 is actually going to come into play on the NASDAQ futures. That would have been a 200-point short. Part of me is very upset for punching out on the futures today on on a technicality because my computer went down, but you know, we can't, sometimes you can't, you just have to deal with it, right? You can't get flustered, you can't get angry that things happen like that. It's not like these computers and the world's out to get you. Sometimes things don't work out the way you plan. What does Mike Tyson say? Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? So it's always good to have a plan, but know that your plans will not always play out the way exactly you planned them out. And we're missing out some money because of that. Mobile Eye is pushing down even more to the downside. Now only 28 cents in the money on Mobile Eye. And I punched out of my Boeing shorts completely. You know, I was expecting 140 to hold. We're now at 138. I'm not going to try and make this trade bigger than it originally already became for me. So taking profits on this bad boy around 138.50. If it bounces from here, I look like an absolute genius for punching out the spot I did. But if it doesn't bounce from here and goes even more lower, I look like an absolute fool, which I always do, for taking my profits out too early. So either way, we're going to be wrong. So I might as well be doing that while taking profits on it. So I'll be wrong no matter what happens. We'll be wrong with some profits in the bank account today. I understand Brad had a 283 put on QQQ. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're taking profits, guys, that's all fine. That's what I'm trying to get down to, is don't get too aggravated or, you know, flustered or just tilted for not having the trade fully work out for you the way it did, as long as you're able to make some profits on it. I want to talk about Mattel. If you guys are not signed up to our watch list, you're going to miss out on a lot of stocks like Mattel and other positions that actually had earnings today. Here's Mattel actually going the opposite direction, sadly. Instead of flushing to the downside, they did cite problems for the possible recession coming in. Amazon, whose earnings reports probably tomorrow. Let me quickly go make sure. You're typing out an essay over there, my friend. You good?
I'm letting everybody know how upset I am about the short on MBLY.
Yeah, you're typing out an essay over there. I love watching that keyboard flying right now. But here's the stocks that will have earnings today: Meta Platforms, Ford, Teladoc, Spirit Airlines, QuantumScape. Okay, QuantumScape's at 415, so most likely won't be able to trade that one on earnings. We got Wolfspeed Inc. coming in. Pretty decent companies reporting today after 4 o'clock. But we got Shopify, Caterpillar, McDonald's, MasterCard, Southwest Airlines. When is Amazon? Western Digital. Okay, we got more computer stocks, more tech stocks. Obviously, I'm looking for Amazon, I believe, is tomorrow after market. So let's go check on that real quick. After market, there we go. Apple, Amazon, Intel, Pinterest, US Steels, T-Mobile. So lots of earnings stocks yet to come out. And Amazon, the reason I keep bringing up Amazon is because of what Jeff Bezos said, right? Bezos expecting recession to come into the U.S. markets pretty soon. And at the same time, we have the Canadian bank, the Royal Bank of Canada, saying, hey, we're going to only do a 0.5 basis hike. So a little bit of a confusion on both sides there on the market.
Yeah, somebody was asking, what are your thoughts, Luca? Any short ideas, long ideas? I'm flat, and I'm just like kind of... The thing is we had, so this is like the short idea that I had up here that it was nice, right? Now we had the move. So now it's like, okay, what do I think is going to happen? I gotta chill. I want to short MBLY through 227, but it's going to be less size. So I have my order out there. If we get short here, hopefully we actually break that 2670 and then we flush, then it'll be maybe an add there. It's, you know what it is, it's the volume is dry again, right? So I think we could get a flush, but again, if we do the same thing where we pop, then I'm going to be out of that. Tesla, I'm just waiting to see if this wants to break 225. If we break 225, I'm shorting it. I might short it before, or if we pop, I might short it like 226.80. It's discretionary. I'm just kind of like glancing back at it. I'm like, I don't know. Like if we pop, maybe I'll short. If we go lower, I'll short. Is the market gonna fly? Like this is the thing, right? I was like, oh, we could actually like really, really sell off. Then we did sell off, and I was like, well, like I really like loved it, but like I should have like had like way more size, but whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, 225 coming into play. Maybe we get it tested here. It had the wick off bottoms initially just because the big flush. Now if we break, it's probably good for $1 or $2. I wouldn't be too greedy with the trade just because it's obviously up on the day, right? So maybe it just kind of breaks 225, goes to 224, and then kind of stalls there. If it really does sell off, then like, yeah, we could actually go like 222, 220 by the end of the day. So it could be a banger short there, but obviously for myself, I'll be scalping it, so I'll be in and I'll be out. But I would not be surprised to come in tomorrow and see Tesla like below 220. Like that wouldn't surprise me. What did surprise me actually was the fact that we're at 230. So yeah, I was like, oh, someone was like, yeah, Tesla's 230. I was like, no, get out of here. But yeah, no, it was there. So kind of crazy. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens for the rest of the day, because I'm like, the bid is not as strong as I think that it could be on just all of these names, and it's supposed to be strong throughout earnings season. So yeah, if earnings season finishes, then this market's toast. Like we could easily go back through 3,800 and test the lows. We could test the lows, right? 3,600. It'll depend on some of these earnings and how they come through. I think Tesla's about to break right here. So yeah, let's see if this wants to continue lower.
Yeah, this market's really struggling right now. Look at Coinbase also turning red on the day, down 1% on Coinbase, near $74. There were about 200 lots on Coinbase at 74. I want to say 20, which got taken away right away, and now we're much lower. So Coinbase going down, markets pulling back, S&P 500 now down 0.4% and well below VWAP. NASDAQ down 1.9%, also well below VWAP. So it looks like that market coming in with that long earlier, now being completely reversed back and making me so upset about my future short today. Just should have held, could have got back in, could have done so many things different, but it just doesn't work out for you all the time, right? Your plan doesn't play out the way you do it. Let's look for some trades though over here, because if the market does want to continue going down, I want to be in a short that I could take advantage of. The only trade I have right now is Mobileye, and I only have 10% left on the size, waiting to see how Mobileye wants to trade closer to the IPO price of $26.71.
It's going down.
People talking about Microsoft in the chat. Let's go take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft still down on the day, never really turned positive. But look at that setup, right? The setup, I've seen the setup so many times. I even talked about it for you guys, which is when a stock comes out with a negative earnings report, it usually goes all the way back to the 100-period EMA on the 15-minute chart, and then we see some selling coming into play. And it's exactly the way that's going on with Microsoft today. I'm expecting Google to do something very similar too. Let's go to Google real quick. Pull up the chart for you guys. Let's see if it moved up to the 100-period EMA. No, not really to the 100-period EMA, but it got above the 98 or the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Started playing with the pre-market ranges of $98 and then rejecting 98, moving all the way back to 96. Expecting Apple to be below 150 also. Yeah, here's Apple. New low a day on Apple now. $1.89% down on the day for Apple, breaking the low. Let's see how low can this market now go.
Yeah, guys, so I took the Tesla short, and then it was kind of dancing around, so I stopped myself out, because my idea was the first flush lower is like I'm trying to get $1. Then I stopped myself out. I punched short again, and this short is now not going for $1. This short I'm going for $5. And not so much $5, but if this rips up and this is now the bottom and we're going to break back above 225, like the market is now going back down. Like we're probably going to test that 3850. So let's see where Tesla is after we hit that 3850 test. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think 3850 is definitely going to test. So Tesla 224 is definitely going to print. But I think like we could easily like go lower than that. So as much as maybe I'll just, you know what? Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do this just in real time. I'm gonna cover just a little bit because it's like that's whatever. I'm dying to do it. And then I'm gonna hold the rest, and that's gonna be for like a nice move. I'm gonna hold the rest for a nice move. Same logic. So it's like I'm short. I'm just covering just in front of 224, and I probably could have got 224, but I also noticed that I'm short MBLY. This broke through 27 there, and a lot of twos today. A lot of twos. And yeah, now it's testing that 2670. So I might add to this one as well. So let me just structure this one as well.
Yeah, I just added to my long on MBLY here, so a little bit of an opposite trade to what Luca's doing. Look, I said my setup is as long as it doesn't stop giving me good longs off of that level, I'll keep on trying. But every time I'm taking lower and lower size, just in case that level does break. How many times are we going to keep testing that bottom and then not actually break? And especially with the way the market's moving now, NASDAQ and the S&P 500, both of them really pushing the downside. You want to make sure that you're managing your risk on these positions, so not giving it too much of a wiggle room past that 2670 area, adding back into the long. Let's see if we have more people coming into to actually block the stock from not going below the IPO price. And by that, I mean the banks that are actually issuing the stock. So there we go, right back above 27 slightly for this bad boy. 20 cents in the money on the ad already for Mobile Eye. Nice little pop candle too. Can we get actually 27 on the bids is the question. There we go. Now 27's on the bids. Hold it on the bids. I don't want to see you go below the bid. Hold it up there, and damn. So they just like that, they got below bid and right above the bid. So a little bit of a battle happening at 27 for the longs and the shorts. Probably because Luca is hammering the shorts over there at 27. And
as soon as I heard you're like, oh, I'm long, I'm like, you know what? I'll just cover. I think Prad's gonna be right on this one. So yeah, I covered some of that, but all good, all good. I'm managing everything at the same time, trying to make sure that nothing runs against me and smokes me. You know what's kind of interesting? The fact that all these key levels will come into play at the same time. It's like, why are they happening at the exact same time? It's like, what does MBLY 27 have to do with Tesla 225? But yeah, no, they got to trigger me in at the same time. And the thing is this 27 short is like a rip your face off short. So I'm like, I'm short Tesla, which is a rip your face off stock. Then I'm short MBLY at a 27 level in front of the IPO price, which is a rip your face off level. And I'm like, what's happening? Yeah, but no, this is, I covered for a break even because of that, but I'm going to take it short if we go through 2670. That's a better level for myself. So that's the plan there. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition. But yeah, again, shorting into a hole, it's going to be less size, just being fully transparent there. It's a rip your face off type of area, right? So it's either it goes in the money and you're going to be right away, you're going to make money, or it's going to like trigger you in, rip back up, and it's going to be at like 27 or even VWAP very, very quickly. So unless you're giving yourself like, oh, I'm going to risk 28 and I'm going to be chilled and not worry, from a scalper's perspective, this is how I'm thinking. So I'm letting you guys know in real time. This is probably how other scalpers are thinking too. So yeah, there's a lot of different kind of players in the market doing their own thing. So just keep that in mind. Still holding the Tesla short. I don't think we're going to go back above 225.50. If we do, then I'll probably just have to be out of the rest of that trade.
Twitter now still trying to go push up north off that 52.80 bottom, now at $53 popping up on the scanner. So, I mean, we know that the deal might be closing in on Friday. Not sure yet if the stock actually delists on Friday, or maybe the deal actually closes through, and when the funding properly comes into the bank accounts and whatnot, you'll see it delete and by delete, I mean no longer trading on the stock market. It's going to go private, right? Yeah, so no longer is trading on the stock market. It could come back afterwards, though. You know, Elon could make it go public again, as he has done with a lot of his companies, such as Tesla. I guess only Tesla is the only public company he has. I don't know about Boring. I don't know about, well, I know SpaceX is not public. That's one for sure. But it's a good chance that he could put it right back on the stock market if he needs more funding for it somewhere down the road. Any news triggered the downfall? I think, you know, there was no news for the upside to begin with the Bank of Canada coming in with the 0.5 rate hike. Like Sean was mentioning, I don't think that was a real catalyst, right? So, but the market somehow still managed to rip up to the north side with the surprise rate hike of only 0.5 coming in instead of 0.75 or 1 full percent. Hence, the market went all the way to the north side, turned green for the S&P 500, but the NASDAQ never really turned green, and now turning back into the red, which was the original direction where the market started off the day with to begin. So we're just right back into that, right below VWAP a little bit. What happens to call options if Twitter go private? You won't be able to trade call options anymore, obviously, if it goes private. If you have any options that expire past the day that the stock gets deleted, then your options just die the way it is. You will not be able to exercise it. You will not be able to get rid of it. If you do get rid of it, then there's some idiot on the other side of that trade who does not know what's going on, and you'll be able to offload it onto them. But if the person's smart or the algo is smart, they for sure are not looking to buy any options calls. So if you have any options, puts, calls that are expiring on Twitter, you might want to think about getting rid of them and take some profits on that side.
I'm looking at the time, and man, time flies when you're having fun. Sometimes it's slow midday, and I'm just like, time is going by so slowly. And I'm like, I don't have any ideas. Like that was like me yesterday. I was like, I don't have any ideas. And Sean like looks over and he's like, you don't have any ideas? Like, and I was like, no, I honestly don't have any ideas. And today I have like 1,000 ideas, and they're all happening at the same time. So I'm just like, oh man, what's happening here? What's going on? I trailed out of this Tesla short just now. I'm not holding this against me because again, it's like you have the leg down. Okay, great. I hit the short. I break even the first time. I cover. So I have the winner. Now that we're back above, it's like the thing is this, right? Again, I'm not holding this to 227. If I was, I would not be out of this. But I'm just like, I'm short, I create the win, I break even on the rest. Okay, whatever, I'll just punch back short if it looks good. But a lot of the times, you get the flush, it bounces back. The overall market did that 38.50 bounce. So it's like, I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at the 3,800 level, the 3,850. It broke 3,850, now reclaimed. So there's a good chance that this could give a little bit of a relief bounce. And we're seeing it in these names, right? So I'm out of Tesla. It is what it is. It would have been nice to get the flush. And my targets were 222 and 220. I was going to hold for that, but I'm not about to hold this like $2 against me. It's just not going to happen. Still looking to short MBLY if that comes to fruition there, but I'm not really sure if it will or if it won't. And I'd expect Meta actually, Microsoft to have a nice VWAP potential bounce here.
See Sean clapping. Sean, what's going on, my friend?
I just went long Tesla 224.
He just went long Tesla 2. He just
That's
went long
actually
Tesla
hilarious.
224. So obviously,
Nice, good bounce. I covered 224, so.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, it's funny. So Sean goes long 224, and remember Google yesterday. I was like, why is this not going up here? But yeah, no, 224, I guess that's the cover zone. That's the thing, right? You can't be too, like, you had the short from 230. Like, a lot of people are not covering the way I'm covering. They're holding, waiting, and then they're like, okay, now I'm really going to cover at this level. So it is what it is, right? I still got a little bit of a winner there, so it's not a big deal. And yeah, like, we are near the highest point for my P&L today, which is pretty cool. Pretty happy with that one. Bang, put a bang to that one. And I'm sure there'll be a lot more wows coming in for the rest of the day. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We got 20 minutes left here before we pass you guys on. And that AMD 60 level, man, that I did not, I mean, this plus this, like crazy. It's unfortunate that we were so high before the flush because I think the 60 level is like, for myself, it's like an over-under. Like I will short below and just cover above. I'm not necessarily thinking long, but I don't know what it is. I would just want to short AMD like that. I just want to short it. I love shorting AMD off that 60 level. If we actually get back there, maybe short, but it's probably some sideways action maybe. I can't see it like dropping this much, popping back, and then continuing the drop, especially bouncing off lower days. The market would have to just continue to the downside. So I will try the 60 short if we get there. And you know what? Let me just put my order in case it happens now. But I'll just do like a little bit less size there just because sometimes I'm like, yeah, this probably be a loser. So I should probably take less size, and I probably should not say it loud because Greg's listening. He's not going to be too happy when I say that. Yeah, I'm going to take this trade, but it's going to be a loser. But yeah, and then we'll go from there. Okay, yeah. What did he say? Yeah. Oh, he said, if you say that, you are a loser. I'm like, oh, this trade's going to be a loser. And he's like, well, if you say that, you're going to be a loser. Well, no, because this is the thing. I'm a winner. I'm definitely a winner. But sometimes you lose, Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. So, yeah, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe the right stop to have on this short is like a VWAP, but I'm not going to give it there. I'm definitely going to like have a 0.0001 stop on that one. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so coming back into the like count over here, only 2.6K likes, guys. We're nowhere close to 3,000 likes for the day. We still got 20 minutes left over here on the show, so please smash that like for those of you who have not already. We still have 4,600 of you watching the show, so I'm pretty sure we could get up to that 3K number if all of you who have not yet, just scroll down on the phone if you're watching on the phone, or scroll down on the laptop or tablet, whatever you're using, and just turn that like button into a different color than it already is. If it's If it's blue in color for you, then most likely you have hit it already. And if you have not, well, there we go. We just now turned to 2.7 from 2.6, so about 100 more legs coming in. Let's get that all the way to 3K before the closing show. And we're still waiting for 5K. If 5K does happen at some point, Neil eats that spicy hot chip. Right, Neil? They're sending it, so yeah, we gotta get to 5K for that like button to come into play. Look, you guys easily got up to 3K for my blonde hair, so we had to the natural thing to do was make the like count go higher next time. So 5K, we'll do the hot chip, or not we, because we, not me, that's for sure. It's going to be Neil. I'm not trying to die. The hot wings, though, however, was different. They were actually pretty tolerable. They were pretty tasty, man. The cilantro one still has my mouth watering just talking about it. That hot sauce was so good. Hey, look at that. Now we're at 2.8K likes. Look, 200 likes coming in out of nowhere. Let's get that to 3K. 200 more likes, ladies and gentlemen. 200 more likes. People in the chat talking about my recommendations, such as XQC. Obviously, I watched The Juicer. The Juicer's amazing. He's the best at what he does, the best streamer out there in the world. And second to him is obviously Neil, Sean, and Brendo. And then you got Luca and myself. So if you do like XQC, make sure you get us up to 3K. 2.9K now. So 2.9K likes, only 100 more to get to 3K, guys.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. Thank you so much for the likes, and always appreciate that. And yeah, much love in the chat always. Something I wanted to comment on, because I was just thinking this. I'm like, man, some of these shorts were pretty sick. And what did I miss? That's what I'm basically asking myself right now. And Apple 150 is quite a level, right? Obviously, the 150 level definitely interesting. We've been through it multiple times, but when this flush is happening, like I'm always looking for like, where is the clean flush where it's like, so for example, if you short anywhere in this candle, you are never out of the money. So it's like you could actually short quite a bit of size going into that VWAP, everything selling off, and then you never were out of the money. And I was like, well, I would expect 150 to have a sort of like a clean flush there as well. But here's the thing, and I don't know if you could see this, but look at this little candle at 117. It actually runs into 150. It breaks 150. I think it broke. It broke by 1 cent, then it actually popped. So again, it's this, visually looking at this, you're like, well, look at this crazy move. Who cares that it popped this much? But again, we're not day traders, not in the business of being wrong. And the short through 150, you're now actually out of the money 25 cents. And here's the thing, because I've been here, in real time, when you short through 150 and then you're out of the money 25 cents, you know what you're thinking? You're thinking, oh my God, now it's going to bounce off 150. This is the bottom. Like now we're going back up to VWAP. So the thing is this, right? If you're, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Like 150, it's a key level. You want to slam it through. Same with AMD 60. But in this market, maybe you have to find a workaround. So try to find a workaround for that. Maybe that means, you missed the move. Now it's doing a little bit of a channel. You think 150 is going to get tested. You short somewhere over here as it's testing the moving average, the 9, the 13, whatever, showing you trend. You short somewhere over here, then at least when it goes to 150 and bounces, you're not actually out of the money. So these are things that I ask myself. I just figured I'd discuss that in real time because we learn from each other. So I think it's a really good experience. I still have my order out to short MBLY, but like the longer it takes, the more worried I get. I definitely got to watch this one. Market now kind of making its way back up. Sean mentioning that he was long Tesla 224.
Where should we get out?
Yeah, where should we get out of Tesla? Well, 250, of course. 250. This thing has. We got room to go here, and the day is young. The day is young. And now that I'm out of the short, I don't care where this thing goes. But no, I think easily Tesla could be back up 228. Now that I'm not in the trade and I could just be objective, if it goes above 230 is your out. 230 is like your ambitious out. Cover VWAP, cover 228, cover 229. Somebody was like, I better hear wows for every dollar break on Tesla. You know what? If we do go back down, you will hear wows. I promise you that because, yeah, it's something to wow about for sure. And yeah, just kind of scanning everything else. AMD coming close to my order here. Maybe probably better to be short over here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to actually short this earlier. I don't know if that's the right call, but we're at the 50 period. If we actually get to the 60 level, then it's like way through the 50 period. it's not really, the short is now or never, in my opinion. So I'm short now. I'm not really expecting another low of day test, but if we can actually just drop a little bit, maybe get like a 20, 30 cent scalp winner on this one, I'll be happy with that. So yeah, I'm going to hold for that, maybe cover in front of 59.50. And then if we break 59.50, I'll be out of the trade, but it'll probably keep going from there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. And yeah, if we go through 60, I'm probably just going to punch out of this trade. So it's like risk 15 cents to make like 30. 2 to 1, nothing crazy, so just make sure you size accordingly if you are taking that trade. But the first thing I'll say to that one is trade your own book. You know, build your own playbook. Don't just like follow other people's trades. I don't honestly think you could be a profitable trader following somebody else's trades because, I mean, you guys watch me. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to short this. I'm like, nah, I'm going to go long. I'm like, nah, I'm going to cover. Okay, I'm going to cover half. No, my target's here. I'm like, okay, I'm covering. So it's like, how do you even follow that, right? So keep that in mind. Obviously, you guys are watching the general idea of what's happening, so it's great. You learn from everybody else, but keep in mind, it's execution-wise very, very tough to follow other people's trades. So yeah, that's the one thing I'll say there. And somebody else saying GOVX testing highs. We could have a look at this. My last take of GOVX was this is the devil stock. So I'm going to assume it's still the devil stock. Very, very tight range, up 26%. I remember trading this when it was at like 3 or 250. That was a while ago. Oh, it was at 4, yeah. I don't necessarily get involved in these stocks unless they go parabolic, like for a day trade. Maybe you think like, yeah, this is the next run up, monkeypox, maybe it's going to come around in like 2 months, like there's going to be like headlines and like that's, you know, justification
I forgot
for
that thing
GOVX
even existed,
running.
bro.
Yeah, but basically going, it's like I think this is a monkeypox play. So it's like if you're like anticipating the move and you're swinging it, okay, great, all the power to you. But yeah, from a day trade, you know, 18 million shares, $1 stock, nothing crazy. Look at the range on this. Like I throw an order on this, like what this is going to be like watching paint dry. So yeah, I'm not going to get involved in this one. But if it gets back to 5, then yeah, for sure I'll be trading this.
Right on. Yeah, I was just looking at the Boeing's watch list once again to show you guys why I was looking to trade Boeing today, and a little bit of another regret position for not trading it properly. So Boeing coming out with negative earnings catalyst. Surprisingly enough, though, they did pretty good on the generating cash for the year. But, you know, the commercial airlines still being a trouble for them, not able to meet the requirements or the delivery numbers for the 737 MAXs. And an unexpected quarterly loss in revenue fell below street forecasts as the jet maker maintained its yearly cash flow forecast despite difficulties in elevating commercial jet productions. So, you know, using multiple watch lists over there, the Trader TV watch list, the first one to begin with, do exclamation mark watch list in the chat or click on that link that Bears vs. Bull just posted there in the chat for you guys to sign up and get you know, information about stocks like that all the time, every single day, 8:30. Before 8:30, actually, the watch list comes out, and they talk about all the stocks on the watch list before 9:30, setting you up for the whole day. That way, you can look to trade positions like this. Look at Boeing, that 142 short. Now we're at 136. Obviously, I got out near 138. I was pretty happy with making $3 per share on that trade, but looks like we could have gotten more out of it as Boeing keeps on crumbling. NASDAQ not able to get back above VWAP. Same with S&P 500. We're below VWAP on the S&P 500 market. CM. Damn it. ES/Z22CM. Here we go. So now we're below the VWAP this time on the S&P 500 and back into the red territories. The question is, does the market now stay red for the rest of the day, or do we flip back again and go back to the north side? Pivot again is the word I'm looking for. And by using the word pivot, I would love to go see if the Fed rate tool by any chance. Looks like we have a lot of Fed rate tools open. Let me actually close all the extra ones that I don't need. Leave this one open. And the Fed rate tool still at the same thing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, looks like we're now at 8% and 9% instead of 6 and 94.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for, I think we're going to get a flush on MBLY right now. It kind of feels like selling's coming in, 2680 iceberg reserve. Sometimes my calls are like wild. Like I'm like, yeah, this is going to 25. But then I'm just like, well, I don't know. But I mean, I would not be surprised. But at the same time, like, you know, maybe it sounds crazy, like 25. Like this thing, it should have been at 25 already, right? Like, so I don't know. I'm gonna change that to 26. I think safe to say, you know, if I get filled on this short and it actually flushes, I think like we get 26 and then maybe try hold for 25. But more likely, it's just, look at this pattern, right? It's showing you where the low is. So I want to believe that if we break that IPO price, like I'll take the trade just because it works every time. Like it works every time. And if it doesn't work, whatever, I'll take the loser. But yeah, there's a lot of soaking here. Like maybe we actually get the break right now. So yeah, let's see if this comes to fruition. Or if market makers are just going to continue to soak this level. I mean, eventually they gotta. Eventually they're just like, well, we can't take any more fills. Like, is that a thing? I don't even know. But yeah, through 2670. And to the market makers, if you are watching this right now and you're about to play me on that level, well, I mean, I'm not removing my order. I think it's the right call, so that I'm keeping my trade there. It is what it is. Let's see if we get a nice 70-cent winner on that flush.
Yeah, I'm watching the same mobile eye position like a hawk right now. Out of the money by 3 pennies on that trade on the long side. But look, we know the plan. We know the setup. If it breaks 2671, we get out for a loser. If it holds 2671, we keep rinsing that level again and again. Repeat and rinse as many times as we can. Talking to market maker is funny. It's funny until it's not. So you know, as long as you're in their direction, it's funny, and then if you're not in their direction, it's not funny at all.
You know what it is? It's because we're sitting here telling you what we're gonna do, and then I'm like, it is a zero-sum game, and like obviously it's a joke. Like they're doing their job. They're not watching me. I don't think they are. But if they are, and they're like, haha, or like, you know what I mean? Then it's like I shouldn't be telling you what I'm going to do. But so that's why I joke around, but I really doubt it. Okay, there's the flush on it. Oh, that was
Look at the size on 26.
And okay, yeah.
There's 1 million shares on 26.
That was what I expect. Sorry. I just need to process what I just did there.
Is that more than 1 million?
That is 1 million shares.
Yeah, there's 1 million shares on 26.
Okay, wait. Sorry, I got to restructure this. Sorry, I got to focus on this.
I'm just trying to do the math here, guys. 11, 3, 3, 1, 0, 0. So that's 11 shares, a million. That's $29 million sitting on the 26 level on mobile eye, MBLY.NQ. So I'm going to hold this trade a little bit longer now, actually, because that size is there. And my original long at the 60s or the 70s is not even real size. So come on, give me that long, guys. There we go. We add it over here. I'll add more at 26 if it does show us the opportunity to. There's $29 million sitting on 26 area for mobile eye. I expect that to be a big level for the stock. It could be the underwriter himself. Exactly. It could be the underwriter. It could be, well, it can't be Intel, right? But it could be the underwriter, such as a bank. I wonder what banks are actually underwriting it. Maybe JP Morgan, maybe Morgan Stanley, whoever the... Whoever the underwriter is, that's what I believe that's who the level is. $1 million bucks just got liquidated, but there's about $29 million
but whatever,
bid
it's a win. I'll take
sitting on the 26 level for this position.
No, I know, but maybe it was. I mean, it looks
Luca is talking to.
We can.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say we can share my chart here. Just this is basically what I thought was gonna happen, and I was like, if we break, the short is on, and we're probably gonna give the flush. The thing is I was like, we gave the flush, and I like these 26, 26.10, 20 below 26.20 to get out. It was hard. It was like, as you guys can see, I was not actually sitting here. It flushed. Then I tried to get out, but I couldn't get out. So these are actually tough fills to get. So that's why I punched out over here. It was I got out 40. So whatever, lock it in. It was a win, but it's not. I mean, I was just like, what? If you guys noticed, I was like, wait, what just happened? And that was like, what a vacuum, what a vacuum. That was crazy. So yeah, size at 26. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
It was just kind of like, I was like, wait a second, what just happened? Like that was, so yeah, I'll take that win and restructure it. If we get to 27, 26 again, if there's size there, I'll try it again. But the lower we go, the less size that I have, because if you're shorting from 28, your target is 26. Okay, take the size. But if you're shorting 26 and your target is like 25, it's like just take good trades, but understand that you're shorting into a hole. So it could really just bounce and go against you.
Yeah, so I'm just leading on that level to the downside, 50 cents below my average. That 1 million share size sitting on the 26 area. just gonna lean on that. You know, as long as that level doesn't break, I think I'm chilling over here. We've already made decent money on the longs over here on MBLY. The setup was to punch ourselves out on the break of the IPO price, but as soon as the IPO price broke, I saw that big bid sitting there at 26 that we're just going to lean on to see if there's a long that gives us an opportunity to run right back to 27 and maybe above 27, slightly towards VWAP at least on MBLY as S&P 500 marched back to VWAP, but NASDAQ still quite a way away from VWAP. We have 4 minutes left on the show over here between Luca and I before we send you back to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo. Let's see if we got to 3K likes. We're still only at 2.9K likes with 4.5K watching. For those last few people who have not hit that like, smash that like button. Let's get it up to 3K, and maybe getting that up to 3K will help our mobile eye position to turn it into a nice green long one more time and not really give any money back on that position. That would be amazing to do so, but everything depends on that $26 area, which is a big bid. Now, we don't know if that bid is a legitimate bid. By that I mean they could be spoofing it, or if it's a fake bid or a real bid. So we just have to wait and see if once that level gets tested. Until that level gets tested, we really just don't know what's happening over there. We finally did hit 3K likes for the day. We beat yesterday's like count for the midday show. Yesterday we were at like 2.8, 2.9. Today we're at 3K. So let's go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hitting that like button. We appreciate every single one of you. Markets, or at least UVXY, now pulling back below VWAP. Let's see if markets can manage to get back above VWAP if UVXY is pulling back down, and in return help us out on the mobility long, or mobile eye long, sorry, not mobility.
Yeah, guys, hopefully you're enjoying the show. Again, 3K likes, thank you so much. I saw it at 2.9. I was actually going to say, like, come on, guys, let's get to 3. But, yeah, I appreciate it so much, and obviously much love. Had a great time today. It was a lot of fun. I added to the AMD short in front of 60. And I'm going to stop myself out if it keeps going up. But it's just like, whatever, I'll short here. I'll try a little bit more short here. Maybe we dip down, cover at the 50 period, hold for the next leg down. If it doesn't happen and it's a losing trade, so be it, no big deal. Hopefully you guys are profitable, having a great day, enjoying. Somebody was saying, Luca needs some long positions. No, never. No, I'm kidding. I do go long, but the thing is gravity, right? Like, things go up and they must come down. So it's like, I would much rather be on the, the elevator down as opposed to the stairs up, because it's just a patience thing. But obviously, I do find longs from time to time, but it just so happened that the longs were in the morning. I had the longs on Microsoft. Those were pretty sick. And then it just so happens that it's the short in the afternoon, right? So it's like nice parabola, long in the morning, short in the afternoon. Maybe we get a little bit of sideways action. Maybe we go back to the upside. Who knows what happens? I'm going to go get a nice espresso, and then I'll figure it out after that. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the like button if you do. And that MBLY, man, these IPOs, they're something else. That was crazy. Whatever. It's like I got in here. This is like 50% of the move, so I shouldn't complain about that. And I guess you have the size at 26. I think 26 good level to look at, but I would not be surprised if this, like, now it's back above the level, and this was my worry, right? It's like you get the dip, you get the rip back up. This is classic IPO action. It's like you'll see this on an everyday stock, but it'll be more prevalent on IPOs. They're very, very sharp. That's why it's like over here I'm like I have to cover, because like we could just be back up. It's like we drop down, you give me this type of winner. I wanted to cover here, I missed it. I'm covering there, and then I'm gonna just restructure the trade at 26. So yeah, that was actually a very, very fast 3 hours for myself. I really had a great time, and yeah, much love in the chat, and thanks so much to everybody watching again, and yeah, hopefully everybody had a great day.
Yeah, guys, we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 11 o'clock. Isn't Ian supposed to be on today?
I think he's chilling. He's just in the back printing.
Yeah,
like,
he was
chilling.
He was supposed to be on today. I forgot, but maybe he does come on Friday. So stay tuned tomorrow. It will be Luca and myself Friday. We don't know yet if Ian will be on or not, but I know you guys will be excited to see what happens. Come back tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Until then, go have fun on the closing show, and do not forget to hit the like button on the closing show. Peace.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock. That means we have 2 hours to go. It's turned into a bit of a negative day once again. Back to the downside for both the S&P and the NASDAQ right now. Although there have been just wild moves throughout this session, depending on what you're looking at. We'll get into Tesla. I see not Tesla, I should say. Twitter, one and the same maybe soon, but Twitter just taking out the highs back to the upside. Elon indicating even further that deal could be closing on Friday as expected. Tesla with a big day as well, back to the upside. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Mobileye coming up here, breaking the open price. Anyways, not necessarily. Whoops, I'm throwing things already. Breaking the open price already back to the downside, but not necessarily the listing price. How far will it go down? Here's a look at how things are shaping up so far this afternoon. About 0.3 right now for the S&P 500 in negative territory. 0.25% for the Dow. It is tech. It is NASDAQ. We'll get into Microsoft and Google coming up here, but